can see some of my cleavage. And this, I need everyone to realize, is breaking their brains. Like, it's breaking their brains.
Nobody's breaking
If I was
shit.
naked, that was one thing. Okay, sure, let's have a conversation. Let's really talk about it. But like, if this is what it takes to basically defeat the mind of men, then I'm sorry, it makes sense now as to why men are being left behind. And they're being left behind at such incredible rates that this panel gives a very clear indication as to why. Because this shouldn't be the thing that kind of gets people all riled up. You know, this shouldn't be the thing. If anything, it's not even that bad. But you guys are making it seem like I walked down to this panel wearing like a 2-piece bikini, and I'm sitting here shaking ass. They're going to things like titties. Is that the only thing men can think about? I honestly think you guys can do better as a gender.
How about this, Mooncakes? Moses, do you want to broach what she said in Sharon? Go ahead, Moses.
Yes. Mooncakes, I think you're amazing. I'm gonna say that first off. And here's the problem.
Simp.
Here's the problem. Guys are trying to put women in the same category as guys. Like you just said, oh, okay, you got your titties out, but what if I had walked out with my dick out? You can't compare the two. And that's the problem. I love watching attractive women be attractive. And that's what's going on right here. And for some strange reason, you guys are just bombing on her. No, we need more of this. More mooncakes. More mooncakes. All you women out there in the chat, if you are attractive, get up here and let it show. Don't let these see the God dog, man. This is great. Who am I up here with? Who am I up here with?
Women like attractive men being attractive. Women like attractive men being attractive.
Nobody is questioning her. Nobody's questioning whether she's attractive or not. It's about respect.
So Mooncakes comes up here. She's attractive. She's showing it. But I seen a big nasty booger wolf named Tiffany come up here with her cleavage showing, and you.
Let's not talk about
screaming. Y'all didn't say nothing to her about her cleavage being out.
Moses, nobody's goonering for Tiffany's cleavage.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, but y'all should have did the same thing. Y'all should have jumped on Tiffany for having hers out, just like Mooncakes is out. Now, I would have a problem with Tiffany's out because Tiffany is a booger bear. She's Alice Goon. I had a problem, but y'all said nothing. But now we got somebody up here that's attractive, that's letting it fly, and I love being in an environment where there's a bunch of badass women.
Let's hear from Sharon.
We have one here. We have one here, and you niggas are sorry, and you cats losing your fucking
Moses.
Let me ask you a question,
guys. Hear from Sharon real quick.
She's not.
She's
not any of your.
So I think it's very interesting that even men that have daughters is giving excuses for the woman to cover up and not for men to be better human beings. You're gonna have your child out there. She don't even have to have her cleavage out, and men are still going to try to do things to her just because she's beautiful. Like Moses says, one woman, she might not be attractive with the same outfit. Nobody's going to bat her eyelash, but because she is attractive, now all of a sudden everybody's in an uproar about it. And what it goes to show is that like a majority of these men are jealous of women. They want to do exactly what women do. They want to be outside with their cleavage out. And the problem is because a lot of their coochie fell out and they just happen to have a dick now. It's just an extended clitoris. And if they was to just get more mature and treat women as human beings, none of this would be a problem. We could be around attractive women and everything would be fine. But because they are not used to being around human beings, they just go straight into lust and they blame her for something that she haven't done, right? This is just all God given to her, and they want to blame her for how they feel about her. No, this is a you problem, bro. Grow up.
I just want to build on that. And I just want to build on that, and then I'm gonna land.
Guys, I got to read the super chat.
I just want to build on that, and then I'm gonna land.
I got to read the super chat. Savage with the super chat. Why is an overweight woman that voted for Justin Trudeau telling me what a real man is? I'm assuming he's referring to you. I don't think you are overweight, but you are a Canadian woman, so I'm assuming he's talking about you when he says Trudeau. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hold
Wait,
on.
do you want me to respond?
It's for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to call me, and something about Trudeau. Yeah, I voted for Mark Carney, and I voted for Trudeau once before that. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I think I can still talk about men not being men. I mean, from the perspective of a woman, I have to date men. So when I see men who act in a certain way, it does greatly concern me. These are not the men from 50 years ago. I think a lot of men nowadays, they want to be princesses. They want to be queens.
You couldn't handle a man from 50 years ago.
Yeah, I love one thing about me. I love traditional men. I love those types of men. But no one on this panel, except for a few of you, actually might be.
Ma'am, a traditional man wouldn't have allowed you to come on camera like that. A traditional man would not allow this woman to come on camera like that.
Exactly.
No way.
Amen, sir.
No way.
Guys, just real quick, Gabe with the $10 super chat. Sharon trying to get his movement back, or his movement back up after failing on his own channel. Let's drop him. I do not drop fellow content creators, Sharon.
Yeah,
okay, Sharon. Not you. So, Gabe, I don't drop fellow content creators, and I think Sharon has an incredible channel. Let Mooncakes finish, guys. Go ahead.
So, just to be clear, the traditional men, they don't feel the need, and once again, I think this all relates back to insecurity. When you're not an insecure male, you don't feel the need to police everything your woman does. Of course, there's going to be instances where it says, oh, you know what? Maybe this isn't the most appropriate outfit for this event, but I'm not going to the Oscars. I'm not going to a meeting with Executive 500 or whatever. I'm on.
That has nothing to do with that. It has something to do with you respecting your man, respecting your husband.
Oh, God.
There's this weird obsession with like trying to police everything that a woman wears. I don't really understand, especially given the fact that I'm not even wearing anything crazy. Like, I'm not wearing a two-piece bikini. I'm wearing a onesie with some cleavage. And like, it's literally, I'm not even joking, breaking your brains. And honestly, most men who are actually traditional, who are not insecure, who can actually hold down a woman, who can be a leader of a household, they don't act.
That's a load of shit.
These are not real men. I don't know what you guys are doing, but you're cosplaying as men. What you are queens who want to act like women, gossip like women, talk shit like women, and then get online and say, I'm a real man. No, you're not. At least own it. At least own it that you're like one of the real housewives. Own that shit.
Hang tight. Like, I got super chats to read real quick. Bob with the $5 super chat. Mooncakes, do you really know how many different positions these men have put you in their heads? They are not listening to a word that you are saying. Samuel with the $5 super chat. Are these the same men that are supposed to educate my generation about marriage? They are just tits. Stop hating. Stop simping. Get on with the show. What's up, Leonard?
Can I answer a question?
Just before Leonard.
Whoa. Wait a minute. He did say, hold on. He did say my name. He did say my name. Now, I'm going to be real brief with everything. Moon pie is not fat. I know what fat looks like. I know what some of the women that the men on this panel, I know what they wake up to in the morning. She's not fat. Okay? Bottom line up front. So anybody that can't handle whatever however she's doggone presenting herself, oh the hell well. She ain't giving you no pussy. So deal with it. You know what I'm saying? See, a real man. Hold on. If I may finish, and I'm gonna sit right down here like I do. A real man knows better than to try to compete with a woman. We don't compete. Now y'all go ahead and keep waking up in the morning on the fat ass women y'all end up with every night.
Let me say what I need to say.
I'm going on mute.
Let me say what I need to say.
First of all, hold on. First of all, nobody's competing. I'm calling a thought when I see a thought. That's all it is. Everybody's saying she's attractive. She ain't even that attractive. Look at her lips. That ain't her lips. She's got lipstick. Look at her hair. That ain't even her hair. The fact is, that ain't her hair. Is that your hair?
Wow.
That's how your hair grows, right? That's how it comes out. It just comes out straight like a white woman's hair, just straight up like that, right? What a load of shit. Look at her skin. That ain't her skin. That's foundation. That's at least an inch thick foundation. That ain't her skin. The only way this woman will be proven to be attractive is if she came out of the shower first thing. That will be the only thing. First thing in the morning, out of the shower, without a single drop of makeup. Then you can judge it.
I can't believe it. Can I say what I need to say? Can I speak my piece?
Motherfucking turn, nigga.
Hey, it's my turn, nigga. My bad. Hey, let me.
So I want to ask you this, Mooncakes. If your father, because you seem like you okay. If your father say, Mooncakes, meet me at the brunch about 1:00. Are you wearing something like that?
I've worn something like this in front of my dad. Not a problem. My dad doesn't give a fuck. Why would
your dad never told you to button that up?
Nope.
Your dad never told you to button that up?
Nope.
You got a horrible dad. He might be want to screw you.
Do you know what it is? Because my dad isn't a weirdo. He doesn't sexualize me like that. There's no reason. I'm not doing anything wrong.
What is wrong with you, Jay Prince? Why would a father sexualize a daughter? What you are? Look, Jay Prince. I want it to be known. Jay Prince does not represent me as a man. He's fucked up on so many other ways.
PT, I got a question for you.
I'm not talking about her daddy.
PT, I have a question for you.
I'm not talking about her daddy. Men in general are supposed to sexualize women because he's saying that we that's our fault for sexualizing her. I said we supposed to,
but not
just like y'all sexualize us.
Hang tight. What's the question, Flex? Go ahead.
PT, do you think a man using her example? Do you think a man from 50 years ago? We're talking about our parents. Do you think they would have allowed their wife to come on camera in front of a whole bunch of other men dressed like that?
50 years ago, that's what, 1975? Absolutely not.
That's irrelevant.
What are you getting at?
He said that. She said that the men from 50 years ago would somehow.
I didn't hear her say that. Well,
that's what she said. And I was telling her, no, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
I think they're not as.
Well, hold on. Are you saying her husband? Hold on for a second, Flex. Are you saying like her husband?
Yes.
Oh no, absolutely not. Ooh, hell no. Black man, white man. Ooh. But it was different. Hold on. It was different in those days, right, Flex?
That's the example she said. She said the men 50 years ago would have been better. That's what she said.
She was saying, but hold on. If I'm not mistaken, Mooncakes, you said that men 50 years ago also were manlier, correct?
Yeah.
And so I guess what she's saying is that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you can't tell them what to do now because you're not those types of men.
Yes.
So now, I think that's what okay, go ahead, Flex.
So I would definitely, you know what? I wouldn't even have to tell my wife to not dress like that in front of men. She wouldn't do it because she knows better. So I am the man. I am the man.
That's because of the pressure you put on your wife. Let me tell you something. I was a kid in the 70s.
All these figs are simply hard. Go ahead.
In the 70s, I grew up around men. My neighborhood, I grew up around men. On Friday and Saturday nights, they went to the disco. And you could see moms coming out of the house with their husbands with outfits with cleavage. We were kids seeing that in the neighborhood.
That was a disco. That was a disco. That's totally different, bro. That's totally different.
The same principle applies because you're taking her out. You're taking her out amongst other men.
But Ivan, you do know in the 50s.
I grew up in the 70s too.
Ivan, you do know in the 70s. You're using two different. I gotta agree with Flex. You know on TV, Ivan, a man like your father, Ivan, would not have let your mother or his wife on TV with. Now that is true, bro.
Say that.
I mean, I don't know your parents.
I don't agree. I don't agree. CT 1975, 1970s, men were already cuckolded, and there were women in miniskirts doing all sorts of all that shit and all that. No. I think when she says 50 years ago, she means 1950s, man. Not 50 years ago, but in the 1950s, a man would take a broomstick to your ass if you showed your cleavage like that on TV.
Okay, let's stop this.
Oh, let Mooncakes get in. What would you say, Mooncakes?
Okay, this shit is so crazy. I think that, and once again, sorry, I need to keep going after this. First I want to go after, I think his name is fucking Hafez, okay? I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. But what did you do again? You proved that you were competing with women. Instead of once again responding to anything I said with actual criticism, you continue to just like, oh, her looks. If that's all you have, I don't know if your IQ is less than like 3 digits, but there has to be more to it. There has to be more to the things that you want to say. If you want to come at me like intellectually and actually give me some hard opinions, let's fucking do it. Like, let's go for it.
Moon.
But you keep at me with the same thing. No, let me finish what I'm saying. And this is why I compared you to the Real Housewives, because the only people who do this, who act in this way, are usually women. And this is a great example of these modern men. They want to be women. They want to be catty. They want to be in the drama. They want to fucking gossip. And then I think that's why I also compared it to men 50 years ago, where it's like men weren't doing this. They weren't trying to be catty. They were working. They were feeding their families. They were doing what they needed to do. They weren't in women's business. But today, the one thing you'll notice, all of these modern men are always in women's business. And it's like, do you guys not have anything better to do?
No, they just beating shit out of the women who do like that.
I live in the West.
Hold on, let me read the super chat.
You was getting your ass beat for dressing like that.
50 years ago, women never showed cleavage. They only wore cat ears. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Now. Let me just do something real quick. Let me just do something.
Address me.
Real quick. Now, I see people in here saying simp, and you guys are lame as hell. Let me tell you, these guys, some of these guys that's doing this and claim they got wives and kids and daughters and all this, I guarantee you, even though they have a wife and kids, sometimes, maybe a few times during the week, they leave home and go meet up with some guy that rubs their asses in between their cheeks with Vaseline. These are the kind of guys we're dealing with. Yeah, regardless of them being married and having kids, they sneak out the house eventually sometimes, and they get rubbed down. They turn around and get their pants pulled down from the back by some guy, and then they come home and act like they're father of the freaking year. That's what we're dealing with in here. That's what we are dealing with in here.
All right. Actually, Bob kind of took my thunder, but yeah, Moon. First of all, I've forgotten more facts than you've ever learned in your entire life. Second of all, you ever heard the expression that your clothes maketh the man? Well, your clothes also maketh the lady. You ain't no lady, love. When you show up with your cleavage wobbling like that, when I see a woman with large cleavage, cat ears sitting on a Pikachu, I don't have serious conversations. I don't have intellectual debates with Pikachu sitting thoughts on the internet, flashing their tits to get some PayPal. That does not qualify you as a person of intelligence or serious conversation.
You should be able to go after me then. You should be able to go for me and say, hey, guess what? Watch this. And you should be able to dog me out. But I've embarrassed you time and time again on this panel because you're unable to do it.
Love.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Prove me wrong. I don't have to prove you wrong. You are a e-thought that follows literally the paint by numbers program of how to be an e-thought. It is literally, there is 100,000 of you on Twitch right now with their titties out pretending to play Fallout.
You're proving my point. No, it's okay. You're proving my point. I own you. I literally own you right now. Look how much you're freaking out because of this little girl in the cat ears with her Pikachu with her titties. I fucking own you right now. I'm driving you insane. And you know what? It feels really fucking good that I do that to you. You're just proving my point. You're an insecure little man with no self-regulation. And like, I don't know what's going on at home, but I do feel sorry for you.
Mooncakes, I see Pikachu. Is that also Jigglypuff back there?
Yeah, I do have a Jigglypuff as well, actually.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You're amazing. You're amazing, Mooncakes.
Hey, CT.
You're sweet.
What do you mean? What do you men have to say now? What do you men have to say?
Mama Kara with the $2 super chat. That's fallout, not cleavage. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, CT, thanks for having me. Do you mind if I
like one of her gay friends?
Guys, real quick, go ahead, Sharon. Yep.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate you having me up. I've got to do a review on this. This is insane. The Rim Bros is ridiculous. Rim Bros is a red pill incel manosphere, no good sucker. And that's what these dudes are. They are lovers of men, and it shows every single day. It's crazy. Homosocialism. It's insane. They are all on a period.
It's all right, Sharon. Go to your little echo chamber where you can kick people off your panel because you disagree. Go on, run along.
Amen.
Don't get mad because you got cooked on my panel. Nobody kicked you off. It's okay. You're more than welcome to come up and have your argument. Don't get mad.
Most gay men always side with everything a woman do and talk about men. They want to shout at men. They want to shout at men.
I own you, JP. I own you, Haraz or Haraf. I own you guys.
The name is Hafez.
You guys are my children now. I'm your mommy. Say thank you, mommy. Say thank you, mommy.
You see, that's the whole thing. You want that, don't you? You want. How about you call me daddy? How about that? You call me daddy because I own you.
Yo, wait a minute. CT. How the hell is Hafez complaining about what she's wearing, and for 5 years this man was zooming in on nuts and balls? How can he tell us that she's doing something wrong when this was his career?
I was not zooming in on nuts and balls.
Listen. Hold on. Hafez. A lot of those corn stars, and you notice, Hafez, a lot of those corn stars are married. A lot of those women, you know that, right?
A lot of them are lesbians, actually.
A lot of them are married, right? But they have men, husbands.
Yeah.
Hey, Fighter Club.
And you're saying that she's not attractive. Can we see your wife, please?
I put my wife on this degenerate show.
No. Because it's really easy. It's really easy to
you show
judge
me your
woman.
mama. You show me your mother. I'll put my girlfriend on the show.
You judge her looks.
You talking about Sharon. Go ahead.
Hey, Fighter Complex. Do you think that Hafez was getting close-ups of the balls?
Bruh.
Look, sometimes, Moses, you're going to have to look past the testicles in order to focus on the vagina.
Now, okay. Now, for Black Moses, since he grew up in the same era I did, the 70s, right? I know you do remember the song Hot Pants, and I know you know what hot pants look like. And you know hot pants was the thing in 1970 because James Brown made the song Hot Pants in 1971. It was showing all they doggone cheeks and everything.
You know what, Leonard?
So I don't want to hear nothing about men of whatever from back then wouldn't have let women wear whatever when I was 7 years old. And I'm looking, and my mama's like, "Don't look at that." And I'm like, "What?"
Yeah. Hey, we're talking about the husband. We're talking about the husband, not random
They was
men.
wearing them to work. They was wearing them to work too.
Exactly.
They was wearing them to
They
work.
were wearing them to work. Exactly. Hot pants and halter tops, man. Shoot. And that was the 70s was the best time because parents could look at their sons and their sons be like getting their lean on, looking like they don't know what they're looking for, but they're looking, right? That's when they know. Well, my son's not a homosexual. Yeah. Because he looking just like daddy. Him and daddy. Damn.
But right now, I can't say that. I don't know who these guys are. I don't know what's going
That's
on.
what
These
I'm
guys
saying.
are mystery to me. These are mystery guys.
Thank you. That's a couple of things that we had in the 70s. The women were doggone Coca-Cola bottle built. They was, man, Miss Butterworth looking fine, and they weren't fat. So you got a lot of these young guys today, they got the home game screwed up because they've given these fat women the illusion that they're an item. The only time we saw fat chicks is when we went to church on Sunday because choir robes is what they had to wear to fit in. They wasn't at the club unless it was their birthday, and that's it. Yeah. Somebody find a prom picture with a fat chick from the 70s and 80s. I'll wait.
Rare. It was very rare. It was
I'll
very
wait.
rare.
Very rare. So y'all can do all that you want to, guys. Well, she did, and women this and women that. What the hell you waking up in the morning? Because I said to somebody, I know what their wife look like. She weighed more than I ever weighed in my life.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick.
Let me just say something. These guys are marrying women that look like they homeboys.
You're not talking about me.
Jay Prince.
You're not talking about me.
Jay Prince, move your camera so it's just on you now.
Down.
We don't want to see your kids in the back.
Yeah, Flex, you said what now, buddy?
Like I said, I'm just going to her points, and all you guys are making straw man arguments because we're not talking about what the women were wearing. That's not the point. What we were saying is when she made the comparison to men 50 years ago, we were specifically talking about would you let your husband present? Would a husband let his wife present herself on a panel full of men wearing what she's wearing? Not how women, single women, went outside on a daily basis. I know they did. I seen the prom pictures. Of course they did. But
married women went outside with hot pants and halter top.
Not without their husbands. Not without their husbands. No.
Yes, without their husbands. I don't know what city you grew up in. Did you grow up in a major city or no? Did you grow up in Chicago, New York, or LA?
I'm from the Bay.
You're from the Bay, so you're not from a major city. So don't say shit.
Nigga, I'm from the city. What are you talking about?
What city? You're not from LA. You don't count. You're not from New York. You don't count. You're not from Chicago. You don't count.
Nah, bro. East Oakland.
Your voice is kind of light on here, bro.
Nah, man.
You got some sprinkles of high pocket in your voice.
Listen.
Hey, Lilla, he's from Frisco.
Hey, I could be from the city, but you know what? The women that I dealt with, you would pay to pet kiss. You
and the women that I be dealing with because I'm from California and I know how they does down there with the men.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay because there's the women that you deal with and there's the women that I have.
Yeah, listen, if you don't mind.
You can't win.
If you don't mind, I've actually seen Flex's wife. Yeah, he's actually right about that. No,
you can't win.
CT.
Go ahead.
Well, I think regardless of what they look like, you know, they're either whores or they're not, you know, no disrespect. And you have to, you know, this is a decision that you have to accept if you're going to be with them.
Savage, you about to say something? Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that you let Moses talk about Sharon like that. Like we all know his wife milked his prostate empty to where he has to come over here and bring back his relevancy on your channel.
True.
I cannot believe you would let Moses talk about Sharon.
No, shout out to him.
I'm disappointed.
Shout out to him. If he's happy, what's your problem with that?
Hold on, let me ask Mooncakes.
What did I say?
I mean?
Hold on for a second. Let me ask Mooncakes a question. Mooncakes, when was the last era of men? Does that make any sense? That question. When was the last era?
Question.
That is a good question. Last era of men.
But while you're thinking, hang tight. Samuel with the $5 super chat. You have $20 to spare. Put one in the chat if you spend it on Mooncakes spicy picks. Put two in the chat if you buy a starving African humanitarian rice. I want to get some rice too, man. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I would say my guess is probably late 70s, early 80s. Late 70s, early 80s.
And what generation would that be? That would be
close. Not even close.
So that'd be like the last of like what I would dictate as like.
So they call that. I think they call that the greatest generation.
Those are the boomers. Those are boomers.
Those were the men who fought in World War II, right? Because
those are boomers. Those would be boomers.
Those were the post-Vietnam
The war was in the 70s.
Yeah,
they were the post-Vietnam.
So you're talking about the men that are born in the 60s.
Hold on,
that's what you're talking about.
Guys, hold on. Let Mooncakes.
I think the reason I go up to that point is I guess I come off the era.
Within reason, you go to men that were born in the 60s.
Oh my goodness, not the drunk.
I'm saying like men who would have been like in their like mid. So when I talk about those eras, some men that would have been like their mid 20s and kind of up. If that makes sense. So not exactly like born in like 1980, but do you get what I mean? Like men who were already like 25 years old in those times.
She's talking about boomers. Those are boomers.
Yeah, you're talking about
the men that were in their 20s during the Vietnam War were born in the 60s. You understand that?
No, the 60s started.
Yes.
No, Vietnam started.
The war was in the 70s.
The
No,
last
it
year of
started
the
in
baby,
60,
the last
it
year of
ended
the
in
baby
74.
boomers.
Hold on.
The
Let me ask
last
you a
year,
question.
hold on, I can give you the year. The last year of the baby boomer generation was 1964. I was born in 1963. I'm a baby boomer.
Yes.
So,
Don't
Mooncakes,
you
are you saying that the last great men were the boomers, or are the boomers? Yes.
Yeah, probably. Even though
Okay.
I don't agree with everything they've done.
So
Just
on
that-
average, so how do you? So what is your scale? Like, how do you scale what a man is, or what they were?
So in my opinion, and though I say boomers weren't perfect because they definitely weren't, and still aren't, I would say a decent amount of them still believed in like the idea of, for one, hardworking, taking care of their families. I think I though I know I don't agree with all religions, I do believe a lot of them were religious men, and that can be helpful sometimes to create a nice dynamic. I like a morale, like a moral dynamic, which I think can be good in like a household. If we're talking about like the nuclear family, I think that they weren't going to complain about, like, once again, taking care of their families, having to pay for dates. They weren't trying to present themselves as women, if that makes sense. So that's why I kind of give the example of like the banter, the kind of like shit talking,
or even like certain occupations. I believe that are women's
exactly.
jobs. Yeah,
honestly. Yeah. I and you know what? It may be bad to say, maybe this is where I become a bit more conservative. And I've said this to you before, even though I'm a liberal, I have some conservative values, where I do think we do play a lot of roles in society, men and women. I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, that there is a certain dynamic. And I think that was the last generation to kind of be okay with that. But now it's like I said, these men are trying to compete with women. Like, can I give you a good example? Yes. Have you seen the new TikToks of like the clubs, right? You remember when back in the day, the early 2000s even, it used to be women who would stand like on the booths and stuff and on the bars. Now it's men doing it. Men want to be the ones who are seen at the club. I'm not even messing with you. This is a huge complaint by women on why they don't feel comfortable going to the clubs. Because now men are taking over and they're the ones standing up on the poles and on the little things that women used to stand on. And so now our generation, I'm dead serious. I've seen it in person. Now our generation is like, what the fuck? But back in the day, it was ballers. It was men that, like, you know what I mean? They want to see a bunch of pretty women in the club.
Yes. The feminization of society.
They be dancing in circles. They be dancing. The men be dancing in circles together.
Let me ask Mooncakes. What is the last?
Hold on, 66. Before we
what's
get
the last period of women?
Hold on. Mooncakes, what do you think we can do as men to get back to that? To being men. Go ahead.
To being men, if you want me to be honest,
yes.
I think for one, I think for one, I don't know if it's like a re-education. I think the idea that men have to understand, this is more modern men have to understand that, like, if you want us all to play roles in society, they want women to do certain things. Men also have to play their role in society. So if you do want women to, for example, stay home and take care of the family, you then have to be the breadwinner. You have to also take care of the family financially. And a lot of men now don't want to do that. They still want the conservative woman who's taking care of the home, but they also want her to work. And I don't think they understand that can't happen. Those two things can't happen. Because, like, no one is going to take on that much work. Who the hell would do that? A man or a woman is just not.
There are two-income households. It's more common than single-parent
so if that's the case,
household.
If you're a man and you want a two-income household, right, then you have to also start helping in the home. You can't complain about it. You can't say, well, I'm not going to do the dishes if you expect your wife to work.
Well,
if you don't want your wife to
in relations, there has to be a certain degree of cooperation, of course.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But a lot of these men don't want to do that. They want women to still work.
Okay, so then look for somebody else.
No, but she's right. She's right. The fact is that if
you're a woman as attractive as you are, I'm sure you can find a bunch of men that are willing to be with you.
That's not the point. That's not the point. There's always going to be a bunch of men for any woman, even one that looks like you, Signal. But the fact is,
that's my point.
I'm telling you, if Signal had a vagina and posted it online and said, "I want to get laid tonight," he'd have a queue of men out the door. That's how it is.
Real quick,
JP,
do you agree?
Cheers to you, man.
JP, do you agree with what she said about the last great men were in the 70s? Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, sort of. But the women work different, right? So you can't sit up behind every great man that's a great woman. So the women that we have today
That's
don't
facts.
present. They don't
That's
nurture.
true.
They don't nurture a great man, especially a woman who carries themselves like that. And the men that talking all sweet and nice and observable from any accountability do not make them great men. Don't make Black Moses or Sharon great men. They just men that's secretly horny and they want to be the next one in line, so they trying to use a different angle. That's all it is. They not so great men back then had a great woman, which entails had a great family. We no longer have that. Anytime a woman would try to manipulate the situation, they all say, well, you got an insecurity if I dress like a whore. No, that's not no insecurity. You playing mind fuck games. You manipulating the situation. Anytime a woman making excuses for the way they carry themselves is that will show you they not great women. She's not no good mother. She's not no good woman just because she is reciting AI shit and she almost talk like she in an interview, right? She using tactics. It don't even sound like her. None of her points really sounds like her. She sounds like she mimicking somebody else's story or somebody else's point of view. You don't even feel her when she speak. It's not connecting, right? It don't feel real. It feels like she recited, studied it from other places, and she just regurgitating and conveying it from somebody else from her point of view. That's all it is.
That's contradiction. That's a contradiction. He's contradicting himself, talking about her when he had a horse-faced woman get up on a table on a video I saw shaking her ass.
Shout out to him.
A horse face. How you gonna get at her and you had a horse-faced woman?
Shout out to him. So what?
Maybe she was. How you gonna try to shame her? But you can shame
I would rather have a horse-faced woman that love me than a whore that don't love me. Facts.
He's trying to present something different. She's a hoe in a church suit. That's what Mooncakes is.
You see what exactly? You see what I'm saying?
It's one thing to be a hoe, but it's another thing to be deceiving. It's one thing to be a whore, but it's another thing to be deceiving, right? And try to turn it around.
CT.
Yeah.
Here's the irony of it all right here. None of this is going to matter in a few years because most people won't even be working because of AI. I agree with almost I agree with almost 100% of what she said. But the irony is the reason why the men today aren't the men that she needs is because they're being raised by single mothers, and single mothers raise the men that they grow up to hate. They raise these boys that they grow up to hate. And so if they have a problem with this because they raised them, if they want the men from 50 years ago, they should have married the man that they had a kid with and have him around his father so he can get smacked up, thrown against the wall, told what to do, learn how to build something. But today's men, they're not like that because they're raised by their mother.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that. Okay, a relationship is a union of two people. It's not just one person, right? So given that, okay, we're discussing, okay, what are the needs of men? Okay, men are this and that, whatever. What do you think is necessary out of a woman in today's world? What do you think?
100%.
What do you think a woman is? Okay, if we're gonna argue what a man is,
what is a real woman?
What is a woman? Do you think? Do you think that women today are that exemplary woman? Like you're describing the exemplary man?
Signal, that's exactly it. They're always quick to say, "Oh, that's not a real man."
Well,
what's a real woman?
The thing is,
what is a real woman? Show me a real woman. And I will say this for the pussies out there who want to split checks, who want to have this 50-50 crap.
That's nothing wrong with that.
The day you say to your woman, "We're gonna split this check," know that you are now a cuckold. She has you by the testicles, because you are now the feminine in that relationship. If you're a man, your role is that your woman never puts her hand in her purse, and the same way you never touch a fucking pot or a pan at home. She cooks, she cleans, she makes everything, and hell, she massages you at night before you go to bed. But when she puts her hand in her purse and makes her money, that's when you lost the game.
Okay, so do you give said woman a monthly allowance for her little shopping and stuff? Do you?
When she put no. It's my money in her pocket.
No.
It's my money in her pocket. No, that's my money.
I think what we're hearing, what we're hearing is a lot of antiquated beliefs.
Can I make a
These
statement?
These are all a bunch of antiquated beliefs that are conflicting with each other. Why does everybody have an antiquated belief of relationships? Is it worth considering, just for all of you guys to think? Don't you think it's worth considering modern circumstances and the modern economy? Like this lady here, she's saying, "Oh, I would never be in a relationship in a income relationship. The man has to pay for everything."
I don't recall her saying
Do you
that.
considering the reality of the economy today, considering something adjacent to that, maybe not that verbatim, okay?
She
considering, I wasn't asking you. I wasn't speaking about you. She could speak for herself. But given those circumstances, don't you think that there's an economic difference today?
No, so he was just repeating what I said. I never said that. I actually have no problem with a 2-income household. Today, you relatively need a 2-income household. What I'm saying is that men can't expect a woman to do everything on top of working and also pay for everything. If you're a man and you want a girl to
Okay, you know what that is? That's a bum.
Yeah.
Why are you fucking with bums?
You see that? You see that?
You're right.
Now listen to exactly what you're listening to right now. Anyone that can't listen can't learn. Shut up and listen.
Yeah, what's up, Savage? Go ahead, buddy.
So this is the issue. All right. So any study that you shows that men do far domestic
kind of breaking
labor
up
than any man.
Yeah, your internet is jacked up too, bro.
Kind of breaking up, man.
Do you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, try it now.
All right. So there are multiple studies that show that men of today do far more domestic duties than men 50 years ago did, for one. For two, statistics show that men out-earn women and pay the majority of the bills in most households. So this idea that men aren't doing any domestic labor and are not wanting to pay bills is just not accurate to reality.
So then
Did the woman say that? Did the woman say that? I hear a lot of things that are being said that this woman, it ain't me trying to be Captain Doggone defend the woman. She never said these things. My hearing is, I'm old as hell, but my hearing works fine.
Go ahead, Mooncakes.
No, I know he's actually right. I barely even say these things. But in reality, what I would also pose, given that information, is that for one, of course, men today, the numbers will be higher for them doing domestic work, because it wouldn't have been that high in the 50s or 60s, even the 70s, because women weren't in the employment field as much as they are today. And I think men understand even today that they probably more men are living on their own, so they're doing their own domestic duties. I would pose to you the male loneliness epidemic. Obviously, they're struggling there. So it's not to say that like some of these men aren't contributing to the home, but I'm saying that there is an expectation on women to contribute and to do a lot of the housework. I'm not saying men don't do any housework, but at the end of the day, women are usually doing a majority of the housework.
What's wrong with that? Men are doing the majority of overtime.
Okay, so the loneliness epidemic is
also the loneliness epidemic is broad.
Argument. One. Two,
it's broad. It's not just men. Number one, all these girls that are being whores and fucking a bunch of guys, they're still lonely.
Let Savage finish real quick.
Shut this beaner up.
Let Savage finish.
Yeah, damn.
See, but if I say the N-word, then it's a problem, right?
No, you
see what I mean?
Shut up.
See what I mean? See what I mean?
Signal is a white guy. Savage is a white dude.
I'm not a white person. Excuse me, no.
Savage.
No, I'm not a white person.
Savage is a white dude.
But yeah, give respect. You get respect, motherfucker.
No, call him the N-word. In the motherfucker. Call him the N-word. Hey, 66, call him the N-word. Call him the N-word.
I say whatever the fuck I want. I just don't want to get kicked out. This is on YouTube. I understand the rules.
Thank you.
Look, guys. I'm not even saying.
Cheers.
Right
Shout out to you, anyways.
All right, Signal. Give me a sec. The thing is, I'm not even judging on whether it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is, if you're a man who wants a traditional woman, then you've got to realize that comes with compromises and oh man, what was the other word? Anyway, it comes with certain level of compromises, certain level of responsibility. You behave like a traditional man, and your woman would behave like a traditional woman. If you're the kind of pussy who wants to split the bills and she's got to get a job and you got to get a job because you have to have a 2-income household, then you're not going to get a traditional woman. That is not a traditional household, and you're not going to get a traditional woman out of that. So that's how it is. There's trade-offs and compromises. If you want to trade off your traditional lifestyle because you can't be asked to get a decent job to pay for the whole household, then accept the fact that you're going to be a bit of a pussy in that house. You're going to take the feminine role from time to time. You're going to have to put on that apron. You're going to have to vacuum. You're going to have to dust. You're going to have to clean the pots and pans. That's it.
Hey, Mooncakes. I want you to sit up there and look good with your Jigglypuff and Pokemon, watch anime, and look good when I come home, and I got everything else. That's all I want you to do. That's it.
The main issue is if you want.
All I want you to do is make sure you shower, you work out, and put up and keep those outfits on. So when I get home, I have more motivation to get out and keep it 100 for you. But all I want you to do is what you're doing right there, and I got everything else.
Black Moses, can I ask you, Black Moses? What happens when she becomes old and wrinkled and saggy?
Then you trade her in.
And she gets
for a new amount.
Right, exactly. That's my point. That's not okay.
But
that's not okay.
I can enjoy it while it's there, and I got it 100. Then I can replace.
Right, exactly. It's good for you. It's not good for her. That's what I was saying before. The entire point of a relationship is to have this mutual benefit for each other. There has to be a mutual understanding and an agreement.
And then she gets replaced. That's how it goes. But then at that time,
right, well, great. That's great for you, buddy. My point is relationships are about both parties. It's not just about the man.
Long as I'm doing 100.
Shout out to you.
Make sure that I'm straight, that I'm pleased, because that's what women are. Women are to be your pleasure. And if she's getting up and going
well, that explains a lot.
If she's getting up and going to work and she doesn't like her job, but she has to get up and go to work, then your relationship is in jeopardy, homie. Your relationship is in jeopardy every day that she has to get up and go to work. Because if she's at work around lunchtime, she's rubbing some dude at the job off.
Yes. You know, that work husband that she talks about all the time. Oh, Billy, he's so nice.
Well, that's how it is. So you got to step your game up.
Billy helped me with the foot.
You got to step your game up.
Today.
You got to be that nigga.
Billy helped
you gotta
me to
step your game up.
Word document today. He was
just how it is.
IT man.
And if she's not real, she's not real.
Yeah, because Billy is fucking. That's what Billy is doing. Billy's
if your girl is the type of girl to be doing that, shout out to her. That's something you have to deal with.
Hey,
there are girls that do that, and there are girls that don't do that. This is a choice you have to make and decide and live with.
So so that's a problem. So you got to be 100.
That's not her problem. That's your problem. You are choosing that problem.
It's not my problem because I said
you choose who you're with.
Moses, let me level with you though. Let me level with you.
You're supposed to as a man. You're supposed to.
Moses, isn't it true that
so then don't complain about it.
Hold on, Signal. Isn't it true that men have two dating strategies? You date the women you want to wife up and have for children. So you got your mother of your children, and then you got Mooncake, which is clearly a side chick. I mean, let's be honest. You're never gonna elevate Mooncake beyond the side chick.
There's a too much nuance in life to just say that. I wouldn't say that's a fair assessment.
Y'all sure make it hard. Y'all sure get hard on yourself. I mean, really.
It keeps kicking me
hard on yourself.
Eli, no, sorry, L 5261. I'm not even trying. Come on, buddy.
You know what's totally hilarious?
Shout out to you, L. Shout out to you, L. This one's for you, man. Cheers to you.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about right there. The last time I seen somebody drinking that, do you know that's a 1 liter bottle? Do you know that is $12?
This ain't a 1 liter, motherfucker. This is a half gallon. This ain't 1 liter. You ain't gonna tell me. You're not gonna tell me, bro.
A 1 liter bottle. Shut up, you alcoholic bastard.
Are you blind? Let me see here, right?
Hey, that looked like a construction jacket he had on his over his
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Mooncakes. You got the. I'll bring them back in a minute.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead with like what the hell's going on?
No, you were stirring the pot because of your discourse about men.
Oh yes, that's true.
Go ahead.
That's true.
Go ahead.
Man. Okay, where do I start? I think I'm just, and you know what? Maybe it's a social media aspect, but you know what I think it is too? I think this goes deeper. I think this is the fault of podcasters as well, the downfall of men. And that's what I call it, is really the downfall of men. I think that a lot of these men don't really have great role models at home. And so they get on social media and they say to themselves, who can I watch? Right? And they watch some of these people. And I'll give an example, sorry, I said example twice. I'll give an example about like Myron Gaines. This is someone I take a lot of issue with.
Okay.
Who I think is really, really bad for the male community, especially the young male community, where he'll talk about being religious and being conservative, but then promotes men having sex with 50 women. And I'm like, no. If a man wants a traditional woman, and I say this all the time, I actually don't like men with high body counts. I actually really don't like it. And I think it speaks to a character issue. If you want somebody with a low body count, or this is your expectation to date someone who's almost a virgin or is a virgin, you as well should not have a high body count or be sleeping around. And I think young men today specifically think that to be a man, you have to sleep with everything under the sun. And at that point, it's like you don't have any self-control, right? It makes them look bad. They're copying these guys by being fucking drop shippers, and I said this before, instead of going to school, instead of doing more with their lives. And like I said, and I'll always repeat it, the idea that they need to compete with women, and that's why I gave the club as an example, where they're staying on the club, trying to get noticed. I don't know if you saw in Atlanta, Metro was trying to do a show, and he was telling all these men to get off the stage, and he's like, why are you guys on stage? And he eventually left because the men wouldn't get off stage. And like, I've never seen that before. And this is what I mean by they want to be the prize now. Men are looking to be the prize. They no longer want to try and attract a woman or attract a certain woman. They think that they're the prize.
That's so that a now, W.
No, it's not a W, because if you don't want masculine women, why do you think you're the prize? Why do you want more women to take on these masculine traits?
Hold on for a second. Jay Prince, do you believe that you are the prize?
He's on
while he's thinking, I'm gonna answer for him. Okay, you're talking about the prize. Okay, let me rephrase the word "the prize." Can we say you have a confidence in yourself, self-worth?
No,
I mean, I don't know how much it would cost, but it would be difficult.
To deport this beaner off of this panel, CT?
I'm not going to do this.
How much to deport you back to fucking Scotland, wherever the fuck you came from?
Ah, come on.
It's Ireland,
how much would that?
Fucker.
Ah, come on. Come on. What the fuck? How much to deport you back to Senegal? Looking ass motherfucker.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jay Prince.
Go on, Jay Prince.
So,
that cheap vodka working.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you, though. Cheers.
Working.
It hit different. Facts.
I think that the man and the woman will be a prize, especially they found each other, right? So when you actually find it, you think you got something, especially if y'all decide to stay locked in with each other. So I'm a prize to her, she's a prize to me. I'm not gonna make pretend like I don't feel good that I. Clearly, if I got her, that means I went after her, and then if I decide to keep her, she meant something to me, and vice versa. She decided to stay. So I think them prize words and all the other type of stuff, it just brings arguments. I think life in general is a prize, and everything that's in it, the good and the bad. But that's something deeper. But
this guy gets it.
Right. So no, can I just look? Let me just address what Moon Pie said. Mooncake said in regards to she doesn't like Myron Gaines because he encourages men to sleep with a lot of different women. You see, this is the feminist mindset. They think that everything should be equal. That high body counts for men is the same as high body counts for women. It isn't. The fact of the matter is, women like confident men. Men like chaste women. They don't like a whore that has had 100 men, but women like a confident man. The only way to get confidence, it is to do something repeatedly, most of the time fail, in order to experience what it is like to do this thing the best way. And the only way to do this thing the best way is to repeatedly do it. That's why men and women are not the same. This is the problem of feminism. They've taught women, especially these modern women, that men and women are the same. No, we can be equal under the law, but we are not the same. And the same rules don't apply. If you have 100 men, you are a slut. If I have 100 women, I am a stud. You may not like this concept, but that is the way of the world. That is because women prefer a man who is experienced, because experience brings confidence. You can't have confidence without experience. And a virgin man knows nothing about sex.
So can I respond to that?
Where did she go?
I don't know what happened. I was just looking because.
Oh, should I jump up and down and go, I owned you, I won, I owned you.
Mooncakes, you keep dropping off. What's up, Mooncakes?
I know, sorry, I don't know why it's doing this today. I've been doing this for a couple days and I don't know why it's on my PC.
So it's not just today, since it's been a couple of days.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to fix it, and it's not even an internet issue. It's not even an internet issue. It's just like I don't know what the fuck's happening. I'll try to fix my PC after. No, I was gonna respond. You guys can hear me. Is that so this idea that men need to sleep around and like listen to this with 50 women. Those 50 women you expect to be virgins. So if all these men are sleeping with all these different
what makes you say that?
How are these women supposed
What makes you say that? Wait, hold on. You're starting your statement immediately. All men are expecting to fuck only virgins? Excuse me?
Virgins or virgin light. So I don't know, 2 to 3 bodies, for example.
No, listen. Here's the thing. Let me put it like this. Let me explain this to you. You are thinking, and men do the same thing. Here's the thing.
He's not gonna stop.
Dude, shut up. The only thing you're saying is complaining about me, dude. Shut the fuck up already, all right?
You're drunk and over talking every other person.
Shut the fuck up. You're over talking me right now. Shut up.
It's that cheap vodka.
Mooncakes. The entire thing that I'm saying is you need to consider the other party. It's very simple to consider your own perspective, but consider the other person's perspective, okay? Realistically, you think a guy is walking around thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck only virgins"? Realistically.
Did you hear my response to Huffbat? Like, did you hear what he said and what I'm responding to?
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead.
That's why I paused. Thank you.
He can't. That's an alcohol. He can't.
Just this idea that like these men need to sleep with all these women. But then I wonder, how do these women stay true? How do they stay with a low body count if these men are supposed to fuck all these women? So if all these men are fuck all these women have to fuck
all you have to be is not be a whore.
One second. So my issue is, if you want that, it's going to end up being equal because people are sleeping with each other. So this idea that, oh, well, men can just sleep with everybody, but then who the fuck are they sleeping with? So like, what's frustrating me is that they don't want any rules for men, and this is really frustrating when it comes.
There's an economics to it.
Men are not supposed to just sleep around. They're supposed to also be moral. They're not supposed to just sleep with everyone that they can. You talk about experience, but men don't need to have 50 bodies to have experience. They don't need to do that. They don't need to break up families or produce a lot of children to have these experiences.
Moon. I can. No, hold on, JP.
The difference is that experience is something that is attractive in men. That is the distinction. And I forget who said it earlier, but somebody said it earlier. For example, right? The most attractive men are the men that are older, that are in their 40s, whatever, right? That have experience. Those are the most attractive men generally.
It's not the age, it's the confidence level.
It's the experience. It's the having been there, done that, and having the chutzpah behind it. That's what's attractive. So again, that is the mechanic why. That is the reason why. That is the understanding and logic behind that. So it's not a bad thing.
Hold on, Moon. You are conflating the fact that men like chaste women, women who don't have many body counts. I can sleep with 50 women. They would still all have a body count of 1 if they were virgins, the 50 of them, and I would still have a body count of 50 and the experience of 50. Those women individually don't have to sleep with 50 men because I slept with 50 women.
But what about so if all the men are sleeping with these men?
Mooncake, the problem that you having, y'all feminists is trying to check men. And y'all keep trying to make it, since y'all feel like since y'all got rules, y'all trying to place rules on men. It's not going to work. First off,
y'all be eating hot dogs with 2 friends.
Let me get him out of here.
First off,
now, CT.
Wait, Leonard.
Okay, nobody count. Just say no.
What the fuck y'all doing? So
hold on for a second. Go ahead, JP.
So, Mooncakes, y'all feminists, you can't be equal in a world that you did not build or create. So try to place us to your level. It's never going to work because you don't build this world, you don't create it.
You wouldn't be without women. Hold
on. This is a man's house and we makes the rules. So if we have lived in hold on. If we live in a female world, y'all makes the rules and y'all gets to break the rules. But since we don't live in that world, right? We live in more of a man's world where men makes the rules. Men are the strongest, men are the creators, primarily. We makes the final decisions. So trying to check men with feminism and all this other type of stuff, trying to put us in our place, it's never going to work. You might as well throw that in the way. None of this shit that you be saying, no man gonna listen. Talking about men's is insecure because how his woman is dressed and all this other stupid ass shit. No man gonna do that retarded ass shit.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Go ahead.
A great example of what I think women need to do nowadays is South Korea. I don't know if you guys have seen this. They have a depleting, absolutely destroyed their what's it called? Their reproducing rate. Basically, they're not reproducing at all, and it's because of 4th stage feminism, where they basically said, I'm not going to have any more children. It's not just because of work issues. It's because of the male issue. And let me make something very clear. If women decide today, which they're already doing in South Korea and other countries, I'm going to stop having children, these societies are absolutely fucked. Unless you start importing people en masse from other countries, which a lot of you don't want, a lot of immigration. So I think you would take issue with that. But I think that women need to move to a point that if that's the case, which men are able to control us because, they happen to be stronger. And so they will wipe out populations. Women should just stop having children altogether. But once that happens, I'm kind of curious about where the conversation will go.
Mooncakes, why do you believe?
Go
ahead.
GT, come on, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Savage. Go ahead. Savage. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Mooncakes, you're making a lot of straw man arguments, and then you're attacking an argument that isn't being made. Earlier, you said that these men want women to do all the housework and work. The statistics I showed you states that that's not true. You said that Myron Gaines says that he's religious. He's not. He not says anything about being religious or being religious is what you should do and sleep with 50 women. Like, you're making arguments that
has
aren't.
said that. He has said that.
He has said the 50 women's part, but he never ever said anything about being religious. You're making straw mans to bolster your argument.
He identifies as a Muslim.
No, he's a non-practicing Muslim. He does not identify as a Muslim.
He does not.
It says he identifies. Myron Gaines?
Myron does not identify as a Muslim. He's just from a Muslim family.
He's from a Muslim family. He also owns a dog, which is haram as a Muslim. So he's not a practicing Muslim.
Yeah. This is why he had an issue with Sneeko, where they were discussing Islam, and Sneeko is much more religious than Myron now.
You can disagree with the 50 women thing, but to tack on a position that he does not hold to try to show that his point of view is not making sense it's not contextually right. It's disingenuous, and you're attacking a straw man.
To my knowledge, at the time, the information I had, I unless I'm just actively lying, which I'm not doing on purpose, Myron Gaines is religious or has religious ties. Now, if you're saying this, and I don't mind fact checking myself or looking at
having religious ties and being religious is two different things, man. If you live in America, you have religious ties. If you live in Pakistan, you have religious ties.
If you hear what I'm saying, I literally just said to you, I don't mind fact checking myself, which is why I'm going online to see, has he said anything about not being religious? But from my knowledge, from
he's literally said he's a non-practicing Muslim 1,000 times.
Videos I've seen, he's talked about religion and a high body count and why it's okay. This is not just coming out of nowhere.
Ma'am.
Now, he did say, hold on, I'm adding to you now. Dude. He did say he is a non-practicing Muslim. Now, my question was, is he a Sunni or a Shia Muslim? Because there are two different sects.
No, he'll be Sunni. He's Sudanese, so he'll be a Sunni Muslim.
No. Sudanese has nothing to do with Sunni. Come on now, stop it.
What do you mean? No, he's from Sudan. He will most likely be Sunni.
Okay, he's from Sudan. That's the name. Stop it.
That's what I said. Sudanese. Okay. So he will most likely be Sunni. I'm not saying he is, but he is most likely.
Excuse me. What are the Muslims in Afghanistan?
Some are Sunni, some are Shia. Depends.
No. See, there you go. Now you're giving a straw, whatever the hell the shit you're talking about. Yes, you are. Stop it.
No, sir.
Just stop.
You know the demographics of that region.
I was asking a woman a question. Quit while you're ahead, okay? Please.
What do you mean quit? You are factually wrong, sir. I know the demographic of the Muslim world. Okay. The majority of Shiites, Shiites reside in Iran, southern Iraq, and some of them are in Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Okay, when you're done, I'll speak. Go ahead.
I mean, Leonard, with all due respect, he is.
Well, okay. CT.
Look, I'll get you a map. I'll get you a map of the spread of Muslims around the world.
BD says, can't believe I'm doing this, but 5 minutes for Savage. Why? You can barely even get a word out. Hey, tight Savage. Go ahead, man.
Okay, because I think I have to take a Shiite Sunni. My stomach is bothering me.
He's taking the shit.
I have to think about that.
You notice that's why that Mooncakes is having an issue, because she can't accept the fact that she lives in a man's house. This world is a man's house, and she trying to neutralize us to be in a woman's position. And unfortunately, baby girl, is that we not in the same position. We carry dick. Dick run the world. I know y'all got these pictures. Who's the world girls? That's just imagination. Who runs the girl? That's just imagination. And now, if we lived in a female world, where the women runs the show, then you won't be having this argument because would make. But no, I don't think no man would want to join that world where women are leading the world.
But
so,
having the children, I'll give you a great example of South Korea where they're having children, where those women aren't having children. They're literally going to extinct themselves because women are choosing not to have kids.
Okay.
There won't be any more men.
No more women.
Look, young lady.
It ain't gonna be no more women.
JP, can I elaborate? JP, can I elaborate? I've been briefed.
Now,
young lady. Oh my goodness.
They stop women from deleting babies. They stop women from deleting babies. So y'all tried it and they put a stop to it.
No.
Okay.
By the way,
the women, young lady. The reason the South Koreans.
Hang tight for me, guys. Savage just paid $20 for just him and Mooncakes alone. Here you go. I bring everybody back in.
Oh, hi.
Okay, so what is your issue with Myron telling men to sleep with at least 50 women?
So just to start, sorry, before I answer that, I'm not trying to thing, but like I'm looking on Twitter as well, and Myron does speak about God, that he does believe in a God. Can we at least say that is true?
I already told you he's a non-practicing Muslim.
Okay, so even with that, he believes in God. Like I'm just trying to make sure that we are agreeing.
Him believing
on,
in God. Him believing in God does not mean anything about what you said. He's not.
What I'm saying is that, do you think he follows any religion, or he just solely believes in God?
He does not follow religion. He openly states that he's a non-practicing Muslim.
So, can I ask you a question? Do you think that he thinks Christianity is good or bad?
He says that he likes Christianity for the structure it gave to America, but he would be, if he was religious, he would be a Muslim.
So, no, he doesn't. I guess what you said is that like he doesn't have to be. Like if he wanted to be a Christian, he could be a Christian.
Yes, and he's not. And he's also not a practicing Muslim. Like there's no way you're not going to square this by trying to get what ifs. So, he's not a Muslim.
No. The reason I'm saying this, okay, take the Muslim out of it. Sure, he's not a Muslim. Only his parents, his family are Muslims, okay? Even if we take that out of it, I've watched videos before where Myron has referenced the Bible. He has referenced religion and has talked about how religion is good for the household. Now, on top of religion, he promotes the idea of men having all these sexual partners. Now, if we're talking about someone who promotes religion, most religions or most religious people who believe in God or Christianity or whatever it might be or have a love for it, wouldn't promote that to young men. And the reason why is because it's like anything. It's like drugs, for example. If you have too much of anything, it is not good for you. It doesn't matter if it's sex or not. Sex is still something that you can become addicted to. If anything, he's promoting addiction to young men. When you promote high levels of sex, you promote the porn industry. Now, if we're being honest, I think the porn industry.
He's against porn industry, man. You're trying to dilute the argument. You're trying to dilute the argument. Yes.
I'm not trying to dilute the argument.
What is the purpose of his channel? No, I don't agree. What's the purpose of his channel?
What he says is to like the betterment of like young men and teach them skills and about life and morals and stuff. That's at least the information.
He never said morals. Morals is not ever part of that.
Yes, he has. He has talked about that before.
He's never said that his platform is for morals. He's never said that.
He has talked about morality and morals and what is good for society. When someone says that includes morals.
Again,
I don't want to have a semantics argument.
No, you're having a semantics argument. Having morals in society has nothing to do with why he created his platform. Him talking about something has nothing to do with his political ideology. Women talk about God on his channel all the time, and he refers to religion based on the argument that they are talking about. You can't then say, because this broad brought up God for her OnlyFans, that somehow that means when he's talking about men to men, that also includes his philosophy of a religion.
Okay, to be clear, what I am trying to point at is that I believe he promotes what's the word I want to use? Degeneracy to young men specifically, and that's why I brought up the sex thing, the 50 body count. Because of that reason, when someone has lots of sex, they can become obsessed with sex. It becomes
that
addiction.
Is true.
That's why
that
I
is
compared
100%
it to
true.
porn.
That's why women are addicted to drugs and addicted to dick. You're right. I agree.
Sure. That's why what I'm saying is that when they start to have high levels of sexual activity, it pushes them into things like porn. That's easy. That's not like a difficult.
Your argument is mute, though.
How is it mute?
So, Myron Gaines is talking to men on how to deal with women in the modern era. Okay? So, the women are already doing these things. These are the women that these men are encountering. So, him telling the men how to operate in the new sexual market or the new world that we live in, you're trying to take a moral position to what he's saying, but you're not taking a moral position about the free love and the lack of shame for sex for women, which is what's brought the market to where it's at. So he's teaching men how to deal with what is going on in the market. You're trying to take something that is and say why he's bad when the problem is already what is.
So what I'm trying to explain is, if a woman today got online and told women have sex with all these different men, I would still say that's not a good idea. Oh, and I would still disagree with it. I don't know if you were here for the other panel. I literally give a great example of someone like Sexy Red, who I think is bad for the community. That I don't think we should promote what I would consider degeneracy. We should be careful, because when you promote things like this, it turns into addiction. Things can tumble into a situation that's even worse.
Since the 60s.
But what I'm talking about, the feminist movement wasn't just have sex with as many.
That's been the feminist movement, though, for 60 years, though.
No, it's not just have sex with as many people as you can. It was that it's okay.
Again, it's still having sex with random people or multiple partners is still a feminist talking point since the 60s. It is still degeneracy.
The idea was to be more
regardless of what the idea is. Regardless, they pushed having sex with multiple people. This is where we are. Regardless if it's some fairy tale that you're going to try to justify, the fact of the matter is they made the same argument for women since the 60s, and now Myron Gaines is telling men how to deal with those women, and you're saying he's a bad man.
So just to be clear, even if I say, yeah, you're right, you think it's a good idea for Myron now to say to young men, you should have sex with 50 women, even though you admit it is degeneracy either way, you think that's a good thing for young men?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know.
Is OnlyFans good for young women?
Probably not.
Okay. Is being whores good for young women?
When you say whores, I don't exactly know what you mean when you say that, but sure, probably not.
Okay, so then why is the culture push women being whores?
When you say push into being whores, I'm sorry, I don't exactly know what you mean, but if we're being honest, can I say one thing? Men have also pushed women into doing things like OnlyFans.
Again,
being honest,
you can answer my question. If there
wasn't, but I'm saying, if there wasn't a demand, if there wasn't a market for women to be porn stars,
it doesn't matter.
Or promote porn,
it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No,
it does.
See, again, it would matter if the reason you're saying Myron is a bad guy is because he's talking about a market and he's telling the men to act. You say he's a bad man. But when it comes to the women, you're saying, well, it's because of the market and it's because of other people. They're not bad people.
I still said it's not good.
So either it's okay for Myron to do it and the OnlyFans models, or it's not good for either of them to do it.
I'm not listening to anything that I've been saying.
No, I am listening. You're trying to make a moral. No, you're using a moral ruling to say he's a bad man, but then saying it's not good for OnlyFans.
And
then you tried to say that the market is the reason these women are doing bad. That's what you said.
Do you believe that there can be multiple reasons as to why something happens?
There can be, but that wasn't your argument.
No, but that
wasn't your argument.
That should be what. No, that should already be. I'm sorry.
Part of an argument is something that you say in an argument. It's not what you leave out of the argument and try to include later.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but if I don't want to have to explain in detail every single thing I am trying to get across, I assume that when I say certain things, there's an understanding of also what I'm trying to get across. I've already said to you that
only women think that other people read their mind.
That promoting OnlyFans to young girls is probably not a good idea. That's period, stop right there. It's probably not a good idea. What I said as well is men having extremely high amounts of sexual partners is probably not a good idea. What I'm also saying is men having this.
You said that Myron was a bad man for teaching men to be degenerates. So you made an assertive. You made a assertive declaration, but when it came to the women, you were not as assertive with your declaration about the OnlyFans models. Like you keep trying to make a moral equivalent, but give women the out.
Do you want me to use question? Do you want me to give you a specific example of an OnlyFans model who right now is telling young girls to get involved? Because I could probably name a few right now, and I take heavy issue with that. I would call them a bad person. The same way I think Myron is a bad person for promoting degeneracy. However, the reason I'm saying it's different than a girl who just does sex work is as long as she's not sitting here saying, hey, you know what, you freshly 18-year-olds, come join this. Then I would take issue. If she's just doing sex work, that is one thing. I don't have an issue with sex work overall. If it's limited, I think we have to be very careful with how far we take it. I think we have to be very careful.
So sex work's not degeneracy.
Sex work is not degeneracy. It can be a form of degeneracy, but I think sex work has been around for so long and it's so difficult to get rid of.
Murder's been around for a long time. Does that necessarily mean it's good?
I mean, we have self-defense.
Murder is not self-defense. Self-defense is not murder.
Yes, it can be actually. No, self-defense. If you say you're still murdering somebody. Doesn't matter. You can try and switch the words as you want.
Murder has a definition. Like again, I know you leftists don't understand
is just
what
taking
words
someone's
mean.
life. Self-defense is still taking
someone's life and murder are not the same thing.
Taking someone's life and murder is the same thing. What do you mean? Why are we trying to make this different?
Murder is taking the life of somebody unjustly. Self-defense is killing somebody justly. They are two different things.
We can throw the words around. Sure, we can throw the words around if you like. To me, it's still murder. To me, it's still murder.
Okay.
You can take the legal definition. To me, it's still murder.
And to you, it doesn't matter because it's the law. Like when we make our own definitions to things, then there's nothing to go to a common source from. If you're going to change what words mean based on what you think, then we really can't have a conversation.
My big thing with sex work is that if there's two consenting adults and someone pays for sex, and as long as it's consensual, then no, I don't inherently take an issue with it. If it's en masse and we have all these people doing sex work, then of course I take an issue with it. If we push into society and say everyone should be doing sex work, then yeah, of course I take an issue with it.
Okay, so then do you think that drugs should be legal?
Probably. Yes.
So how is it that you're for not doing...
But there's a reason I think drugs should be legal.
Again, how is
drugs should only be legal for drug users. So you shouldn't be allowed to sell drugs. No, you shouldn't be allowed to sell drugs.
That's retarded.
No. They did a study actually in Vancouver where they found that instead of criminalizing people, especially drug addicts, for doing drugs, right? Because it doesn't do anything. You send them to prison, they're still going to go out and do drugs, right? They're not selling them. Drug dealers should be persecuted. They found that the rates of OD went down. They found that because they were testing drugs, they were allowed to go and test their drugs, it's going down. These people are sick. It's a sickness. So drugs become very complicated. To me, it's a sickness. The government says it's a sickness. So I don't know. Unless you disagree with the government's definition.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So when I disagreed earlier, but that was a problem. But okay, go ahead.
It's not a sickness, though.
It is a sickness.
Okay, so how can you be sick of something that you
alcoholism? Do you think alcoholism is a sickness?
How can you be sick of something that you never do?
Sick of something that you never do. Is this like a
riddle? Yeah. So if you've never drank alcohol, how can you become an alcoholic?
Do you believe that that alcoholism is literally defined as a disease?
Yeah,
because it can also be genetic.
Alcohol, right? If you don't drink alcohol, correct? If you don't drink it, you can't get addicted to it, correct?
If you're like one of the great people who don't ever drink alcohol,
you understand if you don't do something, then you don't have to be addicted to it, correct?
Then possibly it might not turn into alcoholism. You might not get the disease. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, if you never drink alcohol, right?
No.
In order to be an alcoholic, you would have to drink alcohol, correct?
It's also a genetic issue. That's why it's classified as a disease. Yes, alcoholism is a genetic issue.
Okay. Can you prove that?
Like, do you want me to bring up like a Google study?
Yeah, can you show the genetic marker for alcoholism in the DNA code?
I'm not good on my like DNA stuff, but I can like Google quickly about this if you'd like me to do that.
Well, no, I would like you to prove it.
Yes, alcoholism or alcohol use disorder has a significant genetic component. It's not a single gene disorder. Genetics account for 50% to 60% of the risk. Meaning genes can increase vulnerability, but won't always guarantee that they get it. Multiple genes involved. So there are many genes contributing to affecting the thing. AUD. I don't know. This goes into like incredible detail.
Yeah. So
like, what is it that you're looking for?
Yeah. So they actually don't really know. They're taking a guess, actually.
What do you mean?
Because when you look at the genes say they have a higher likelihood, but it doesn't show if your parents are alcoholics, you'll be an alcoholic. There is no direct line that proves that. So
no, there is. That's why those things when you go to the hospital.
What you just read says that you have a higher risk, is what it says. It does not say that you will be. This legitimately is not. It's not some disorder that if your mom has it, you have it too.
But if your risk is increased by 60% because of your genetic makeup, that is extremely significant. You can't just dismiss that and say, well, you can't dismiss that. If you're 60% higher to be addicted to alcohol, no, you can't.
Yes, you can.
What do you mean?
There are literally entire families that's dad was an alcoholic and none of the kids or their kids were ever alcoholics. But
they still have a higher rate to be alcoholics.
Yes, but there's no 1-to-1 ratio that shows that there's a genetic link to it. There isn't.
Yes, because I just pulled up for you where it says it is a gene issue. It is
having a likelihood of something being probable does not mean it's correlative. Does
50
not mean
to 60% higher risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
I don't know what it is you're trying to argue. The fact that it is a disease and these things can be diseases.
They can be. Yes, they can be. But if you don't do it, you don't have the issue. Correct?
If you don't do it, you don't have the issue.
Correct.
Possibly.
If you have a 60% chance of being an alcoholic and you never drink alcohol, are you going to be an alcoholic? But do you want to know a
fun fact? Maybe if you never drink alcohol, no, you probably won't be an alcoholic.
Weird.
But fun fact
Weird
for you,
how that works.
These same people also have a higher level of addiction issues. So even if it's not alcohol, you do know it can be something else. If they get pain pills at the doctor, if they take a benzo, for example, I don't know, if they get addicted to anything.
Yeah.
So at this point, it still puts them at a higher risk.
Yeah. So people with parents that have alcohol issues shouldn't have sex or do anything because everything could be addictive. They could be addicted to video games or shopping. So if we just cut all that out, then we don't have to worry about it, right?
Apparently. How does this relate back to Myron Gaines?
Because Myron Gaines is telling people about a market. He's telling people how to operate with men. As a man with a woman. Most men aren't having sex. Most men aren't sleeping with a lot of women. A third of all men from the age of 18 to 30 are virgins or haven't had sex in a year. So The issue that you're having with him telling men to get experience with women is because women have far more experience than the average man. You're getting mad at him telling young men the reality of what the dating market is and not the dating market that you're mad at.
The average woman is not having sex with 50 men. Or
The
like
average
even,
woman
even
the average woman is having sex more than the average man is.
How is what the average man is? What's the rate difference on this?
80-20. It's 80-20. 80% of the women are having sex with 20% of the men.
30% of men have not had sex in the last year. Listen, 18 to 30 men have not had sex in the last year or are virgins compared to women who are virgins at 4%. 4% of women are virgins. 4%. So
what age group?
There's
what
a
age
vast.
Group are we it's in reference to
the same age group. 18 to 30.
No, like what? You said 18 to 30. Sorry.
18 to 30. A third of the men have not had sex or had sex in the last year. Women are blowing them out of the water. Like, unfortunately, the market is not what you think it should be. It is what it is. He's telling men how to.
So if young men, should I believe this? Actually, no, I do believe this. Are struggling to get sex. You're saying they're not having sex. What good does it do still promoting young men to sleep with 50 women?
So the whole reason that he tells men to do this is because it gives men the experience so women cannot run games on men. That's the point
even having sex. So how are they going to get 50 women?
Well, the whole point of his channel is for men to build their wealth up and to fix the things that are making them not get sex.
But then you'd still argue that these 18 to 30-year-olds are still not getting sex, even if they build themselves up. And let's be honest, by the time you're 30, relatively, you're usually decently established. Maybe not perfectly, right? But you're usually decently established.
That's not true, though.
What do you mean?
Men don't get established until close to 40.
Men
40
don't even
55.
start to. Yeah, men don't even start to hit the peak of their income until 35.
That's why I said decently established. I'm not at their peak. I'm saying like they're
no. Listen, men do not start to actually start their upward climb in income until they hit 35. Men hit the peak of their income at 55.
55. Yep.
So unfortunately, the things that women want in men don't get till they're 35. So the average dude between 18 to 35 is not what women want. So he's not talking about 20-year-olds going and banging 50 women. He's telling the men to do investments, to work 2 jobs, to not date women.
Ain't tight. Ryan with the $10 super chat. Smash that goddamn button. Thank you so much, man. Go ahead, guys.
He's telling these men to sacrifice and to work 2 jobs and invest and do things to build up the status and improve themselves when they are 35, that they are able to get the women that they want.
Are these 35-year-olds then they're getting the 50 bodies? Like they're getting the 50 body sex?
I think that man's supposed to have a lot of body counts.
So
I'm sorry. I'm just confused. So like who's having this? Who's getting the 50 bodies?
I think majority of the time they start fucking.
So
same amount
that women is getting the 50 bodies.
The 50 bodies. The
JP is the 50 bodies.
The 50 bodies is
it's just
so what?
I don't have real bodies.
You're taking the context of what he says out of context and then trying to extrapolate across other arguments.
I just think it's a stupid thing to say. What's 50 bodies going to do?
You are not a man.
He is saying
you are not a man. Stop trying to feminize us.
He is saying when it comes
you trying to emasculate men to be women. You look at the world from a feminine point of view. You'll never see it from a masculine.
Let's have it just finish real quick.
So he is saying that if a man wants to take a woman seriously, there's a checklist of things that he should have. And he is saying that checklist should be he should have 50 bodies under his belt so that he can.
Drop back on my mic.
Muted, Savage.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I got a call. So he's saying that men need to have 50 if they're going to take a woman seriously and do the whole settling down thing and not they need to have 50 bodies, they need to have a career, they have to have their finances in order, they need to meet this checklist before they do said thing. He also says that not every man is going to be this type of guy. Like, he's not telling every person, every 18-year-old that works at McDonald's to bang 50 women. That's not in any what the context of what he's saying is.
So, just to be clear, I don't disagree. If he says to young men, hey, guys, you know what? You should work out. You should eat healthy, right? You should try and work a job and save money and, like, save up to buy a home. I don't think that that's bad advice. That's good advice that I would give to anybody, literally man or woman. What I'm saying is that I think he says certain things sometimes that I think does more harm to the male community. And that's why I kept using the 50 body example. Now, if I'm being completely honest, I don't think a man needs... of course not. But I don't think a man needs...
Okay, so you can't tell us what's harmful for us because you're not us.
But, okay, but you guys are literally... Okay, men, I forget what the age group is, but it is young men, are the highest consumers of porn. And you even said earlier that you don't think porn is good for society, right? So if you don't think porn is good for society and young men are the highest consumers of porn, something needs to be done. It is not good for them. You literally said it's degeneracy.
You're right.
So
we should take all the OnlyFans models and put them in prison.
A lot of these companies are male run. A lot of these big OnlyFans models are run by male companies.
Yeah, we can put those men in prison. We can put all the prostitutes in prison. We can put all the men that pimp those women out, put them in prison. We can put the whole structure in prison. Problem solved.
So what you're saying is that everyone goes to jail. So the Johns, the women, anybody who promotes this sort of
all of them
sexual or porn thing.
All of them.
I mean,
all of them.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You want to put him in jail? Sure.
You know what I've extracted from listening to their back and forth is this. She is the type of woman that will believe, like, all the men up here are heterosexual men, no doubt. But if any man up here kind of sucks a dick a little bit, he's not full-blown homosexual. That's her analogy. Well, if you only do it a little bit, no. You put your mouth on a man's wang one time, you gay. It ain't no doggone measuring stick to it. All right.
Well, so she tell us about what you've done for
she's talking about, well, you know, with the sex thing, within limits of prostitution, within limits of, what you mean within limits? So what that mean? If you know, because I'm from the generation before OJ and domestic violence laws went into place. So what that means is if I slap you a little bit and not a lot of bit, I'm not a domestic abuser. I mean, make it make sense to me because I'm old and I hear good, but I'm not too bright because I had a public school education. And, you know, make it make sense to me.
I think the problem is you keep trying to look in the world. Women, like Mooncake and most of the women, they view the life from a woman's view. So they will put pink barrettes on masculine shit because they don't understand masculinity from the perspective of men. This is why they keep trying to fight for us to be equal to them. Right? The reason why she don't want us to sleep with a lot of women is because they get real heartbroken when we have a lot of girls, even though they cheat. They want men to be extremely loyal to them and faithful to them, while they go be disloyal and unfaithful. Right? So
women don't.
I think that us men should not listen to no women on how we should operate, especially that it would contradict the leadership, because if we take all of this advice from women, right, on how we should be as a man, at that point, we will not be men. We'll become feminine, and they will become our leaders. We will need answers from women on how to operate as a man who already she don't believe nothing she say out her mouth because she don't stand on principle. She's not a logical individual. Her beliefs of the world fluctuates throughout the day. Not, she don't have no principles that she would die on because she's a woman, an emotional woman, and nothing that's emotional should be taken seriously.
Yeah, but they all are. They all are, JP. Don't they say, well, I feel? Don't they start off with, well, I feel? Since where is a feeling a reality to anyone else except themselves? Like even when you had, my man was talking to her about the difference between doing a 187 or protecting yourself against an aggressor. She say, delete is delete. It don't matter. Okay, if someone's trying to doggone break in your house and attack you and you delete them, you do not go to jail for that. But if you are a person that attacks a person and delete them and get caught, you go to jail for that. That's logical. You made a choice to go and do harm to someone that had nothing to do with what you had going on in your life. They just got something you want or whatever, be it robbery or whatever it is, right? Now, if CT and the rest of us, someone comes into our home unwarranted, threatening our way of life, and we smoke them, hey, that's justifiable because they shouldn't have did what they did. So she keeps trying to make it her way. And all I can say, young lady, I don't know if you got Burger Kings in Canada, but they got this phrase, you can have it your way at Burger King. Baby, life is not like Burger King. You can't have it your way.
When it comes to, are you referencing the self-defense thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do I believe in self-defense? Yeah, of course. I know it's illegal. Like a legal thing. I know you're allowed to defend yourself if someone's attacking you. We have different laws.
No, we are not. No, we are not. We are not.
Hold on, Jay Prince. Let her get this non-logical statement out. Go ahead, get it out.
This is what's it called? This is none of this is like that. I'm not debating that. Like I do know like self-defense exists. The way I describe
it's somebody got a lot of noise in the background.
Murder, though legally, no, it's not identified as like manslaughter or first degree or second degree. No, it's not how it is in the definitional legal system. Though it can be defined in some ways out of the legal system as murdering somebody. However, we're talking about legality and going to court and stuff. No, they would use the term self-defense. They're not going to use the term murder. That's it. Like there's no.
No, but you did not take a stand on murder or non-murder. Right. The way you said when you're talking to that man you were talking to, it doesn't matter what the situation was. If a life was lost, if a life is lost, that is murder in your eyes.
In my eyes, I define that as murder. Even in the legality of it, though, it is self-defense.
No, we're not. No. Just cut it off right there. Keep it simple. You said that is simple. I'm keeping it. Issue, oh my goodness! Why are you still talking? I said plainly. I said plainly. In your eyes, if a life is lost, it doesn't matter about the circumstances in which the loss occurred. It's murder. Am I correct or no?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
Sorry, I'm going off the Bible. My bad, guys.
Oh my goodness! Now she wanted doggone bring the Bible into it.
Bible.
Just stop. Just admit you're making decisions on life according to what you and the way you believe life should go, and that is not reality.
No, I'm interpreting the definition of murder in my own personal point of view.
Yes,
However,
I said. And why? What part about my are you not understanding?
Shout out to you. You know what I mean? Shout out to you.
I already said that legally, though, murder, that's not what they would call it.
We're not talking about legally. You are trying to make you are trying to make life. You are trying to make life adjust to your likings and your likings alone. Like me, this is what I said this before, and people were like, dude, that's foul. I don't care. I'm like this. If we are tax-paying citizens and our taxes in the United States are providing these single mothers with Section 8 and all of this stuff and welfare and all that, we non-welfare recipient tax-paying men should be able to go and just
shout out to them.
Hey, how you doing? Go on in that bed and let me dog.
You know what it's called? Let me explain something to you.
Excuse me, can I finish? Thank you. Now, we as the tax-paying American men of this country, we should be able to go to any housing project, knock on any door, because a portion of our tax money is providing that home for her and all her doggone kids. We should be able to go and hit it from the back just because we feel like busting one off.
Hit from the back? Excuse me?
Excuse me, Mr.
You're goddamn right. Excuse me.
CT.
You're saying because you feel like you're going to hit one off from the back? Excuse me?
CT, vodka causes brain damage. That's the reason he don't know what I'm talking about.
So let me ask you, where did your brain damage come from then?
He knows nothing about doggy style.
Where did your brain damage come from then?
CT, with the level of vodka,
shit.
Okay, with the level of vodka
you acting all dumb and shit. You acting all stupid and shit.
No, the level of vodka you consume, you can't even get a hard on. You got whiskey dick. That's what we call it. From too much alcohol.
That ain't nothing you want to see, buddy. All right.
I won't see it because I'm not gay.
You want to see it because you're not gay.
You alcoholic drunk. Cheap drinking that cheap vodka.
You just sound like a dumbass.
That brand of vodka. I knew alcoholics in the military when I was there. And that's what they drink. They drink that and they drink Barons because
don't worry about what I drink.
$12 for a gallon. CT.
You're all stupid and shit.
You're not one that doggone engages in all of that alcohol. I know
you're all stupid and shit. Doggone. You're all fucking doggone stupid and shit.
And that's the reason every time you see this guy,
I'm not even worth conversing this shit.
Vodka.
You're all retarded and shit.
Cheap vodka. I'm not alcoholic.
Shout out to you fucking dumbass retard. Shout out to you.
Alcoholic.
Nah, but you're a fucking retard. Shout out to you.
Get your drunk ass up and show a Mercedes-Benz in your garage. You drunk bastard. I can, and I'm not drunk.
Why don't we get Flex in? Go ahead, Flex.
Go on, Flex. Speak on it, please. Please, Flex.
Shout out to Savage, because his argument was the same argument that I would have made, and I think that women come from a perspective that they think things are as easy for men as it is for women. Most women have an easier time getting sex than men. And so when they come from their logic, they're thinking, well, it's just like if a man has an OnlyFans, he'll make no money. But if the women get an OnlyFans, they'll make all the money. And that goes to show you the difference between the men and the women. And it's not that simple. The men don't.
Have you ever been to a strip club?
Oh my God.
The men don't really get
like shut up, fucking drama queen ass nigga. Shut up, bro.
Until they establish themselves
fucking wetback
around 35 and up.
Drama queen ass nigga. Shut up.
Shut up, dry dick wetback.
Go on. Excuse me. You're interrupting the entire conversation. Let's go on.
You're a wetback with a dry dick.
Excuse me, Flex. Let's continue what we were saying.
Your ass would drink this 91% alcohol if you had nothing left, you alcoholic bastard.
Yeah, that's why you're retarded. It's ethanol. It would be
ethanol. Can't even speak.
You have observed these middle-aged conservative men. What say you about your overall opinion of?
I think that I think that a lot of them are still stuck in the past, and I think they're afraid of change.
Weren't you just asking for men to be how they were 50 years ago? That was you that said that, right?
Can I finish a little bit of what I'm saying?
Yeah, let her just finish real quick.
When I say that, I mean it in the way of, I guess when I say changes, I mean it in the way of they have this expectation, and I mentioned it to you earlier, that women are always supposed to act a certain way, right? But what's frustrating is that they refuse to hold themselves to a similar standard. And they think that whatever they do is okay because they are men. There's no sense of, what's the word I would use?
Accountability?
Yeah, accountability is actually, that's a great word. Accountability, upgrading, changing. And what's weird is, I know a ton of conservative men. I have no problem with conservatives, by the way, or people who choose to be conservative. However, I think that like true conservative men, they understand that not everything can be their way. Does that make sense? So you can have conservative values without having to try and push or try and dictate what someone else does. Right?
Men don't try to have it all our way. That's just not what men do.
Listen, they have accountability for men. It's called homelessness. They don't have WIC for men. They don't have welfare for men. Most men are not on Section 8. It's called homelessness. When the men do not level up, they're homeless. When the men do not level up, they're left behind. The conservative men that you speak on are the men that have leveled up. And the more you level up, the more you get to call shots. If you did the work, you got the promotions, or you went to college, you got the degrees, you did everything that you're supposed to do, you set a certain standard. And if people cannot meet those standards or expectations, you're in a position where you don't have to deal with it. And then the women are upset with that because they have leverage on the younger men. Because the younger men, they're not there yet. So they don't have any leverage. But when they're dealing with the middle age and upper echelon of men, those men have the leverage because they have the money. And the more money that you have, the more leverage that you have.
When you say cold shots, what do you mean by
young lady, can I expound on what Flex was talking about?
Sure.
Okay, now my brother, we was making doggone hot pocket jokes, but men, they shake that off. They continue with what's logical. Look, he was 100% on point, because when I was married and that woman happened to forget where she was at, I told her first and foremost, straight to her face, you can't wipe your ass with toilet paper and say you bought it in this house. You better get your mind right or you getting out. That's simple. That's simple.
Mooncakes, did you understand what Leonard just said?
I understand what Flex was saying. Flex said.
But no, I want to see if Mooncakes understood. Mooncakes, what did you interpret?
I missed part of it. I'm sorry, I got distracted by my phone for a second.
I was just telling you that the reason why there's such a difference between the younger men and the older men is because the younger men, they don't have the money, and they haven't lived long enough to raise the levels and go through the motions that men 35 and up have. So when you're dealing with men that's 35 and up, they have a certain expectation. And then it's not that the young men don't have expectations. The women just don't have to listen to them because they don't have any leverage. But the men that are 35 and up, they have the leverage. And so the women have to actually leverage what they're saying and what they want because they have the power, because they have the money.
But when you say leverage, I guess that's a weird way to put it, because we know that now women are working more than ever. So in one way,
but they're not making more than men.
But they're starting to approach. They're not making more than men. You are correct there, but they are starting to approach in economic levels. They're not totally there yet, but that's the direction in which they're moving in. For one, women are going to school at an even higher rate now. So eventually,
school is becoming irrelevant. The degrees, that people are not going to college like that no more, and AI is taking all the jobs. That's not gonna in the future. That won't exist.
AI won't be able to replace every job, of course. But when I talk about higher education, we talk about some fields. Still, men go to those fields at an extremely high rate. However, women are starting to put themselves in the fields even more and more and more. And what we're seeing is that the more women go to school and the more they start to get these jobs, they eventually will out-earn men. So right now there is a sort of leverage, but this is the most women have ever worked, like in like history.
CT. Now I have to utilize a term that you enlighten me on. Yes, these women, they're degreed out. They have degrees in underwater basket weaving. That's all I would say.
That is true. I've said that.
And also, you do realize most men, even over 35, I don't think they're earning $100,000 a year. What is the median average for a man over 35? How much does he earn, CT, in America? I
in America, I thought it was it 40,000 a year or something? I can't remember.
Now, okay, with myself, I don't know because.
Yeah, it's
okay. Mooney Woney. That's a cute little name, Mooney Woney. For the pension that I get from my previous work years and all of what I put in this great country of ours, if someone does not earn $100,000 a year after taxes, they do not bring in what I bring in tax-free as a pension every year.
Okay.
Is that
whose
simple?
problem is that?
$100,000 is not.
Whose problem is that?
My goodness, there's the drunk. $100,000 is not that much money anymore.
No, what I'm trying to reference is that most men are not making like six figures, if we're being completely honest. So when you say like men have the power at 35, I'm saying how many of those men, like what are they earning? What's the median salary?
Mooncakes, given what you're saying, you're right, Mooncakes. Most men are not earning six figures, okay? Given that fact, how does that affect your dating pool?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Really?
What do you mean? What do you mean? How does it affect my dating pool?
What I mean is what I'm saying.
How does it affect my dating pool? Like are you asking me? Maybe I'm being slow. Like, are you asking
what I mean is what I'm saying.
Am I not dating men who make under six figures?
Good grief. You know what? Even though this man drinks, the question he asked was really, really simple.
I'm asking you a question. Here's the thing, Mooncakes. I'm asking you a question and I'm taking you seriously. That's why I'm letting you arrive to the answer, okay? I'm taking you seriously here. My question stands. My question stands.
Can you cook, young lady?
It's a nice. Okay, so we got a nice wheeze. Okay, cool. We got a nice wheeze. All right, awesome, cool. Let's take a shot to them.
How does it affect my dating pool? I don't know. I don't really think it affects it that much.
Shout out to this lady here.
Okay.
I bet that this girl's pussy stinks. Don't ask me how I know. Shout out to her. Don't ask me how I know girls like her. Don't ask.
No. Why would Mooncakes? Why would he say that about you?
Wait, what part?
Your theory. He says that there's a possibility that your coochie stinks. Why would he say that about you?
I don't know. He's offended maybe somehow at me not answering his question. Maybe he makes a certain amount, and because he like wants me so badly, he's like, "Fuck, I don't make enough for her." Maybe that's his problem.
Really?
That's what a lot of men do when they can't obtain a certain woman. They make those comments.
Yeah. I'm CT. I'm so used to it. People really don't understand this. That is just like another day. I'm like, it's another day.
I'm the type that asks a woman, like in passing, we're talking if we're talking online, it's like, can you show me your seasoning and spice rack in your kitchen? And if it's not plentiful, then no, you're not in the running. Because a lot of women can't cook. They think they can survive on that little swiping thing between their legs, like it's an ATM machine. No. But then again, I'm a different type of man because I came up back in that generation.
But there's also like personal chefs now.
Did I ask you about personal chef? I asked you if you could cook. Didn't I ask you to cook? I'm here. I'm going to boil this ear of corn, season it to perfection. I'm going to make some steak.
Of course, everyone should know how to cook.
I'm making steak, meat, starch, vegetable, and salad. That's a doggone rounded meal. Can you cook?
Skill. Yeah, of course. That's like a basic skill. Everyone
Okay, well, what's your best meal?
Oh, my best meal? Okay, I make these like chimichurri steak bites with mashed potatoes, and usually just like a side like Cobb or garden salad.
You just mentioned what I mentioned: steak, corn, and potato.
That's what I make.
No, stop.
The chimichurri sauce. How you gonna police chimichurri in steak bites?
Because steak bites, good. You can't cook. Just face it. Face the facts. You can't cook.
I can. And
what type of salt do you use? What type of salt do you use? Excuse me. What type of salt do you use?
Salt. Oh fuck. It's like mine comes in like this weird purple box. Not like ground salt. It's called. Oh shit.
Shout out to you. You know what I mean.
She ain't cooking no steak. She don't even know what she's seasoning with. No Lawry's, no Old Bay, no truffle.
I'm not using table salt. Don't worry. It's fucking. I forget the name for some reason. It's
no
like
cracked pepper.
No fucking salt.
She ain't cooking.
She's not using any gypsum.
You guys can think I don't cook, sure.
I don't have to think about it. I could just ask you certain questions.
Yo, all I'm gonna tell you up in here is that I ain't want no whore. So I'm gonna tell you.
Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is?
A temperature gauge. That's what it looks like.
Yes. Okay. Meat thermometer. Do you have one?
Also, guess what? No, I don't need one because when I cook steak, I can feel it by fingers.
She doesn't need a thermometer. She's a whore.
One, right? Yeah. That's why
she's a whore. She doesn't need a thermometer. Shout out to her.
You don't need an tire pressure gauge to see if your tires are low. You wait for the car to light up with the little emoji.
No, shout out to her. You know what I mean?
I take it to the dealership.
Probably.
Oh, you take it to the dealership where men work.
Yeah, that's what.
Shout out to you. You know what I mean?
That's what they should do.
Where men work, right? Yeah, where men work.
Yes, they should take care of my car.
Where men work. Yeah.
Shout out to you. You know what I mean?
Where men work.
That's what men should do.
Look, the full value of women.
What should women do? Okay, that's what men should do. Let me ask you, what should women do?
No, let me explain.
If you're telling me, excuse me, if you don't mind,
I'll wait. Go ahead.
All right, moon boots or mooncakes. Excuse me.
You good?
If you're telling me that's what you think men should do, can I ask? What do you think women should do? If you are so definitive in men's role, what are women's role? What should women do?
Hang out. I think they should hang out, and I think they should vibe, and I think they should go to the spa.
Can you be more? I don't mean to disrupt, but can you be more specific than hang out and vibe?
They should go on vacation. They should go to the spa. They should go to Pilates. They should just relax.
Okay, so do you think the same thing for men though?
Nope. Men should be
okay. So therein lies the problem.
They should be on the oil rigs working.
Hey, what's the first?
Okay, so you think that men don't?
I'm okay with that.
You think men shouldn't have any sort of break or any sort of lapse in their physical effort?
Huh?
So you think that men shouldn't have any sort of break or lapse in their physical effort?
They should have breaks at work, but they should be at work, working.
Okay, so given that fact, what do you think about women's demands at work?
Women's what?
Demands.
Women's demands at work. Like, I don't even know what that means. Like, what are they demanding? Like,
okay, let me ask you a question. What's the first
equivalent
step in cooking potato salad?
potato salad. I don't know. Like
this isn't the point of the question. This isn't the point of the question.
I don't even like potato salad. I don't make potato salad.
Okay. Well, what's the first step in cooking broccoli?
Bitch, I throw that shit in the pot with some water and turn the boil thing on.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, bro. Before, excuse me, if you would let me ask.
Let me enlighten her on
Moonlights or whatever the fuck your name is. Let me ask you a question.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think that your children won't be able to tell that you boiled this food?
That I boiled it? Maybe.
Yeah, like don't you think? Let me ask you a question, right? Moon Boots. The entire let's go way back. Let's go way out back. Let's go way further, right? What is the entire point of fucking? What's the entire point of reproduction? It's because you want to have kids that will have it better than you. Okay, you're cooking this food that like you don't even care about how the food is being prepared.
No, my personal chef will care.
You don't make enough money to have a personal person to hang out with you and be your friend.
Let me make something very clear on this panel and see.
No, very clear on this panel.
What it is is
hold on. You don't have internet that has been working effectively and greatly for the whole doggone show. So how you talking about personal chef? You do not even know how to blanch broccoli. Broccoli is blanched, young lady. Excuse me, young lady. Excuse me, young lady. Excuse me, young lady. Excuse me. Old man, yeah, old man that's settled and situated. Yes, old man that's settled and situated.
Oh yeah, I'm an old man and I'm younger than you, stupid ass bitch.
Mooncakes, you just said that
I'm an old man. I'm younger than you, stupid ass bitch.
4 boyfriends. That means if you have 4 boyfriends, you have none. And if you do have 4 boyfriends, that means you're monetized. That means you're monetized. That means you're monetized.
Yo, shout out to you. Yo, you know what I'm saying? Mooncakes. Mooncakes, shout out to you.
You are monetized.
Shout out to you. You're worse. You're worse than Daquan in prison with 5 kids that he don't care for. Shout out to you. Mooncakes, shout out to you. You're worse than Daquan. That nigga's in prison. He's sitting there. That nigga ain't got no bond. Nothing. Shout out to you. You know what I mean?
You're a fucking alcoholic who's been screaming for the past hour. Because
I've been screaming for the past hour. Oh, and my name is Mooncake, and I've been talking to alcoholics for the past 4 hours, and I look like a dumbass idiot. I'm Mooncakes. My name is Mooncakes, and I be talking to dumbass alcoholics. Shout out to you, stupid ass bitch. Shout out to you. You know what I mean?
Is this the most a woman has ever talked to you?
It's got to be, cause I got what's wanting to be my friend. Must be the money. People I never knew, people I never thought I could connect with. Oh no, I don't know what it is. Talk to me, check it out.
Guys, give it up for Ryan with the $50 super chat. He says, extend this mess. Thanks, CT. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, Ryan. Guys, give Ryan a big thumbs up, $ emoji. Salute to you, and I will extend the show. Positivity is definitely coming your way. You are a star today, Mooncakes. Ryan has extended the show, obviously, because he wants to hear more from you. Go ahead. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Okay, you kicked that fucking alcoholic finally. I think that's the most he's ever talked to a woman. So let me make it very clear, okay? I need to say something. Please, God. Just be very clear about something.
Go ahead.
I don't talk about, you guys know a little bit about my career, and I'll make you one promise right here. This is so frustrating. I make 6 figures from my career alone. I'm actually one of the youngest people in my profession. It's not something I brag about. It's not something I relatively talk about because I work in finance, which some of you know. So that I don't even want to call into question. Yeah, I might have men on the prowl who like to send me money. Who gives a fuck? If they want to give me free money, Who am I to turn it down? Why the fuck would I turn it down? And I don't have to do anything for it? I don't know. I think that's called capitalism. I thought everyone here loves capitalism. You guys are American. You love capitalism. I'm Canadian. I love capitalism. No, the crazy part is I don't have to.
Aren't you taxed 50%? Aren't you guys taxed 50%?
No, it depends on
because you might make six figures, but you might be taking home maybe 60, 70.
It depends on your tax bracket. But yeah, we get taxed heavily in some of our tax brackets.
Hey, JP. Not JP. Damn. See, she got me thinking total ghetto. Show your spice rack. Moon cake, moon pie. Did you have spices? Like people that cook have spices.
With my
PC
and show my.
I forgot to ask you, who did you think won the debate between CGA and Andrew Wilson? I didn't get
Greg Adams without a doubt.
I think so too. I don't think
CGA. I don't think Andrew Wilson is living in reality with some of the things. And you're not. These women are too educated. They have too much information. They're never going to go back to those ways before. They're never going to live under a hyper theocracy or a theocracy, right? They're never gonna have no man say God said this and you better. They're not gonna live like that, bro. They're not like the Amish. No, no. Women have too much information.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think it's gonna go backwards, but they said in the next few years there's gonna be 25 million jobs lost. I think there's gonna be a lot of women monetizing themselves. They're gonna have to, because the jobs that they do are the ones that are being taken by AI. And they're not gonna have anything to fall back on.
Well, look at the 300,000 jobs that women alone have lost since April.
But I got a question. What's so wrong with sex work?
Nothing's wrong with
sex work. I'm not necessarily saying that there's something wrong with it. I'm just saying the reality of it is that she was saying that the women will leave the men behind, and that's not true, because most of the jobs that they work are the ones that are being taken by AI, and they're not going to be able to go into the physical fields because they can't physically compete with the men. Not long term. Women take the most vacations, they call in sick the most, and they take the most leave, and they work the least amount of overtime. And if it comes to whether you got to hire a man to do physical work on a daily basis, they're going to choose to hire the man over the woman, and that's never going to change.
What do you think?
Go ahead, Mooncakes.
Truck drivers. So, for example, truck drivers are going to be some of the most easily replaceable jobs at some point in the near future, I'd argue. And that is usually male dominated. Most of the jobs that people talk about AI affecting, though it will affect women for sure, it will predominantly affect men. And they're not realizing this. All this, I have to lift this heavy thing. No, we can create robots or technology to lift these things. We're already doing it. So yeah, it's not saying that you don't have a benefit of being strong or being able to lift things. But at some point, we can replace you lifting things. And let's be honest, men also get hurt on the job all the time. They hurt their backs over time. They'll eventually stop working because they can't move. That will be replaced by robots. Like, these men aren't going to school. That's why when I talk about school and I talk about certain programs that you can get into, I push women into these programs because you'll still need these things. Though AI
like what? Like what? Like what? Name it. Like what?
Nurses, doctors, engineers, accountants, what's it called? More I can name off. I don't know. That's like a decent list.
Engineers and accountants maybe are pretty much the ones, but doctors will be replaced. Surgeons are going to be replaced. All that isn't going away.
I think you'll still need.
I work in the medical field, and they have Da Vinci robots that do surgeries now. They will be replaced.
You still need human oversight. Like, no matter what, you're still going to need human
So that's
oversight.
Still less people. That's still less people.
I'm saying, though, those are more difficult to get rid of. I'm talking about these easy jobs that we can easily get rid of. Those will definitely be affected first, if we're being honest. Those people who are already making $20,000, $30,000 a year will be the first ones to lose their jobs. Why do you think there aren't as many cashiers at Walmart, for example? Or at, like, takeout restaurants? Because easily replaceable.
I agree with what you're saying, but a lot of those jobs are the jobs that women work. This doesn't mean that it won't affect men. We know this is going to affect men. It's going to affect everyone. But as we've seen so far, it's been majority women being affected than men. Men have been affected, but there's more women being affected by it.
the percentage? I'm not familiar with the statistics. You could be right.
But they say black women alone have lost 300,000 jobs this year. And there's only what 20 million of them.
I don't know in what area that is. What area is that?
I mean, you're not in the United States, so I mean, I don't know what it is where you live, so I couldn't give you the numbers.
I'm Canadian. I'm in Canada, so I don't know. I don't know these numbers. I don't know what area they're in. I'm not aware of this. So like, you literally have to tell me.
They are in all areas and all spectrum of the job field, young lady. All. And also, let me add to it. If you were to Google who has the worst credit rating of all women of all demographics in the United States, it's who? Black women.
Yeah, but do you know why? Fun fact for you. Do you know,
I know
why that
why.
is? Why?
Consumerism.
Because they're stupid.
No.
Get Kung Fu CJ in real quick.
No,
you have to be stupid to.
Sorry.
Let's get Kung Fu CJ in. Go ahead, Kung Fu CJ. Go ahead.
Oh.
You're on mute, Kung Fu CJ. Go ahead.
I'm worrying about it in honor of JP.
Go ahead, buddy.
However, when we're talking about losing jobs, women are not going to, because these jobs are still here, they're not going to bang up the cement to replace roads. They're not going to bang up the cement to build bridges. They're just not going to do it. They're not going to pour cement. They're not going to be masons. They're not getting into the masonry field. They're not going to be janitors, custodians. They're not cleaning up stuff. They just not. Most of your chefs and restaurants are males. They're males.
That's because women can't cook.
Because y'all don't cook. You can't cook. You just can't. And the reason why is because you wasn't taught. You didn't hang around in the kitchen with grandma and watch grandma do her thing. So, yes, the reason why there's a drop in jobs due as far as AI is mainly women is because it's all office work. They can hire a machine to do all of that. They hire a machine to answer the phones. As simple as that. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, because I asked her about cooking broccoli, and she started talking about boiled broccoli. I'm like, no, you blanch broccoli. Broccoli is blanched. But
do your broccoli however
men know this.
Do your broccoli however you'd like to do your broccoli. So just
no, broccoli is blanched.
You brought the
You don't boil it. You don't boil. You do not boil broccoli like it's spaghetti noodles or macaroni noodles, where it's just soft and mushy and all of that. That's the reason kids don't like it. It's not crunchy. Now let me explain to you how you blanch broccoli, and this is going real simple. I'll be real quick, CT. I'm going to be super quick. Super quick, CT. Super quick, CT. Let me explain. Super quick, CT. She won't stop talking. Let me explain. CT.
I don't give a fuck about broccoli.
I know you don't, because you can't cook. Now, CT.
Your mother can't cook. I don't
CT, this is how. May I, CT, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is what happens. You boil up your water. It's hot boiling water. After you cut all your broccoli and you got your florets, the heads, you drop it in the hot boiling water for no longer than 60 seconds, and you pull it out. Why? Because that brings it makes it look so green and pure and perfect. And man, that's what it does. It's blanching broccoli. You don't cook broccoli. You blanch it. You don't cook.
Okay, Gordon.
So as soon as I said, how do you cook broccoli? And you gave me a recipe for cooking, I knew you didn't know how to cook, because broccoli.
Okay, Gordon Ramsay. Okay, you blanched the broccoli. Your mother. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck about broccoli. What the fuck are we fighting about? Anyways, I will bring up something that he referenced about fucking statistics with black women in America having the highest debt. Fun fact: the reason they also have the highest debts is because they take on the most debt for college. something that black men don't do. Guess what? Black men barely go to college. Ooh, Pikachu face. We're all fucking shocked. No, of course we're not shocked. You guys aren't going to school. So of course you're not taking on that debt. You're going to prison. You're getting killed in the streets, and you're promoting degeneracy. Let's call a spade and fix the fucking community. You don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. And he's talking about fucking cooking. How about you go? Why doesn't he go to a nice community full of young boys without fathers and help them throughout the day? I don't know. Be a community leader. Just a fucking idea. Maybe then they'll go to school. It's like fucking shooting each other. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead, Kung Fu CJ. Go ahead. You're on mute, Kung Fu CJ. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm off mute now. Okay.
Right.
All right. So look, listen. Men will get out and do whatever, whether it's shoveling driveways or cutting people's grass, because the rain still comes and the grass still grows, chopping limbs down, stuff like that. But when we're talking about cooking, I think my wife was the last of the women that knew how to cook. And if she was in her right mind, my stomach would be full, and I wouldn't be on the podcast telling you that real men want women that can cook. We don't care about you cleaning.
Is that true, Mooncakes? You are a young woman. Do men your age do they care that you can cook? Mooncakes, go ahead.
CT, you think these men give a fuck if I can cook or not? Honestly, even the ones who want to marry me, you think they give a fuck if I can cook or not? Like, honestly, I'm not just trying to say that. You think they give a fuck if I can actually cook? No, they don't give a fuck. This obsession with cooking.
And why don't they give a fuck, Mooncakes? Go ahead.
They don't need to. They don't need to. They're happy where they are. They're happy at home. They don't need to give a fuck. And they don't. And guess what? You know what we can do together? We can learn how to cook together. That's even more fun. Let's open up a recipe book and learn this shit together, sweetheart.
This goes back to the earlier conversation about the changing of the guard, Kung Fu CJ, about the Coach Greg Adams versus Andrew Wilson thing. There was a time when men gave a shit about women cooking, women cleaning, and that was our generation. And even some people in our generation, like millennials, they kind of broke away from that. I think what you're witnessing with Mooncakes and younger people, like Generation Z and younger, they've grown up on DoorDash and Uber Eats, and they have the availability, and they can go out to eat at certain places where you back in the 90s, you know, unless you really were into restaurants, you didn't even know about certain restaurants because you didn't even have the internet. You didn't really have all of these. You could find a restaurant easily now. So I think what she's really trying to convey to is, and it's not really for us because we're all married, but women don't really have to cook to satisfy a man, and particularly, I mean, let's be honest about it, man. Super good looking women don't have to cook at all. Let's just be honest about that one. Let's just be honest about that. I mean, Tom Brady was married to I forgot her name. She was super hot. They're divorced now. I'm pretty sure she wasn't cooking shit because she was just super hot. She's a 12 out of 10. Men like cooking, but a lot of younger women, they just don't have to. It's messed up, but they don't have to do that shit anymore. And that's what Leonard doesn't understand. Yeah, Leonard, his wife probably cooks. But man, these younger people are really telling you what's going on, man. To be honest with you,
I also feel like when they talk about cooking, they want us to make like a fucking 5-course meal. Even if I give him my first example of what my best dish or something that I enjoy making, he's like, no, not that. I have to pick something else. So then I say, okay, well, I can also make, and then it's like, oh, you can't cook it. And it's like, okay, so you don't want to hear me. You only want to hear like what's in your head. Like there is nothing I can say where they'd be like, oh, okay, it's gonna be no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. And it's like, bitch, what do you want? Like what is it that you're looking for? Is that a frozen steak? See, why are you making frozen steaks? We only do fresh here. That's disgusting. Also, a frozen steak is not good quality. Come on, guys. And we're talking about cooking. You're supposed to use fresh ingredients.
Well, wait a minute now. Did you know by freezing your blood?
It's moving. How can frozen steak move? This is moving.
It looks like it wasn't moving at first. It was frozen.
Hold on, real quick.
Dude, wait. Oops, my bad. Dude, 2 steaks. Like 2 titties.
That's a T-bone. What
the hell is she talking about?
It looks frozen. I'm sorry. The meat doesn't look
They're
like
not frozen.
Sorry.
They were never frozen. When you go to the grocery store, at least in the United States, and you buy them like this, they were fresh cut at the store, you silly nunu.
See, look at that. And you're buying it pre-packaged? No, you're supposed to get it fresh from a butcher.
No, I'm buying it butcher cut where I go. You can't afford that, silly nunu.
Just to buy it butcher.
Just admit you can't cook. Just admit. Look. The most useful features of a woman is between her lips and between.
Let me help you. You're supposed to be coming like a package that you get like from the butcher. You're supposed to buy it fresh, baby girl. So that's the healthiest way. That's probably the reason why Americans die at the highest rate from heart disease.
They have cows that people buy fresh meat from, and the people that buy fresh beef, they have deep freezers because they all go in on a cow. So when they get you fresh, they put it in a deep freezer because you cannot cook all that meat at once. So you do have to freeze meat when you buy it fresh. Because usually when you're going to the butcher, you're buying it by the tens of pounds, not just one cut. You're getting a certain amount of patties, you're getting a certain amount of ribeyes, you're getting a certain amount of T-bones, you're getting a certain amount of quarters, you're getting a certain amount of ribs, all of that.
No, baby.
So you have to deep freeze it.
You're supposed to buy it fresh.
And that's when you have a whole big family. See, I'll get the 2s and 3s, put them in the freezer bag. I also put the label in the freezer bag or write on it so that I know exactly what cut of meat it is. Because you can't have a pork steak that would look like a beef steak if you don't write and leave a note inside the freezer bag. Hello, she can't cook. She don't know these things.
Let me go. Let me say something.
I wanted to sit there and eat frozen food the entire
time. Let me say something.
But Leonard, you know the thing about it is, you know, and this ties into the earlier conversation. Their generation doesn't have to cook, bro. I mean, they have ready-made meals at grocery stores now.
That's processed food, CT.
A lot of the times it isn't, to be honest with you, man. I'm just
CT. It's just like this. I have nice, tender young catfish. I could hold a freezer bag up. Individual. I got 3 that are frozen because I made 4 over the weekend.
They have ready-made food already at.
I only got ready-made food. That's the reason everybody's running around as
finished. Leonard.
That's the reason that finished.
Leonard. I'm a millennial. I'm not on her side just to be on her side.
I know.
Bro, y'all gotta listen to these. I'm telling you, man. You gotta listen to these younger people, bro. They are correct. Let me just.
CT is changing the way the economy is. They're gonna have to cook. They're not gonna be able to afford to do DoorDash anymore. Everyone's gonna have to cook. That's going away.
See,
it's all
brother. No. May I finish, please? Please. Can I finish? Thank you. One thing that, I've seen it I gotta put you on mute, Leonard. There's too much noise.
Yeah, you're in the kitchen jacking off.
One thing I could say is this, man. I saw older generations do the same thing when we were younger. I saw it. Why are you always playing video games? I have friends who played video games back in the late 90s. And they used to say, you know, gaming is the future, mom and dad. Hey, gaming is the future. And their parents couldn't comprehend it. They couldn't put their brain around it because there was no, you know, there was no gaming internationally, this, that, and the other. You know, they had like little tournaments, and my friends would go to like these little tournaments in hotel rooms, and they would be gaming. I never got into games and shit, but they'd be gaming each other. Like they put on like little tournaments. Now look at what they have. They have international tournaments. They have all these. You could play anybody across the ocean now. But people were predicting that shit in the 90s, bro. You know, it was just my friends who predicted it. You know, they said, dude, you know, there's gonna come a time where you're not gonna be playing with your friends on the street. You're gonna be playing with people in Japan. Look at what they have now. I saw it, and I saw how like they used to try to explain to their parents, this is the wave of the future. Just like remember in the 90s, Flex, when we were kids. Hey, mom, dad, you know you're gonna be able to buy stuff offline. We're not gonna be able to. I'm not getting nothing off a line. And remember how crazy that sounded in the 90s, bro? Think about how you were trying to, since you did it, we all did it. We were trying to explain online buying to our parents. Hey, mom, can I buy this offline? They're going to take our credit card information. Remember that? You remember that, right?
Yo, CT, I got one crazier for you. Do you remember when Amazon, we used to get our college school books off of Amazon because that's where everybody used to get their books from?
Yep, I remember.
That's all we knew Amazon was for. That's all we knew it was for, is to get your books cheap.
And so, you know, when I listen to like Allen and Mooncakes and them, bro, a lot of the shit they're talking about, man, dude, I see it now. I'm telling you, I see this shit now, bro. Think about how long it takes to cook. Now, I like cooking. I like being around people who can cook. But think about the convenience of just a ready-made salmon, not salmon, but salmon from Publix or wherever grocery store, and it's fresh. Man, they'd rather eat that shit. And let's not pretend, bro, that in the 90s, people were eating all healthy and shit. Oh, that's all preservatives. They had preservatives in the 90s, bro. Some of the biggest bangers in the 90s, some of the biggest dope dealers in the 90s were them cereal commercials. And what did our parents do? They bought us all types of sugary ass cereal in the 90s. Remember in the 90s, we had a pop thing. All we drank was pop. And what we drink water out of our neighbors' hoses. Bro, we gotta stop lying to ourselves as older people too, man. So you gotta like to a degree, but I kind of listen to younger people, to be honest with you, when it comes to this kind of shit, man. Not to say that anybody is right. It's just that that makes a lot of sense. So Leonard, you think
I'm not making it right or wrong.
I know you're not, but Leonard, the thing is that you're no offense, Leonard. You're like a Model T Ford talking to a 74 Impala or something. You know, it's just two different generations, bro.
Right, but CT, remember when I was growing up, we had the Jetsons. We didn't have any idea. Remember George Jetson would look at his wrist and it was a digital watch. They didn't have those. Remember when he would talk to his wife on a flat screen TV in their doggone place, back and forth, have a conversation? That's what we're doing right now, isn't it? That was the Jetsons. That came out in the 60s. I'm glad that I was born early enough to be able to live to see all these innovations.
Brother, I hate to say it, man. Those days are over, man. Women cooking for
What days are over?
Man, bro, I'm telling you, it's over, man. Like all of this shit, like, dude, that's why Andrew Wilson.
What's over, CT? That's all I'm asking.
Bro, you're talking to a female about how to cook corn and broccoli. Bro, this ain't the deep south in Alabama, brother. I rock with you, Leonard, but you sound old.
Okay, CT.
Man, they don't give a fuck.
I know they don't give a damn about cooking. But then that's what I say. The most usefulness that a woman has is between her lips and hips. That's the only point. Recreational use only, at least for me.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, man.
You sound jaded.
No.
CT, do you understand that if I dug a 4-foot hole in my backyard and basically put all the preservatives I want in my food to save it, because that's what they did in ancient times. That's how they preserved food. They put it in the ground because it was colder in the ground than it is above the ground, and it preserved the food. So when winter came, they was good to go. They was straight. That's when he says deep freezer. I got 40 pounds of chicken in my deep freezer right now that I got fresh from Claxton's Chicken. That's here in Georgia. And I didn't pay more than $30 for it. There's meat markets all over where I'm at. You buy all the meat that I want and spend very little. And all I gotta do is preserve it, put it up. And then when I don't want to go to the store, I can just dig it back out. I can dig it out. I'm just saying. When I met my wife and she had her deep freeze, I opened up the deep freeze. I was like, "You got a lot of meat in here." I got to.
Kung Fu CJ.
You know what I'm saying?
Kung Fu CJ. About 2 years ago, my aunt is an elderly one. She's like damn near 90.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was this little boy that was walking down the street. He couldn't have been no more than like 12 or something. She was like, can you cut my grass?
Mm-hmm.
So the little boy said, yeah, sure. So my aunt was like, I'll give you $15. He said, what? So obviously he didn't cut her grass for no $15. He wanted, I think he was like 100 and something to cut her grass.
What?
My aunt was talking to me. It took me days to convince this old hag. This is not the 1990s. These kids aren't stupid. These kids have so much information. They've seen their peers. When we were kids, the richest kid was like Macaulay Culkin. Think about this. He was like the richest kid. Like, man, wow, that's Macaulay Culkin. You know Macaulay Culkin, Mooncakes?
Yeah.
In the 90s, that was like the richest kid, a real superstar. Now, we didn't know about royal families and kids with money. I'm talking, we didn't know all about that. Yeah. But now think about all the access of information that we have, right? All the families that we can look up, the kids of certain people who are industrialists, yada, yada, yada. We didn't have that shit back in the 90s. Now, of course, those people existed. We just didn't have information about it. So $15 back in the 90s to cut, or $5, I'll cut your grass, I'll get me some Little Debbie funnel cakes and all this bullshit. These kids are 12 years old seeing their peers make millions of dollars now. That never was before. Gamers, kids doing Twitch and all this shit. We didn't have this shit when we were kids. So these kids they've learned how to negotiate. I've seen it, bro. I've seen it multiple times with young kids. That little boy looked at my aunt and said, man, you out of your fucking, he didn't cuss her. He's like, out of your fucking mind. Because he's learned how to negotiate. Because you know why? When that little boy was 2 years old in the year, 2002, he was on this. He was learning how to, you got 1-year-olds that know how to use these goddamn devices. So think about the information that they've downloaded in their brains. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Kung Fu CJ. But we are those old people now that I ain't getting nothing off the internet. Shit. I think that's what's happening. Like, look at a Leonard, man. He's a good guy. Leonard's a good guy. That's how you cook broccoli, Mooncakes. You can't cook no broccoli. That's how you cook broccoli. Can you imagine how crazy this sounds to people who fucking order just fresh food right now? We couldn't order fresh food in the 90s and before that. We can't order no fresh food.
You're right.
Think about how crazy Leonard sounds right now. He sounds crazy. And I really think it's because I was younger at one point. We all were. And I heard older people say some of the craziest things, just like the whole buying things off the internet. I ain't gonna happen. I ain't it. and look at how we do our transactions down 80% sometimes of our transactions are done offline when you buy shit. So, you know, when you listen to, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, man, but Leonard, man, you sound, no offense, bro, you sound kind of like a dinosaur, to be honest. You do. I'm over here cooking corn. Mooncakes, you gotta cook corn. You know, like, what are you talking about?
I get it. I get it. But listen, I'm Generation X.
Yeah.
I'm that guy that played tackle football on cement.
What's up?
Instead of the grass. And so I grew up in a time, fortunately, my grandmother was a teacher and my grandfather was retired from the city government. In '84, I had a computer. And I learned how to work it. So when I joined the military, they were trying to stick me in the bottom of the ship, but not to work. Because see, to be an engineer, you got to have good math scores. So they figured, oh, he'd be good as an engineer. I was like, no, I want to go to work like my grandfather went to work in a suit. And so that's the job that I wanted. I was the banker on the ship.
Give me 1 second. Kung Fu CJ, give me a second. LA, don't you sit up here and fucking lie. And I rock with you, LA. Use a goddamn Mooncakes. Don't let these people lie to you. We've started eating healthier now compared to the 90s. In the 90s,
yeah, they probably didn't have as many regulations.
It was nothing but pizza culture. It was nothing but Chinese food culture. It was nothing but fast food culture in the 90s. Y'all need to, LA, you need to stop lying. Almost every goddamn commercial in the 90s was hawking some candy, some cereal, or some fast food. We didn't have no Chipotle and all these places that were kind of healthy back in the day, and you know it, LA. We lie so much, man. You know what? I made a vow when I was younger, never to lie when I got up. Use a damn lie, LA. Unless your grandmother or mother really cooked, and a lot of times your mother was cooking the same goddamn thing every night. Man, man, it wasn't that damn healthy in the 90s, man. You need to stop lying, LA. That's a goddamn lie, and you know it. That's a Norman, come on, man. You know that's a damn lie in the 90s, talking about, oh yeah, the food was actually better in the 90s. What food? TV dinner? What food you talking about? All the pizza that was hawked. Tell me how many goddamn pizza commercials was hawked in the 90s, man. That was like a 2 or 3 days a week. Y'all, stop lying. We just are now starting to eat healthy. Get the fuck out of here. Stop it, LA. Use a damn line, you know it. I'm not gonna sit up here and don't let Mooncakes, I swear to God, don't let these old people lie to you. Liberal or not, I'll tell the truth about it. They lying.
They're trying to trick me. They're trying to trick me.
Hey, do me a favor, Mooncakes. How old is your grandmother? Just how old is your grandmother?
Oh, probably like 87. 87, yeah.
Ask your grandmother or mother, how much water did people drink in prior to the 90s? There was no water. Ask them. There was no drinking water culture before that. It was no drinking water culture. Now everybody has a little water bottle. Oh, I'm drinking my water. We gotta stop lying to ourselves. Come on, man. And I'll tell you this. There was really no running culture up until like the 70s, for real. It was an odd thing to do, was be seen running, unless you're like really a marathon runner. Now you see everybody running and being healthy. Well, not everybody, but you see more healthy people now. Come on, man. We gotta stop lying. Go ahead, Norman Nation. Go ahead. I ain't gonna sit up here and let these old people lie.
CT, man, come on.
Nah.
Come on, man. Nah. You know what? I give some credit to you. I mean, I think some of the stuff that you're saying is true. But I think your views have changed, man. You had some kids, man. Like your views would change if you had some children, man. Like you're not going. Uber Eats ain't gonna work every day when you got some kids at the house.
That's not what I'm. That's not. It's not about. The man is telling this girl, challenging her about cooking. She ain't gotta cook, bro. She's a single. She
Okay,
ain't gotta cook.
I understand that.
I know you do. But
let
me give some 2 cents on it.
Hold on, bro, and I'll be very swift, Norman. Very swift, because man, I love your comments. All of my bills are auto paid. So how am I a dinosaur? I don't have to pay a bill. They automatically hit my bank account and get taken out, and all my bills are paid every month on the first of the month. Yeah,
Let me say
a dinosaur.
Let me say this
I'm
real
a
quick.
dinosaur.
Listen, I know times are changing, but I believe, and I'm not going to speak for Mooncakes, but I believe that if she's she earns well, she's going to want a well-earned man as well. That man is going to want something, and that's what I think that the whole cooking thing comes from, right? So yeah, I think that maybe boys that she talking about right now, I don't know how old she is. They may not be talking about it, but the man that's actually going to take her serious and try to go the long distance where it's going to be worrying about things like that, because he's going to want a home. If she finds a man that's a man and worth to be a husband, that's the thing. I don't think that changes, bro. I don't think so. I don't think so, man.
Going to the grandparent. She said a grandparent is 87 years old.
Yeah.
Imagine me being a dude. Imagine me being the dude take care of all the bills, right? To the point that I can actually put you in the house and say, you know what? Even if you did make money, your money is fun money.
That's it.
Like what else there is something else for her to do. Like she gonna make a house a home, man. Like nobody gonna be two people just sitting in the house, Like I got a house that I'm paying for, so who's gonna make it a home? Me?
Why can't we both cook? Why can't me and my husband cook?
We can, but I would say that for you, right, as a woman, like you being the first teacher of the children, if I had that's why I say I think it changes when you have kids, right? So I have girls. I love it when they actually in the kitchen and learn how to cook and stuff like that, because it's giving me the foresight that they're gonna know how to take care of home as well. But so I think it changes when you're a single person, you don't have no kids, you don't have any of that. Your perspective is different because you're thinking about yourself.
Wait,
when you have kids, go ahead.
Sorry. So you said you have daughters. So for example, you probably want them to learn how to cook to, for one, take care of themselves, right? Like if you're not home or something's happening, you want them to be able to feed themselves. And I assume you'd want them to take that skill.
No, it's not about that. So I have a different.
So it's not a skill thing where it's for example, if they go to college and instead of eating takeout every day, they can cook for themselves. That's not part of it, just taking care of themselves as a person.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I don't look at it from a standpoint of them taking care of themselves. What I look at it is, and I just recently had this conversation with one of my daughters, is that the idea, even from her coming from my covering to another man's covering, she's covered. Right, that's the tradition. That's the way I'm raising my daughters. Right, is where they go from cover to cover, and it's no gap in between where she just out in the world and she got to fend for herself. That's the way we playing it now. So when she's learning to cook, it's in preparation for her to be a wife in the future. It's not for her to take care of herself in an apartment.
Oh, so you're just building for her to take care of another man. That's what you're like.
Yeah, because that's a man is going to take care of her. You put a negative connotation on it, but what's the all right? So give me this. What's the criteria for the man that you want?
Criteria for the man that I want. That's a good question. Yeah. I would say extremely smart, educated, willing to work, or if not working.
Okay. Willing to
honest.
Work or working?
Yeah, because sometimes people are in a situation where they're looking for work, and that just happens.
But you still want him to work though. He needs to be working eventually, right? All right, so let's just say he has a job.
Yeah,
you can't never have. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that sometimes people are in a position where it's if you lose your job and you're looking for work, I'm not gonna hold that as a thing against your character, because that's just
cool.
Shit happens.
What else you want? Go ahead.
Taller than me, hopefully. Funny, generous.
Yeah.
Just willing to help me. I don't know. I feel like those are pretty good things.
Right. Those are good. Those are good things. A lot of things. What did he want? What do you think that he wants from you?
Probably something very similar. Someone who's like there to be a companion, to listen, to also like take care of them, and that can mean a lot of things. Right now, we have to do kind of the two income households. But yeah, relatively same thing. I don't know if there's like certain physical characteristics, but yeah, I would say relatively.
Yeah, I'm an attractive woman, right? An attractive male. But I think where you missing it is, all right, when you said working, right? And you said, but willing to work or working, right? But you want to work. If you had to flip it and you had a man that had his stuff together financially, you could probably just never work forever. And he'd just be fine with you being at home. It's really hard, but it's doable. It's actually doable in today's world. But what I'm trying to point out is that we are fundamentally different, and I think you don't really realize that yet. You're young, and I think when you have more experience, especially when you start having experience with a man that you actually want to go the distance with, you'll start seeing that damn, like he wants something different from me than I want from him. We are inverse of each other, man and female. And what I'm trying to tell you is that a lot of things that you're saying, it makes sense. Like I get it. Like I was young at one point, taking care of myself. I had a lot of the same viewpoints. I'm telling you, when you actually figure, if you do, because a lot of people don't, it's not even guaranteed. When you do fall into the situation, I think you as a woman, you're gonna you'll have a awakening moment where it's gonna be like, damn, okay, there are certain things that's required of me. That all this talk about going out in the world and making money and all that stuff, it doesn't matter to us. If you find a man that's capable and have his shit together, the stuff that you talking about is low on the totem pole. I'll guarantee you.
I don't know if that's entirely true. I think even if I met a man who like had all these things and made a ton of money, I think I would still continue to work. And if anything, I'm still okay with like a man being a stay-at-home dad. Like if that became a possibility, let's just say I became the entire breadwinner, I wouldn't take issue with that. Like if one of us could stay home for a little while and it needed to be hit, I
instinctively you will. Instinctively you will. Because at some point, trust me. At some point, as a woman, you're gonna feel like this man is lazy. He's not. If a man is not, if a man is sitting at no. I'm trying to tell you about your own nature. Your nature's going to kick in.
A lot of work. Kids are a lot of work.
I know kids are. I have them. Like I know, but I'm telling you, regardless. Like even I'll give you an example, right? I've been working remote for a long time. And even when I met my wife, she was working out in the field. And I told her immediately, because I understood this as a man. I said, it's no goddamn way that you'll be going out in the world working 10-hour shifts and I'm laying my ass at the house. I don't care if I'm actually making money at the house. Because I understand the nature of women. So we have a situation set up where she don't have to do that, obviously. I knew that off gate. I'm telling you, you are saying these things because they sound good. They sound good, but I'm telling you, in reality, all right.
No, because I've dated men that, for one, make significantly less than I make, and that's never been an issue. I don't take an issue with them.
Why are you not with them now?
Just like there's other reasons beyond that, just like not connecting well. But it has nothing to do with them.
Why are you not with them now?
Just like difference of like opinions or like moral issues or like fighting all the time, but not about money. It was never about that. Like I don't care. That's not like a big thing for me. Like it's nice if a man makes like $500,000 a year, but it's not a requirement.
Was he more ambitious than you?
More ambitious?
Yeah.
No, not exactly. I think he was okay where he was at, which is okay. Of course, wanted to move up in what he was doing.
Well, were you okay where he was at?
Yeah, but of course I would support him if he wanted to move up.
Yeah, but if he wanted to stay right where he was the whole time, would you feel
I think that'd be okay because over time he would have earned more either way, like raises and stuff.
No, that's not guaranteed. Okay. I know people that make less than what they made years ago.
For him, the raise was guaranteed every year. That's why. Like it was.
Nothing's guaranteed in life. Nothing's guaranteed. What I'm saying is that he could plateau, and technology is changing, but it's not. Nothing's guaranteed. So what I guess what I'm getting at. Go ahead.
For some positions in like where I work, they do guarantee raises every year. So I knew what he was doing. So
you can lose a job. You could lose a job,
which is true. You can lose a job. Yes, of course.
All right. So what percentage per year?
It's time to circle in. It's time to circle in. It's time to circle in. You know, Mooncakes, you know, I've been listening to you for a couple days now. Listen, you are the most entitled moron I've ever heard. Like, you think that I'm sorry, you think that you're like you get everything for free. Listen, you're a 7 at best. A 7 at best. And you think that you think you're Tyra Banks? Because you're not Tyra Banks. And you know what? A man and a woman, listen, Norman, I love the way you circled. A man and a woman should work together in a relationship. A man shouldn't have to take care. A woman should be able to take care of herself. That's a real woman. A real woman can take care of herself. You want a breadwinner. You want a millionaire. That's what you want. And I'm telling you,
that's what I want.
You are the most annoying woman I've ever seen on.
Sorry.
You're annoying as shit. You are annoying as shit. You know, and I mean, Norman, I'm sorry, brother. I don't mean to crash your parade, but like, I've been listening and just chilling. I'm the forward. I come in when I have to. But listen, Mooncakes, I don't want you to leave, but you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. You know what I'm saying? You need to check yourself, because you think that you're owed something. No one is owed anything in life. You have to earn everything. Leonard, am I wrong? You have to earn everything in life that you get.
You are 100% right. You are right. And that's all that I was trying to convey.
Can I ask a question?
In a nice way. Ask a question, please.
Can I ask a question? So, Mike, I'm not trying to. No, I am going to be a dick. I don't know if you're on crack or not, but I don't know if you just listened to what I literally just said. You said that I'm asking for $1 million. Did I literally not just say, Norman, you're sitting right here, I dated a man who made significantly less than me, and I had no issue with it. I literally already said as well, if a man is in between jobs, that is also okay. So I don't know what red pill podcast you've been fucking listening to, and so now you're like, women bad, all women want a fucking millionaire. I haven't said that once.
See, Norman and Leonard, what these kind of liberal women do is they turn against you. You know, when you try to call them out in their BS, you call them out in their BS, and they turn against you. Oh, woe is me. I'm a scorned woman. Listen, you're a young girl that should get off her tail and get your own career. Don't depend on some. And I guarantee. Listen. If I was a psychic right now, if I'm using my psychic powers, okay, you'll be married to a 70-year-old white man who's a millionaire.
Exactly. Because I'm trying to figure out, when she was talking about her grandmother was 87 years old. I'm like, doesn't that mean your grandmother would have been born in 1938? How old is your father?
My dad is like
Mooncakes, Mooncakes, we see through your Mooncakes.
It's like, what? Hold on, Mike. Your dad is like what?
I think he's like 54 or 55. I can't remember.
Oh my goodness. Stop the cap.
What?
I'm older than your dad.
We see through the troll. Norman, we see the Norman and Leonard. We see through the troll. This is all a troll. It's all a troll.
Well, I don't think she's troll. I think she means what she's saying. I just think she's young. Like I get it. I heard these talking points.
This is what I think. I think she saw a cartoon from the 70s called Josie and the Pussycats, and it affected her in such a dramatic way that now she thinks she's Josie or one of the Pussycats.
She's half cat. She's half cat.
I'm confused because, like, Mike, if you were here the entire time, I literally said I have a career. I don't know if anyone's listening. I went to school. I have a bachelor. My specialization is in accounting specifically.
So
I work a 6-figure job. Like, I don't understand here. I have a career. I don't need
let's break down the timeline. Let's break down the timeline. So you're in your early 20s, correct? You're in your early 20s.
No, my older 20s actually.
Older 20s.
Yeah, okay. You're in your older 20s and you're making 6 figures. Stop lying to everyone on here.
What sucks is
get the hell out of here.
Do I have to bring up someone on this panel to prove that the job I work?
No, what you need to do is get your little cell phone and show something that says you make remotely in the realm of 6 figures, like show a real nice Mercedes or BMW or something in your garage.
Honestly, I mean,
in your garage. Show a nice luxury vehicle in your garage.
You want to see the BMW M4 in my garage? That's what you want to see?
Yes, please. Yes, please show us. Please show us.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please show us.
But you guys want to see it?
I don't know. I don't know why y'all want to see that.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please do.
I don't know why y'all want to see that. I got another question for you. Once they
No, go ahead. No. Go ahead. Show the nice BMW or Mercedes Benz or Audi in your garage.
I've been on camera. I've been on camera in my Infinity. I've been on camera in my BMW. I've been on camera in my car.
Get your ass up in your little onesie, flip the camera, and walk and show that.
Okay, we'll join the panel. We'll join the panel and go to the garage. Okay.
Thank you.
Why do y'all care about that? I don't know.
Apparently, I have to prove this.
Oh, now she's going to go off camera.
She don't want
my phone. I have to switch to my phone to go to the garage.
It's gonna be your parents' cars. It's gonna be your parents' cars.
Oh, okay. Wait. So let me stop for a second. I get up to say, okay, I'm gonna go to the garage. And now it's my parents' car. What's the point of this?
Don't do it, man. I don't know what you're trying to prove.
Let's do it, baby.
Sorry, Norman. I just hate this shit of like, I get it. People cap on the internet. I do get it. I understand.
And you're capping, so go ahead.
Why are you upset at me for being in my older 20s?
I'm not upset at you.
Why are you mad at that? You know I went to school for
I got a different question.
Guys, hang tight real quick. Leonard, hang tight. Kabuta with the $2 super chat. PayPal, commie. She should wait for the government's snap.
Fucking wish. They fucking wish. No, CT. They actually wish I didn't make the money I make at 27 years old. I'm sorry, but my parents set me up to do well financially. Also, I'm going to keep it real with you guys. I come from fucking generational wealth. I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm poor.
Drop it on
my parents own lots of fucking homes and cars. That's not my fault. Thank God my parents did a good job. Holy shit, I went to a good university. I went to a good school. I got a good job straight out of university. I did internships. I apologize for being well educated and having a good fucking job.
No, don't do that.
Reese with the $5 super chat says, Wagwan Mooncakes. My Jamaican sis, you are. Oh, that must be. Oh, what gone? Oh, using that patois stuff. Wagwan. Yeah, you mean what's going on? Mooncakes, my Jamaican sis, you are all right with me. Minus the dating outside of your race part, laugh out loud. You need to take your mooncakes home and stay there. Go ahead. Thank you so much, Reese.
I got a question. While she pulling up the car,
JP, if I could ask you, since she's talking about the generational wealth thing, you know, my cousin that bought a $20 million mansion in Beverly Hills for he and his wife and 3 children.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? I'm trying to go with this guy. Yo,
can I ask you a question real quick before you do nomination?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Leonard, since you brought it up, and if you don't mind me asking, how was your cousin able to buy a $20 million home? How much?
Because he comes from money. His father was a professional athlete that allowed him to get into a certain circle of friends that allowed other things. Hold on. I'm talking. I can't answer for it. Okay, fine. Y'all tell me how that.
Go ahead, Leonard. No, hold on. Go ahead, Leonard.
Okay, now, people that get into what the hell was that? People that get into a certain.
Go ahead, Leonard.
Is that somebody's phone or something?
That was Barack Obama. Go ahead.
Okay, now he grew up within a certain status of money, right?
What's up, Blue Jay? Salute to you.
Now, he developed a fashion brand that professional athletes and others within that circle wore and promoted for him, right? Because, that's Jerry's boy. Like CT, if you're in a certain financial circle, I hear echo, and you have a friend, that son is trying to do something. Aren't you going to try to promote the image of your son, whatever he's trying to do, as long as it's within the guidelines of whatever? So that's how that happens. All right. And it happened to the point that it actually hit and caught on. And now he's a multimillionaire off of a fashion brand that I didn't know nothing about it, but I'm like, hey, little cuz, get your money
Leonard,
on.
What's the fashion brand?
Fear of God Essentials.
And who's the parent company?
I don't know about the parent company and all of that. All I know is
So they have a $20 million home. That means that the company itself is probably worth in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
I don't know, but you know what I do know? I do know that I could flip the camera around and show a picture of his father.
You know Jerry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You know Jerry. Leonard. You know Jerry.
Okay, hold on.
You know Jerry Lorenzo.
Okay, here you go. This is what we're gonna do. All right.
I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? Jerry Lorenzo, right?
Now, is that Jerry Senior?
Yeah, it looks like him.
Exactly.
Like, I know what Jerry. I know what Jerry looked like.
Okay, that's me, right? And that's Renette, the wife. That's my son. Now he's 6'4" right now, but this is a long time ago. All right.
Talk.
That's when he was manager. When he was managing the White Sox. Okay. Way back when. I got ticket stubs from the Hyatt White House, this and that, zero charge, all of that. So he grew up in that type of money environment. And you know what? I wonder what Natalie's doing right now, because I never hear anything about Natalie. But anyway, you know, you grow up in that type of money environment.
You'd be with the $5 super chat. Back in my day, they called Grifty McGrifter. I was the king of flip Leonard.
Well, you know, Gimpy can say whatever you want to say about me all day long. It doesn't matter to me.
Hold on, real quick.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on a second, Leonard. Reese with the $5 super chat. As far as Vic, on these pretendians, they some buffoons using a joke that Dr. Gates said in sarcasm about DNA being made up as proof shows that they are ignorant, or they're ignorant. Thank you so much, Reese. Salute to you, man. Positivity's coming your way, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm like this. Myself and my son, around their ultra bourgeoisie, friends, we were talking points because, you know, we fighting a good fight, Iraq, Afghanistan, and all that. And we were, you know, I was even getting letters like over there, and they were like, you are related to them. I'm like, it's my first cousin. I know people think Jerry Manuel is Hispanic because of the last name. No, he's Blick.
What does this have to do with Mooncakes and her company?
What it has to do with Mooncakes? Her family comes from money. I'm like, get your onesie suit wearing ass up, flip your camera, and just walk to the garage that's in the house that you are living in and show your luxury vehicle, since you're Mrs. I earn a six-figure salary.
Didn't I almost just
you're capping. I'm using young people terminology. You're capping online.
You can
Josie and the Pussycats. You're capping online, trying to look like the terror from the Thundercats.
No, crazy. Norman, and you're sitting right here, like you guys are sitting right here. Did I not turn my camera off? And then they literally started cussing because I turned my camera off.
Okay.
Yeah. She was going to the car. She was going to the whip.
Thank you. I was going upstairs, and then someone said,
don't let me stop you.
Gimpy with the $2 super chat. This is what old man yells at the cloud sound like. Thank you so much, Gimpy.
But you guys have to admit that's insane. Like, Chaotic, I'll let Chaotic make the choice. Do you want me to go over to the car?
Go to the damn car.
Sure, why not?
I have to go on my phone.
Of course, he would co-sign that.
I don't even know what we're really doing, but
I don't even know how we got here,
bullshit, man. But I'll go on my phone. Give me 1 second.
Because I'm trying to figure out, like, Leonard, what?
Give me 1 sec.
Oh man. Then it said, "Put it on the table, show and prove, man."
Yeah, because I'm a regular old man that ain't never been a millionaire in my life. You know, Eyes went to the doggone army because Eyes was not a college educated Black person back in the day, so I had to go and fight the white man war so I could have me some doggone benefits to live off on and all that, and raise my chillins up right.
Oh man, yeah, she about to show you the whip, I guess.
I don't know. Like I said,
Yeah, I got a real question for you.
Women are, in my world, this is just me speaking. In my world, women for recreational use only. Giving up between your lips and your hips, except my daughter and granddaughters, and I'm not on that freaky deaky. But outside of that, you know what I'm saying? That's any woman I was married to. That's what you was designed for.
Mooncakes, you know, you don't have to prove anything to me, but it's fascinating just listening to an old man trying to compete with somebody who could be his grandchild. Go ahead, Mooncakes. Okay, there we go. There we have it. I don't.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Don't look like a 6-figure, like a 8 series, but that's wonderful.
Why do you find it so implausible that this young lady?
Look. I'm a broke ass Wakandan, but I'm not living in Pakistan. All my neighbors are white.
But Leonard, you're a 60-year-old man.
Exactly.
Hear me out. You're a 60-year-old man.
Mm-hmm.
You could be this girl's grandfather.
No, I couldn't.
Well, because you're.
Nah, I couldn't. Nah. Numerically, yes. Genetically, no.
Oh, well, numerically, yeah. Gibby says the Pinko Kami Ethot continues to cook these old men.
Wow, she made it from the garage to her.
Leonard, be quiet, man. Leonard, why do you feel the need to compete?
It's not a competition thing. You know what you all miss?
No, bro. Listen, can I tell you? Can I tell you as a person looking in from the outside?
You can tell me, but I'm gonna tell you what you miss
brother. Mooncakes for the past 3 or 4 episodes has literally been playing like Jordan in the late 80s, early 90s.
It's not even close.
Not finished, Leonard. You gonna be finished, bro? You gonna be finished or not? You gonna be finished talking? Okay. She's doing 30 points per game, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 0 turnovers, bro. This is quite phenomenal watching this, man. Leonard, you don't have to prove Leonard, you're a senior citizen, bro. Why are you trying to prove yourself to a 26-year-old girl? It doesn't make any sense, brother. Why? Go ahead, Leonard. Go ahead. This is sick, man. Leonard, this is absolutely sick. What is wrong with this dude?
My hairstyle didn't change or anything else. All I did was keep the camera as was. I'm closing the door now. You heard that? That's a door closing to my garage. Dun, 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 dun. Good grief. I'm glad my son didn't marry something like her. Ugh.
Leonard, this is what I keep saying, man.
This is wild.
And this is what makes it.
Leonard, my son made a great pick. He didn't marry anything.
Leonard, this is that CTE, man. This goes back to the conversation with Coach Greg Adams, Andrew Wilson. This is sad, bro. Listen, bro, Leonard, listen to me. This younger generation and even younger, they are seeing the hypocrisy. They're seeing all this nonsense from older people. This is why the changing of the guard is occurring. This is why.
You're 27 years old. Her brain hasn't even fully matured yet as an adult.
Oh my God. Go ahead. Mooncakes. The reason why they
she's in her upper 20s, didn't she?
Brother. Stay on mute, Leonard. The reason why Mooncakes, they can't fathom that you make 6 figures is because making 6 figures was unheard of in like the 90s. Like, unless you were like a really high-powered executive somewhere, you weren't really making those 6 figures.
Yeah.
a lot of people, what has happened now is you have this man here. There's a level of jealousy, a level of envy. He won't admit this, but he's like them old people. He doesn't know that you can make 6 figures doing consultation. Hey, I'm a consultant. Do you know John Galt, the gentleman that calls in sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. He was doing a street interview with a white girl, 31, 32 years old, liberal, in DC, who was a biochemistry graduate. She said she didn't practice what she went to school for because she makes PowerPoints for corporations and makes 6 figures. So she's a consultant. She makes PowerPoints for whatever they need it for. You didn't really have a lot of this type of stuff going. I mean, maybe you did. I was unaware of it. But a guy like Leonard doesn't understand, man. He's too uniform, He's too uniform. And he can't fathom the idea that you can make money in a multiplicity of different. I don't know how you make your money, but they can't fathom this stuff. It's just like kids playing video games again. Norman, remember in the late 90s, man? You probably tried to tell your mom or dad, hey man, this is gonna be the wave of the future, playing video games, man. Get your ass in there and go to sleep.
Right.
But now, look at kids now. They go to South Korea, they go to all these tournaments, making millions of dollars.
I didn't think online gaming was gonna blow up.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah.
Think about this, Mooncakes, and this is why I say you're listening to a lot of dinosaurs. Back in the 70s, Mom, Dad, I'm in the military. That was some shit, man. That was something very proudful. And it's still proudful now.
Yeah.
But now, hey, Mom, Dad, I'm about to be a gamer. I'm about to take a flight to South Korea. That's just as proudful too. And so I think Leonard, time has passed him, and he can't fathom you making $100,000 more per year.
Just to explain my background a little bit more, of course, I can't say where I work. When I went to school, I think I was in 17 at the time when I got into university. And my major started off as finance. So technically my minor is finance, my major is accounting, is what I graduated in. When I was working and I was still in school, I did about an 18-month internship where I worked with a public firm. After my public firm, I did like finance investment type firms. And then I went to the thing that I'm at now, right? So not only is it that they have to pay me for my experience. And because I was such an experienced graduate, they could start me at a much higher rate. So my raises throughout the years has gotten me to this point, right? And most people who are within like my type of finance accounting area know that this is very doable. This isn't rare. I think for my age group, it's a little bit more like, oh shit, right? But if you went the way I went, this isn't like a rare situation. And so it's frustrating because it's like, but I also live in one of the most expensive cities. Before I was living in Vancouver, moved back to Toronto. And if you know one thing about Vancouver, you spend a lot of money. So you make a lot of money, but you also spend a shit ton of money. And during these panels, I don't even usually brag about like how much I make or anything like that until they brought it up. That like I don't have a career, I don't do anything. It's like, no, I do this for fun because I like streaming, I like the panels, I like interacting, but I also enjoy just like having a job and working, and I'm proud of it.
So can I ask a question? Because I really was trying to take the conversation somewhere. I don't know how we got the cars and everything, but now that I actually have some context, so you're a little bit older, right? You're in your late 20s.
Yeah, 27.
All right. Okay. All right, cool. I didn't want you to tell your age or whatnot, but do you want a family?
That's a good question. I think yes, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
Do you want a husband? Do you want a man? Do you want a husband?
Yeah, of course. It'd be nice to have a life partner.
So what's the purpose? All right, so would you get married in that situation if you didn't want kids, or would you just have a partner?
I would still get married if like I didn't want kids, because they may not want kids. It just depends on the person.
Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you, maybe you haven't got that fever yet, but you're getting close to that age where 30. Everybody says women get that fever, and it's real. I dated women when I was younger at 30, and it's real. What I would say to you, like, I get it, you're young, And I know the world that we live in right now is very just everybody just do what they do, go get some money and stuff like that. But what I would challenge you to think about is if you are able to meet the man that you actually want, because it's going to be a well-accomplished man, for even just hearing about your background, he is going to want something from you. And honestly, you're going to want it. Because I guarantee you, like all the job that you have, if you had a situation where you could quit but be taken care of, would you do it?
I don't, you know what? I've asked myself that question actually, and I don't think so, because I genuinely enjoy what I do. Like I actually really do enjoy it. And if I could keep working, even if it's part-time, I would really like to.
All right. So what would be okay? That's fine. That's fine. Would you want your survival to be dependent on your work and the money that you bring in, or would you want it to be optional money / fun money?
My survival to be on the money I bring in. Yes and no. I like being able to control things. I think I'm not one of those people that like the lack of control. So when I have
you go be control. Control is fine. Let's say your man can take care of all the bills.
Oh, you mean like he pays all the bills?
So your money becomes fun money. I call it fun money. Your money becomes fun money. Basically, your money becomes when we want to go on a trip. Like we can just use your money, or and in the meantime, you also could be saving your money, right? Because now you got a back roll of money coming in on top of what I'm saving. Would you prefer that situation, or that y'all are 50-50 and y'all paying bills together?
So the reason, that's a good question. I think the reason I kind of like 50-50, though it's still nice. It's still nice to have like excess money, but then that leaves them like money as well, and we can save towards like future trips, housing and stuff. And sometimes I feel like when someone pays all the bills on their own, there's like a sense of control there, where it's like now they're just taking care of everything. I don't really want all of my money just to be fun money. At least let me pay utilities or something.
Pay for the food that you're gonna cook. So no, all right. So what I would say to you is that, and again, I'm just here because I want to because I hear what CT talking about, but I think some things just don't die within men and women. And one of the things is that a man, if you find a man that is that accomplished to put you in a situation like that, he's gonna want to take care of you. And he's going to want to put you in a place where you could be your most feminine. And that's not necessarily you going out and going into the job market and paying 50-50 with him. And honestly, you're going to appreciate that if you actually get a chance to experience it, and you're going to lean into it. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. I've seen it too. I've seen it in my lifetime. And I'm telling you, go ahead.
Well, I've had time. So because I told you about that move from Vancouver to Toronto, I've had like time off because of course it's like I can't work while doing all of that. And even then, even though I still get paid from work with my time off, it gets boring really quickly. Like I was going shopping and like making things and kind of like exercising. And eventually it's just like the days felt the exact same, if that makes sense. Not saying that work is always great, but I was kind of like, it was driving me crazy a little bit. And I wanted to go back to work. I was just like, man, this is kind of fucking boring after a while. Like there's only so much I feel like you can do in a day where you're kind of just like, man, I'd rather be in the office dealing with a client or like, I don't know, like interacting in that way.
No, I get you. I think idle time, right? Whatever they say about idle time, hands to the devil type thing. I believe that, yes, you should still be doing something, right? I think you should be doing something. Nobody wants to sit around and lay it around on your ass all day. So I think if you don't have no kids or anything like that, fill your time with something, right? Whatever, you have as a, hobby. If it's work, it's work. If you're not a woman that has a job, it's a hobby or whatnot. Fill your time with something. You shouldn't be just doing mundane things and just laying down and looking at TV. Like I agree with that. But I will say that if you build a family, there is tons of time like that you want. Kids are a full-time job in itself. So what I will say is that just think about the things that you put. I think a lot of women have a problem with this, especially when they're young and they're beautiful, is because everything is coming to you. Like you have no problem getting a man at this point. Now the question is about you getting the man that you want and him actually being willing to keep you. That is the equation that you got to figure out. And I think women don't think that far into the game. They think about, I'm getting all this attention, and there's a lot of men that just want to fuck on you. Like that's just, and that's what we did around in your age group, especially. You know what I mean? That's what we do. So you got to ask yourself the question of what you actually want and kind of work it backwards and how it works in your situation. And I think you're very liberal. And I think honestly, it's funny because people go from left to right, but you rarely find people go from right to left in their political beliefs. And then I think it's one of those things that you live long and like when you're young, you think that you got it all figured out. You think them old people don't know what the hell they talking about. The world is changing. And then the older you get, somehow you start to feel like, damn, they actually knew what they was talking about. I just wasn't aware of it yet. And a lot of things that we think is fundamentally changed, it's the same. It's the same thing with technology obviously changes things, but human nature don't change. Men and women don't necessarily change at the core of it. So I'll leave you at that. And that's what I would say to think about. So
no, I actually appreciate like this conversation for one is more civil. So I appreciate that, Norman, actually. And I don't have a problem listening to my elders is what I would refer to it as. But like people like that I just interacted with, where it's like I feel like I'm constantly having to prove things I don't feel like I need to prove. And if I don't prove it, it's like, oh, she's lying or she's doing this, or basically like I'm a bad person. And I think that's the frustrating part, and it makes it hard to interact or even take advice or take information from these people when it's like they blow up constantly. And
is it from men? Are you proving yourself to men?
Yeah. I know.
Well, I would
tell
you this: if you find yourself to prove yourself to men, then what you need to do is just be silent at that point and just let them talk. Because to be honest with you, it's no man that should be trying to compete with you as a woman. If anything, he should be trying to give you advice and move forward. That's why I thought the card thing was weird. Like I was like,
that's what I'm trying to say. And like this is what I said to Chaotic earlier. They move like women. They move like women. They gossip like women. They're catty like women. And it's just like they keep proving my point over and over and over again. Like men don't do that. Even that Mike guy who got up here and he started like dissing me, right? Why are you acting like a woman? He was there typing in the chat. He was seething. He was foaming at the mouth to get up here and be like, she's a 7. Bitch, I don't want you. I don't give a fuck. Like he's gonna call me a 7 when he's a fucking 3. Not even a 3. He's gonna come up here and talk shit to me. Are you crazy? He was smoking crack out of a fucking fishbowl. And he's gonna come up here and talk shit. And I'm just like, why are men like this? What is going on? It's the sassy apocalypse. Obviously, I'm not referencing you, Norman, or you, Chaotic. I don't really know Kung Fu or anything. But it is the sassy man apocalypse. And it's like I have to be, I want to say more masculine because I have to deal with these sassy men who are more feminine. And it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Listen, I usually take up for the dudes, but I ain't gonna hold you. Like this is one thing I had a realization very young. I was like, damn, men are soft. Like I found it easy for me to move around as an adult male because I felt like men were getting softer and I could walk in rooms and impose my will and kind of move around like I wanted to because of just how just men are getting. Unfortunately, I think most men, we live in a society that's very feminine. And then on top of that, a lot of these men have been raised by women and they don't see it. So like a lot of times they end up thinking that's why they start having a conversation with you. Like we supposed to be doing the same thing. Like my wife don't call me a partner. We're not partners in this. We have roles, we have duties and responsibilities. That's what I was saying into the chat earlier to CT. But like a lot of dudes are just soft nowadays. But what I will say is if you sitting there going back and forth with a man, like that's weird. Oh shit. Go ahead.
Hang tight for me real quick. Reese with the $5 super chat. The days of Colin Powell, McCain Republicans are over. I was watching a Jubilee left versus right debate, and damn near half the Republicans were do funnies. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. Go ahead, guys.
No, you good. Right. I don't bring the craziness like everybody else, but like I wanted to come and talk to you because I see that you got good intent. I don't think there's any bad intent there, but I think there's some people should be putting a bug in your ear to say, okay, you know what? If you want certain things, these are the things to look out for. If you're not thinking about it, that's it.
And I think, but that's okay. And like, it's okay. And I tell people this all the time. If you want to criticize me, if you're like, hey, man, I don't agree with you, or I think this is BS, or you know what, here's my advice to you. I think that's fair, right? But as soon as they get up here, it's like they go crazy, and then I don't know how to interact with it because
they say I'm simping.
Yeah, that's what they're going to say. And so here's the thing now. They're going to call you a simp. They're going to call you a white knight, even though you've disagreed with me. Even though you've showed that you have disagreed.
I want you to win. Like, honestly, I disagree with a lot of political. I've been watching the stream. I watch the stream every day. It's like my guilty pleasure, like while I'm working and stuff like that. But I see you come up here and I heard your political views, like with China and stuff like that. I don't agree at all. Like, but at the same time, I just feel it upon myself that when I hear somebody, especially I'm Jamaican too, by the way. When I see somebody we share the nationality as well, and I'm like, all right, sister, like I'm gonna let me at least put a bug in your ear, because we could disagree on political stuff, and I think a lot of that just comes around with age and experience. But at the same time, I could disagree, but still try to give you some type of gem to go home with. But
yeah, and we can be respectful about it. But I'm telling you, these hoes, these bitches, which they call themselves men, they get on this panel and they fucking cuss and start screaming like women. And then they'll be like, oh, women are not doing this. They're emotional. They're emotional while they're freaking the fuck out on this panel. They're screaming and like calling me names and like losing their minds. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, so now I have to be the masculine energy and sit back and listen. I thought men were the ones who were supposed to do that. Sit back and listen. Why are you yelling at me?
Wow.
Well, I know men aren't necessarily men are supposed to be stoic, but that's a different.
Yes.
I mean, naturally men are more disagreeable and will speak on it. If they have a disagreement, men will speak on it. Like that's the difference, right? Like we supposed to be stoic when it's going crazy, but we typically speak up. A real man will speak up when something is being said that they don't agree with. That's just natural. It's supposed to be like that. So,
Mulatto, what's up?
What's up? CT, I think you're losing supporters and viewers with this Mooncakes kid.
Really?
Yeah, man. I think, bro, like I've tried to tune in a few times. I hear I'm sick of hearing literally all that like goofy child talk. And I just stopped watching, man. I stopped watching. And she has the goofiest, like trendiest, Gen Z takes on everything. She's
Go
just
ahead.
like I could argue her position before she even opens her mouth, literally. You know what I mean?
Do you feel intimidated by her and the the success that Gen Z, like a lot of them are breaking like certain generational curses, like a lot of them are traveling more than the millennials than we ever did. A lot of them are getting more like online work. A lot of them are doing things that we did or Gen X did generations, man. I mean, here goes a young girl. She's making more money at 26 than most people.
What's she do?
I work in accounting and finance.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I was traveling the road at 20. You know what I mean? I was in the Middle East, Africa, Europe in my 20s. So like, it's cool. I think it's great. Like, by the way, I have a son that's a bit younger than her. He's 20.
What is it that threatens
Out
you
of the matrix.
about Mulatto? Your mic. You want to go out and come back in real quick?
Yeah. No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go out and come back in real quick. Maybe that'll do it.
All right, man.
Man, CT, why you set him up for the okie doke, man?
Because
you did that on purpose just now. I saw what you did just now. Like, that's crazy.
It's just like with JP and the whole welfare thing. Now you have this young liberal woman. She threatened something. Because if she didn't threaten anything, nobody would have all this animosity towards, And I think you get what I'm saying? She's
I know what you said.
What'd you say? Go ahead, Norman Nation. Go ahead, buddy.
No, I know. I get what you said, man. It's like it's weird, man. Like when I came up here, I didn't try to challenge her or anything. I'm just trying to give game. But it is weird to see men like as soon as you say, "Oh well, she's making six figures in her 20s," and it's like, "Oh no, I made 6 figures in my 20s. I traveled the world at 21." I'm like, like what is that even to say? If you did, I guess. Listen, I come from humble beginnings. If anything, I tell y'all, like I told y'all, I'm the first out of my siblings to graduate from high school, let alone go to college. College was even in the books for me. I don't even talk, and so I've gone a path where I've been very successful, but it's nothing like, I guess that's, I don't know. I feel like some people just come from like entitled backgrounds, so they talk like this. Like when you come from humble backgrounds, I feel like you're not trying to show and prove because your life is what it is. I don't know. I don't know, man. That is weird, guys. Like y'all got to stop doing that, man. Don't let CT set you up for that, man.
All right, CT, I'm back. So,
go ahead, Mulatto. Go ahead, buddy.
To clarify my position, I think Gen Z is dope. I love Gen Z. I do think that that male, boys, young men in that generation are a lot more level-headed, a lot less influenced by like trendy pop culture than the females. I think most of the females, man, are just goofy. Like they're like millennials, but even worse. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're more susceptible to like messaging, pop culture messaging, and they hold a lot of self-contradictory views at the they rationalize it. I just don't think, like, I don't care how much money you've made, like you're wet behind the ears. You literally to use one of their favorite words, you literally just got here to this planet. You literally just left your parents' house. Like, I'm glad you're making money, I'm glad you're traveling, but I think it's good to shut up, sit down, and learn from people who have been years and decades, and you will learn this. Life teaches you like these lessons. You will learn, you know who you'll learn from? You'll learn from life that you don't know a damn thing, that you need to
Mulatto, let me ask you this
role, that you need to listen to people.
Let me ask you this question, right?
He's losing
So
it.
you are me. I think me and you are about the same age, right? You're a little bit older. How old are you?
I'm in my 40s, bro.
So I just turned 41.
Okay, I'm a little older.
What can you learn from old man Ben, 70 years old?
From him, nothing.
Yeah,
but
nothing, right?
From my father, from other men who are in their 60s or 70s, I've learned a lot.
But see, you're telling this young woman she needs to learn from people, and what I'm trying to tell you is that their generation literally has had the greatest invention in human history at their fingertips since they've been born. So what could she? So and again, I'm just saying, and I knew she was gonna say learn from who, right? Back in our day, we had the barbershops, niggas at the barbershop, but you can't really jive talk a lot of Gen Zs, man. You gotta show something. Like you gotta have like a game to get their attention or something, bro.
I agree, but let me tell you this, bro.
And I'm not saying you. It's just overall.
No, I get it, but here's the thing. If you've ever seen Good Will Hunting, it's of course one of my favorite movies of all time. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant movie. You can, first off, just because AI can give you the answers doesn't mean that you got that in your brain, right? You're not one with AI. So we all have access to AI. 70-year-old men have access to AI. I can hop on and ask Gemini a question or ask ChatGPT a question, just like she can. It doesn't make you smarter. It just means you have access to technology earlier than we had. But here's the thing. That doesn't replace experience, man. Have you raised a family? Have you been married? Have you lost a loved one? Have you lost a parent? Have you lost these are things that happen in life that teach you to be humble. And I think too many of the females in Gen Z, they think they know it all because they they pat themselves on the back about their degrees and everything, but they haven't even lived. They just started living. You just left your parents' house. And I'm not saying that every older person is smarter or wiser. There's some really foolish older people, but you're not special. The world was here before you and it'll be here after you. And it's good to just keep your head low, be humble and teachable. That's my point. And among the female, the liberal female Gen Z is just like the liberal female boomers. They don't know, they're goofy. They're goofy and they're a detriment. And they're dangerous.
So Mooncakes is asking, why should she be humble?
Because you have an expiration date. That if that doesn't humble you, I don't know what will. And you don't know when that expiration date is. It doesn't have to be when you're 70. It could be next week. That keeps me humble. Like I don't.
Is that in reference to when I eventually pass?
Absolutely, yeah. Like you're not all that. The world existed without you, and it'll. Yeah.
Why would I humble myself? Why wouldn't I stay special till the day I'm out of here?
That being special to yourself doesn't make you special.
It does to me. I am special. So why would I treat myself?
Nah.
That's
another
narcissism.
person.
And that's to the point about Gen
Then
Z,
I'm
about
a
Gen Z,
full-blown narcissist, baby
Gen
girl.
Z females raised on TikTok, like puckering their lips out and doing dances in front of a camera, mentally ill behavior that our ancestors would have thought this person needs to be locked in a padded room. This is what they're raised on, and this is what it produces. They think that the world revolves around them. They think they're special, yo. Life will teach you.
Why
You're
can't
not.
everyone be special?
Mooncakes, what makes you special?
If everybody is special, that means nobody's special.
All right.
Well, then there you go. So what's the issue here? Why can't I? What's an issue with me thinking in my mind that I'm a
Mooncake.
special person?
Listen,
What,
dear.
what would even be wrong with that? But no, I'm
The way
curious.
to live. I'm gonna tell you what makes you special. Make other people special, and when we do leave, your funeral will be packed, and you'll be remembered as someone who considered other people to be special. But if you're like most of your generation, and you just think that you're special, you're forgettable. Nobody cares about you. Nobody likes you. You're another narcissist.
But who cares? Who cares? If someone wants to think they're special, it doesn't impact your day. It doesn't change anything about you.
What benefit is it? What benefit? Well, no, let me ask you a question. Like, so what benefit is it for you to think that you're special?
If I think I'm special, it just makes me feel good. Maybe that's the only benefit. And maybe that's okay. I'm just enjoying life. I am one of the few people who get to be born into this world. Do you know how unlikely it is to even exist on Earth?
Well, thanks to the policies,
we all actually are special.
Yeah. Thanks to the liberal policies, you absolutely are a rare. You get to enjoy this rare blessing. It should be a lot more. Everyone who's conceived should have the opportunity to be born. But you're right. To your point, you're one of the few that make it out of the womb.
You said something very interesting when you said something to me, and what I really believe is that most conservatives don't have pretty much a diversity of people that come around. Let's be honest about it. You can't find this kind of content with Candace Owens, Anthony Bryan, Logan.
Not at all. No, I agree.
You really can't. And
conservative circles are corny, by the way. They're mad corny. Like, I'm not into that vibe at all.
I think what Mooncakes is doing, and I've seen this about 3 or 4 times in my life. I've seen the Jordan, I've seen the LeBrons, I've seen greatness, and I'm gonna use sports analogies. I think what is happening here, Mooncakes is doing a tomahawk dunk from the free throw line. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
That's food for thought. I'm not gonna lie, CP. That's food for thought. You got me thinking. I'm listening.
Don't foul him up, man.
I'm following you.
She's holding her own in a space where a lot of Signal 66, right? He's a conservative guy. He was drunk out of his mind, right? Leonard, he's a senior citizen talking about that what you know jive. Oh, I got a Cadillac too, Mooncake. Like, I wouldn't even compete. I mean, it's almost like competing. It's like me 40 competing with a 12-year-old. I ain't compete with no goddamn 12-year-old. Just for my own dignity. You're supposed to. Mooncakes. You ever heard of a comedian named Chris Rock?
Yes, yeah.
In the 90s, he had one of the greatest stand-up specials of all time. And he was talking about black fathers who are proud, who say, I'm in my kid life. And he said, you're supposed to be in your kid life, you dumb son of a bitch. At 60, you're supposed to be a homeowner, Leonard. You're supposed to have a Mercedes at that age by now. It's almost like he was flexing for no reason. You know, you're supposed to have all this stuff done at a certain age. By now, I mean, and the fact that he has to compete with you, that speaks volumes. Speaks volumes. It's like when Ben calls in, you know, Ben, old man, 70 years old, Norman. You know, when he brags about having 2 homes. I got 2 homes. Nigga, you 70. Okay, and you talking to people half your damn age. Yeah, okay, nigga, you got 2 homes.
You know what, CT? Now that you put it that way, I do see the utility of someone like a Mooncakes, right? I get your point. I would just say, look, one of my main gripes is that that generation of females, and really females in general, have this propensity, but to think that they're special to the point that they're not special. They end up looking and sounding like everybody else. There's nothing unique about them. There's nothing memorable about them. If you want to be special, make others special, and they'll make you special. That's how it works. You scratch their back, they scratch yours. Like, people who are just out for themselves will be forgotten. But you know what? To your point, man, she is kind of revolutionizing this channel. I gotta say it was getting a little stagnant, a little bit like Shady Oaks Retirement Village. You know what I mean? Until
EBT.
Mooncakes walked in. You know. So you have a point. You got me thinking over here.
I thought you said I was killing the viewership. Do you think that's true, CT?
No,
I don't want to kill your viewership.
No,
Okay.
not at all. No,
That's
I'm
not
looking
my
at the
goal.
analytics. Analytics are great. Republic Room, what say you about this liberal 20-something-year-old who is literally scoring 30 per game? Go ahead.
Yes. Hey there, PT. First of all, hey Mooncakes, hey everybody.
Hi.
It's like, and hey there, and now she's not special. Now she shouldn't think of herself as special. I'm telling you, CT, she's a gorgeous young woman. She cams up, and I was listening to Mike. He was the last one I heard, just, came out the gate with insults. This woman has been called overweight. She's not. They were asking about her hair. It's not real. They said she has too much makeup. They talked about her outfit. They were saying that her dad let her wear this outfit. Leonard talking about the car. What kind of car do you drive? It's like these men are sprouting snakes of jealousy, like Medusa. I think the word she used, she said the sassy man apocalypse, and she said, I know that some of these men have access to women, but they behave like incels. Literally, it's like they want to scratch her eyes out. They want to claw her eyes out. This is something else. I mean, and she single-handedly, I think she played it was 10 times worse this time. Now, I don't agree with her politics. In case I do not, and I rebuke you for saying that China should take over America. But other than that, she has just, CT, she's coming in with they are mosquitoes and she's a bazooka. This is literally. And then she makes good money, but then that's not good. They're going to be mad at her if she doesn't make good money and thinks that she can be taken care of by a man. Then they don't want her to think that she can be taken care of by a man. And who does she think she is? They've called this woman narcissistic, all this stuff. I'm thinking either there's a lot of projection, or literally, I'm without word. That's all I want to say.
Republic.
This was astounding. This was
Flex,
astounding.
I know Mooncakes is a liberal, but what is her points per game, rebounds, and her assists? Flex, go ahead, buddy. Flex, you're on mute.
On mute.
Yeah, I don't know. She's looked good around bad competition. It's like playing against the Cleveland Browns. So sometimes you can look good against bad competition, but Savage Red came on and destroyed every point that she wanted to make. I dismantled all the points she wanted to make.
I don't think
so. There were maybe some other guys on here that really didn't perform very well, but Savage came and kicked the buildings down. And if you paid attention to what was being said, most of her points were dismantled, where she was making circular arguments, and she even disproved her own arguments multiple times. So it's good. She's averaging 20. She averaging 20. She's starting. She averaging 20.
Japrice, salute to you. We have Mooncakes on the panel. She is a liberal woman in her 20s. And she's been here for the past, and thank you so much, Flex. She's been here for the past about a week, a couple of times. She was here about a year ago before, but she's a staunch liberal, but she's been holding her own. Are you familiar with Mooncakes, Japrice?
Not at all.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like they come up here, a lot of the men, and they just like despise me.
Yeah.
Wait, does she live in Canada?
Yeah, she lives in Canada.
Okay, I think I was on. I watched one of your shows and she was up here. I wasn't on the panel, but yeah, I think I remember now.
Why are the men? Why are the conservative men crashing out?
Crashing out about what?
All of her talking points. I mean, everything from the fact that she says, "I don't need to cook for a man."
I don't know.
Okay. CT.
I don't even know why they get upset at this stuff anymore. This is nothing new. This is their MO. This is what it's nothing to crash out about.
You are a staunch conservative woman. You are a married woman with kids, but she doesn't threaten you. And this is the confidence that you would think that a lot of people would have.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Japrice?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is really fascinating. Japrice is, hey man, it is what it is.
She's just chilling. Yeah, she doesn't give a fuck because most people like win it.
I mean, I think what also like controls the insufferable moments of them talking is that they're probably not gonna get married or have children. Then they'll just die off. Bye. It's not gonna be any more of them.
So liberals don't threaten you, like in terms of the immediacy of it, right?
No, not anymore. Mm-mm. No, there's nothing that there's nothing new that I've heard them say. They all kind of have the same points or the same talking points, or they speak the same. So I mean, I just kind of I wouldn't say find joy, but they won't procreate. They just gonna be by themselves, and there's not gonna be any more of them.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
I think
South Korea is happening in South Korea right now. You would say Mooncake, South Korea is a very liberal environment.
I thought South Korea was pretty kind of liberal, but I thought the men are pretty conservative there, to my knowledge. I could be wrong on this, but I thought South Korea.
But you mentioned that they're suffering a population crisis because of
they are.
But okay.
It was mainly I think the men tend to be more conservative. I think it's the same thing you see in America, but not as bad with the population crisis. However, not only that, I think they're can you say sexual essay on here? I don't know what the rules are on YouTube. Sorry.
You could just say sexual essay. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sexual essay. In South Korea is horrific. Horrific. That's a really, really big issue. Their laws are not taken as seriously as they would be in America or Canada. And then on top of the work,
I did hear about that in Japan and South Korea.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, they hide it. You could be on the bus as a woman and a dude will pinch your ass or something.
Well, that's why it's now required in Japan, for example, to have flash on your phone.
I can't hear anything.
What'd you say, Japrice? You going out? What you say?
I said, is someone else talking? I can't hear. I only hear you.
You might have to go out and come back in.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's definitely an issue in South Korea. Those women do not want to have children, and they do speak that it's a male issue. They're having issues with the men in South Korea, and I think you're going to start to see it more in places like America, which is actually why I'd argue why they're trying to ban abortion, or they're trying to impede it at least, because they want people to have kids. They don't want people to stop procreating.
You ever seen those videos in South Korea with the internet cafes and how pretty much the people live in the internet cafes and they
Japan
withdrawn from society. I think that's pretty interesting actually.
Yeah, and I think we're moving towards that even more, and I think that comes from social media. For everybody, no matter who ingests it, has done irreparable damage. But I think it's done irreparable damage to certain communities. And that's why I go so heavily about young men, because they can influence a lot as they get older, right? But they are becoming lonelier by the day, and they're getting angrier, and they're getting more radicalized. We're not having like the old Republicans anymore. It's like the new age, basically the Nick Fuentes. That's what you're starting to see, and you're
Yeah,
going to see
a lot of the guys on Twitter that are angry at women, if you really look at them, they look disheveled. They look, they're not really the Bradley Coopers.
Yo,
You'll never find like a
I'll
Bradley
say this.
Cooper.
CT, real quick. Let me just say this real quick before you open my eyes, and I'm glad you opened my eyes to the amazingness that is Mooncakes and her brilliant, and she does bring something new. I'm kind of listening to her. She's on point with some stuff, but I think some of the visceral reaction you get from a lot of the conservative like men who are a little older is the same kind of response that liberals have to Trump. Like Trump represents daddy to them, right? And I think to a lot of like us in our late 30s, 40s, she represents that liberal niece or that liberal daughter. You know what I mean? And it's like we have a knee-jerk reaction, right, to this sort of like rebellious liberal, and the fear is that we are not replenishing our numbers, right? We're not having progeny to replace our numbers, and she represents that in our minds. This existential threat that Americans aren't reproducing. Liberal women are not getting married. They're not having offspring. And you have that niece that's in college and she won't listen. She thinks she knows it all because she took a few semesters of whatever. But you know what, man? I want to thank you because I'm actually listening to the young lady talk, and she actually does make some good points. Yes, you do add value to this room. I recant my original statement, guys.
Serious Black Thought with the $5 super chat. Empowered women do not have kids. Women crave dominant men. It doesn't matter how much money he has. When the third world men come, they will have babies. Serious Black Thought. Real quick. Mooncakes, why do so many men have this doomsday scenario? Basically they're saying, well, when the world collapses, women will need us. Why do you think a lot of men are like that? Go ahead.
That's a good question. Oh, I think they know deep down. Let's just say the world did collapse tomorrow, right? Everything's fucked. There are no laws. Somehow the governments have been taken out. They know what other men are capable of. Let's be honest. They asked this on Twitter. They said, as a man, would you rather be left in a world full of just men or just women? And a lot of men said, no, I would rather be with the women, because they understand that if they're with the men, that is pure and utter chaos. Like, absolutely. They're going to kill each other, destroy each other. That's just what it would come down to. And I think they understand that at the same time, they might dislike women, but they do need us for society. You also need us to procreate. Who's going to carry the babies? You kind of need us to be around. And I kind of feel like they need to find a way to get along with us. I think it's so unfortunate because I don't know how to get them to stop being so angry. I don't know. I don't know if it's like an economic issue of like maybe there aren't enough jobs. There's not enough happening for them. They feel left behind per se. And I'm like, that's what you have to attack first. I don't know where else to help them. But also, they don't really want help from women.
Yes, you know what? People used to make this argument against Kevin Samuels all the time, exactly what she had just said. And if the world had collapsed, they actually did the show, Bear Grylls Island. They separated the men, they put them on an island. They separated the women, they put them on an island. Within 2 days, all the women were on the verge of death. Where the men had made water filters, they did their own construction, they did their own building, but they had to literally send people to the women to help them not die. So if it's not that the men wouldn't be able to get along with each other, because most of the time when men fight, it's over women. So if there are no women, it's just that there will be no reproduction, but it won't be because the men can't get along with each other. The women will definitely need the men more than the men will need the women. So when people say if everything collapses, what they're speaking of is violence. And when there's violence, women can't compete with men because men are natural savages. So if there's no police, that means there's no men. If there's no structure, if there's no law enforcement, most of those things are introduced and enforced by men. If you remove that aspect, then you'll see the worst of everyone come out and that's going to affect women the most.
Who's committing the most violent crime? It's men on men.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that men is. You're not listening.
Right.
I'm not saying that. I just told you that the men are savages. I'm not telling you that they're not. What I'm telling you is that most of the time when men fight against each other, it's over women. Usually. There are examples where they separate. There are examples, and you can go, if the show is on Netflix, you can go look at it yourself. When they separated the men from the women and put them on different islands, the women almost died immediately because they couldn't do anything on their own. And even now, if everything had collapsed, women won't be able to use the bathroom because who's going to do the plumbing? Who's going to do the construction? Who's going to do the building? All the jobs that are dangerous that we really need, like building the bridges, that is predominantly done by men. There is no society that can be run on women or by majority women. None.
Can I? So I want to add another point to that. Mooncakes. When men say they will pick women to be with, I think when we was talking about humble, right? I think with men are humble, even though we know the world will work better, right? Because we just talk about the island situation, right? Where you just got a lot of men. We understand hierarchy. We'll put people in their separate jobs, and we will make it work. But our ultimate duty, and I think this is sort of like the hierarchy thing: God, man, woman, child. I think our connection to God, we still have this higher sense of responsibility to build family. So even in that scenario, the man is telling you he will pick an island of women. Yeah, we love women, right? Obviously from a sexual standpoint, but there's almost a sense of duty that I think most men have, and you're not fulfilling it without the women. And I think in the opposite direction, women have more so like a selfish outlook on it when it goes from women to men. They only want the men that they actually can see, but don't necessarily have the they don't feel like they're responsible or have the duty to be to a man. That's why, like, when women get money, I got money and I'm gonna go keep it on myself. Whereas a man gets money and get resources, he wants to share it with women. So I think even in that, when you hear men say that they're going to pick other women, it's not because, we're going to turn to savages and we're going to fight. Yeah, men fight over land. Men fight over women. We did that throughout history. But if there was no women to fight over, most likely we're going to try to survive. And there's going to be some fights. We're going to fight. But we ultimately, if you're hearing that, they picking the women because there's a sense of duty to the whole. But go ahead.
I think so. When I say that, I guess and I should be more clear about. And the reason I brought up the statistics on like who commits more violent crimes is because like if the world collapsed, let's just say it is all men. I think for a short period there, they might do well for themselves. You talk about building systems. I don't know, like building water stuff. I don't exactly know, like survival skills per se, right? I'm not saying that women don't have survival skills, but I understand men are stronger. What I'm talking about is eventually they would begin to destroy each other within their hierarchies. Like Flex already said, men are savages. That came from his mouth, okay? Do you think the savagery stops because it's all men? No, I would argue it gets even worse.
I would argue that it will probably be. I will argue that it will probably be the opposite. Maybe in the very first beginning, that it will be kind of like a power dynamic or like some type of struggle to try to get people in place. But get people in place, then eventually men know how to adapt and they know exactly, where who fits into where. And I think there will be like peace and some type of you'll be able to work it out.
Respectfully, ladies, I want y'all to think about this. Who actually runs the world today?
Men.
Is it men or women? So hold on. Yeah. So men run the world today. What have we done? We build borders, right? And we will go to war if we need to over our borders, but we also will create rules to enforce our borders. But I don't think y'all really listen. Violence creates peace, right?
Yeah.
The threat of violence creates peace. That's why when a man goes into a room and he sees a man that's bigger than him, he don't talk to him in some type of way because he knows he's gonna beat his ass. Whereas
that's
women go into
saying.
that same,
I don't think you understood what I was saying.
It will go into that same room and still talk shit to a man that's bigger than him, bigger than her, and he would beat her ass if he had the rights to. But that rights is only enforced by another man. I want y'all women to really think about men, right? And not to get biblical, but biblical to a certain degree. And Adam, and he had duties and responsibilities to the garden prior to Eve being there. And when I'm telling you, to this day, the way that we get to sit up comfortably And I think technology have taken away certain levels of just understanding how what's really happening. Men have constructed these borders. We didn't turn to savages. We actually constructed the borders for y'all. And I think we would do it. We would do the same. We would still fight, but we will actually try to make a productive society. We would die off because we can't have no babies. But I think that's what you got with men. Like that's, but women together, y'all will end fight immediately, and shit will crumble day 2. We know this.
The reason I genuinely disagree is because you are correct that this world is mainly ran by men, as you so nicely put it. And I think there's more criticisms against what we've seen. I'll give a great example. Iran, for example. If violence breeds peace, then why isn't Iran peaceful? They gas girls' schools all the time. They have some of the most strict laws on this planet.
You don't think violence creates peace?
Do you think there's peace in Iran? Do you think there's peace in Liberia?
But see the people that's causing the violence. Hold on, but the people that's it's men. Yes, men are. Listen,
it makes people fall in line. Rather the rules are immoral or whatever the case may be. It makes people second guess, going against the rules because of the violence.
Why do you think women talk? Why do you think women talk to people that they know can beat them up because there's no consequence. There's no threat of violence. The people that the situation you're talking about in Iran, whatever foreign country that has violence within it, is because the people that's leading is crossing the violence. But again, if somebody was to come from the outside, just like Donald Trump talking about Nigeria, for example, if somebody comes from the outside and say, "Look, I will inflict violence on y'all if y'all continue to do that," that creates that can create the peace. So violence always equals the peace. Violence is a necessary.
Hang tight. AP has been waiting for a long time. AP, what do you think about Mooncakes? And has she been tomahawk dunking on conservatives the last 3 times she's been on the panel?
I really don't think much about any of it. What she's been saying or what anybody's been saying. Listen to the guys talk. I think we need to come to the 21st century. These guys are bringing about the Bible and all these other things, but you're not dealing with those type of women anymore. So you need to treat them as such. If the women say they don't want you, they don't need you, leave them alone. Why do you keep beating your head on the floor? They're telling you they don't want you. They're aborting your children. They feel like they're independent. Move on. Move on. Because it seems like you're coming from a begging position. They're telling you, we don't want you. We don't need you. So
AP,
So what I'm saying is, pick up your boots and go somewhere else where women treat you with respect. Why bother? Why bother with them? They're already telling you that.
AP, who are you replying? Are you saying it to me? I just want to clarify. Are you saying it to me or are you just talking about me?
I'm saying it to all the men who are still in this biblical mindset. You are not dealing with, hold on, let me finish, brother. You're not dealing with the women of yesteryear. So stop treating them as such. You have to treat them where they are. So when you guys beg and say you want women to cook, you want women to clean and all that stuff, then go find women who will do that. Stop wasting your time with women who tell you, she's telling you, I'm not going to be that girl for you to do that. I don't need you. I have my own money. I'm independent. So when you're on your knees begging and keep saying that I need you, it looks silly. It makes it. You know what? They have taken away your masculinity, and they see that. And when you come on here and you beg and say those things to the type of women that they're not in your mindset, they're not for you, you're taking away your man qualities.
AP, you got to fix your mic too.
Yeah, I just want to respond real quick, and I'm gonna jump. I want to respond real quick. I don't know exactly who it pertains to. I don't know if any man's on here fighting for women that don't want them. I think the same thing with women has been going on, and I said something biblical. It's been going on since Eve, right? Like the nature of women been going on since Eve. So if you get in time, I think men should understand women nature. It hasn't changed. The technology has changed, but the nature is still the same. The software is still the same, right? So what I would say is that at the end of the day, listen, hold on. because again, for myself, I know somebody's got some background. For myself, I'm a married man, and I will say that the thing that have made my marriage peaceful, it's not that I'm religious. I don't go to church, but I understand the principles that's coming from that book on how to live life, and then understand the nature of men and women. And I will tell you, like, understanding that has created a ton of peace in my life. And I would tell people, you don't have to become a part of a denomination or anything like that. What you need to do, though, is just understand that these things that came before us, these books that we saying that are outdated, the Bible and stuff like that, those was written for a reason. They have principles in there for a reason that worked when we was actually closer to our nature. And y'all can build as much technology you want to. The nature does not change. And I would tell you, like, take heed to some of the things that's coming out of the book, apply it to your life, and then just be humble enough to eat the meat, spit out the bones. If you don't want to go to church every week, that's fine. The church was never put you in a place that you just worship in it. The church is within you, right? And whatever spiritual journey that you're on. So I would tell y'all, like, go out there, learn these principles, learn about the opposite sex. If you're a woman, learn about a man and what he wants. Because the man on the men's side, the reason why they salty is because a lot of them are not taking the time out to understand a woman's nature and actually going out in the world to get an experience to be competent in the presence of a woman. These issues that y'all talking about, I don't have them. But at the same time, that's the reason why I came up on the panel, is just to actually give some game to women that's coming up. Because the way you 27, 20 years from now, you're going to be 47. And I'm seeing women on the other side that's lonely and that can't figure it out. But go ahead.
But you know, also in the Bible too.
Oh, AP, you gotta fix that mic. I'm sorry, AP, hang tight. You gotta fix that mic. Mooncakes, you wanna? Yeah. Okay, and then we gotta get G-Tron in. Go ahead.
Wait, sorry. What'd you say? Chaotic?
You said you're gonna be a lonely woman by the time you're 50.
Oh, I mean, they always say that.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Well, it's a possibility that, yeah.
I'm just saying the purpose of me speaking tonight is not to like advocate for men. I'm just trying to give some game, because at the same time, when I've seen women at 27 that talk, I'm not saying you, Mooncakes, but I've seen women that say certain things, and then on the other side of life, when they have to now start paying for their own drinks, the conversation is different. Like, so that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you in particular. I think you're young, and I think you'll figure it. I think most people figure it out. Hopefully, like,
hey, real quick before G-Tron gets in, hey, Mooncakes, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Ask Norman about Andrea Yates. Go ahead, ask him.
Who the hell's Andrea Yates? What about Andrea Yates?
He'll tell you. Who's Andrea Yates?
Damn, is that the woman that whatever for her husband?
She deleted 3 of her kids in the bathtub. She was a married woman, Christian, in the 90s.
I'm about to say the name definitely felt familiar. Remember
that white bitch? Remember that white bitch in the 90s that killed her kids by drowning them in the lake? Married woman, and blamed it on the Negro. And hell, even the cops said, "No, ain't no Negro stole them goddamn white kids, let alone any kids." So, what about those women that they get married, they're Christian? What about when they do that? Those types of crimes?
No, that's the guarantee. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. That's like something actually I always think about, and when they say this stuff, which is fair, I guess. That you don't know what your life is going to look like in 20 years. So I could be in 20 years and be like, man, I messed up. Or I can be in 20 years and say, thank God I made this choice. We just don't know what our life is going to look like. And that's a great example of people have children, they start families. And how many times do you hear women get online and literally say, I'm single, but I'm married. They're married to their partner and they feel like they're completely alone. We hear moms talk about this all the time, where they're completely alone in their marriage and in their family. So yes, you can have a family and be happy. I don't take away from that. But we can't pretend like that is the end all be all. And these people are guaranteed happiness because they have these things.
Mooncakes, Andrea Yates was an evangelical Christian.
Oh, God.
Even worse, by the way, I'm a Buddhist. Let's say I'm a Buddhist.
Remember earlier today,
I said it.
I bet you she's a Buddhist.
I'm a liberal Buddhist, baby girl. So maybe that changes my outlook on life. And so for me, I'm not seeking.
This is how I remember earlier today, Norman. I said it. I said,
You said it. I was
how are
listening.
you going to convince a lot of these younger people, these Gen Zs, to live a certain way under a Christian veil when a lot of them aren't even Christian? A lot of these kids are Buddhist, Hindi. I've seen it. I said earlier today, I said, I bet you Mooncakes is a Buddhist. And sure enough, this is why I'm the fucking Negro whisperer, Norman. Go ahead, G-Tron. Go ahead, buddy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I got so much to say, but go ahead.
How y'all doing? What's up, Norm? How you doing, Mooncakes? Mr. Chaotic, the Negro Whisperer. How's everybody? I wanted to say something to Miss Listener AP. Mooncakes, you're a very young lady. You're a very young lady, so I wish you very well. I hope you pursue marriage and get yourself out there. Put marriage before anything. Well, put God before anything, then marriage. Anyway, Chaotic, I had an epiphany. I had a major epiphany. I was thinking about Adam and Eve, and me being the Bible thumper that I am, I really take the Bible very, very literally. I take the Bible very literal. And I was thinking about the story of Adam and Eve, and I was thinking about how the serpent, and you got to look at the subtleties and the small nuances to things in the Bible. The serpent was the most cautious of all the wild beasts of the field, meaning it was an animal that wasn't at the house. It wasn't in the garden. It was out in the wild field. And it was a wild animal. It wasn't domestic. Eve was at home. So a serpent had no business being there. But and all the things that happened with that situation, right? The serpent talking to her, the devil doing the ventriloquist act and all of those types of things, right? The devil was wrong. She was wrong. Adam was wrong for eating the fruit, even though God told him not to. She was wrong for stealing the fruit and touching it after her husband told her not to, and so on and so forth, right? Chaotic. But here's the epiphany I had. And this is why I say women should really, really do what a man says and really be quiet. Stop having their own mindset, because it wasn't so much of the serpent deceiving the woman or the serpent tricking her or any of that other type of stuff. This woman, and think about it as a man, a serpent comes up to you and starts talking. This woman let an animal come up to her and start talking. She sat there and held a full-on conversation with an animal. That shows you the mindset of women right there. The fact that, forget about the fact that there was no other people on the world. It was just her and Adam. Forget about that. But you knew that animals didn't talk because you had domestic animals, and you knew Adam's job was to name the wild animals. And why didn't the animal go talk to Adam if that was the case? She sat there with the animal, whether she knew the devil was pulling a ventriloquist act or not. An animal started talking to her, and she sat there and held a conversation with this animal. And with that being said, the fact that a perfect woman, Eve was perfect at the time, a perfect woman would make that kind of foolishness, goes to show that imperfect women are even less equipped and less competent to be calling shots and having so much of a voice and so much of an opinion, where they actually think their voice, opinion, and points of view is equal to that of a man. I'm serious. Like, I think about as a man, I think I am perfect or close to it. Anyway, Adam was a perfect man. If a serpent had came up to Adam and started talking, Adam probably not only would have killed that serpent, he probably would have made something and killed every serpent on the entire planet. But my point being, this woman not only let an animal talk to her, but she sat there and talked back to it and held a full-on conversation with an animal. That's the key as far as looking into the mind and looking into the mentality of women. You look, and not only that, but the serpent told her she could be like God. She was trying to be above Adam. She saw that Adam answered to God. So Adam wasn't around, and she was trying to do something to make herself be above Adam. And it was in a conniving way, because it was when he wasn't around that she did it. So all that being said, ladies, you got to learn to follow direction. And I ask this question to any ladies that might be listening and hearing my voice. Other than your father, what man or men do you actually listen to be able to say that men are wrong about anything? or to say that you know as much as or more than a man? What man do you actually follow his lead and direction to say that he's wrong about something other than your father? And with that, I land. Hey, you guys have a good night. Chaotic, I love you guys. I just wanted to drop that little tidbit. Have a great show. It's already been a great show.
Oh man. By the way, not to turn this into Bible study. I say stuff from the Bible, and I'll be the first person to tell you that I challenged religion coming up, right? And I had my old qualms with, was funny with the first thing that made me question religion was women being in the pulpit, because one of my favorite pastors was a female, and once I learned about the text, it was like, well, women don't belong in the pulpit. I'm like, what the hell? So I was like, okay, well, that's the woman that woman connects with me when she preaches. Like, what about her? So I went down this road, this road of trying to, my own religious journey. And now today, like, I don't necessarily claim one religion or the other. That's why I say eat the meat, spit out the bones. Where as I get older, the principles are still sticking. Like, more and more, those things are becoming clear. But because I can't go 100%, I'm not going to just say that I'm straight out. That's how I am with anything in life. I'm not going to claim something unless I'm like 10 toes into it. But at the same time, like, I've applied the principles to my life, and those things are working. So, I mean, I just land a plane on that.
I found that Buddhism offers and it's not to take away from anyone's religion. I was raised like Christian by most of my family. But I had a lot of questions that nobody could really answer, which tends to happen with religion. And it makes complete sense, right? No one has the questions to the universe, the answers to the universe. But I found with Buddhism, and it's integrated my political mindset as well, is that it just seems so much more peaceful, where it still has the same value system of like trying to be a good person and helping people, and like doing good by others. But it promoted a religion of peace instead of seeking this sort of validation or this higher realm after we pass, and instead focuses on, at least for me, for the type of Buddhism I follow, type of enlightenment while I'm alive, and hopefully an enlightenment after. Now, that enlightenment doesn't really mean like heaven and hell per se. And so, yeah, I find that to be more consistent with my political views. So I just found it very freeing, if I could put it like that. Maybe it's just more liberal.
What's in that religion? What's the thought process of relationship between men and women, men and women?
For one, it depends on which one, but at least to my knowledge, keep in mind I'm not like fully, just to be clear, like extremely well educated with Buddhism. Just want to say that, like, I'm not a professor or anything. But between men and women, it's usually still the idea of promoting a type of peace or happiness. I use happiness lightly because they don't usually use that word consistently, but more of the word of peace. And once again, just being like good to each other, like of promoting like goodwill amongst each other. That's really a big part of it.
Got you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm curious. At the end of the day, happiness, that's another thing. It's fleeting, right? That's a feeling. Like I will say to people that if you have family, right? If you talk to them and ask them about, marriage, anybody that's in a successful marriage, a long-term marriage, that you will find that obviously emotions and feelings are going to change throughout, right? It's always going to be this. One person is going to feel more love than the other one at certain points, and vice versa. But the thing that keeps the core of it, the foundation of it, is the responsibilities and duties to the family and the understanding of what that is, because that doesn't change. Like, and your feelings could change, but if you understand those duties and things of that sort. And again, this is, to me, it's not even about religion. It's human nature. It's like, man needs to know that you need to protect your family, provide resources, be a leader. Husband, I say, you break down husband, it's house bond. You are the person that actually keeps the house together, right? And you understand from top bottom, like you run your family almost like a corporation that you got to keep together and running, right? Versus like, so y'all women, it takes a lot to actually maintain y'all. Like when I asked you about a man, you listed off at least 5 to 10 things. Where if you ask me for requirements from a woman, it'd probably be about 3, right? Right. So
really? I feel like men have more though. You don't think they have like more?
We don't want
women?
much. Men don't
Really?
want much. Men, you know, the top thing that men want: respect. Respect is to be earned, but from the woman that he's with on a daily basis, like that's the top tier thing. Like even from a look standpoint, your look, we understand that time is going to happen, and you know, age is age. You know, your looks is going to fade, right? We want that, but if a man can get respect, he will take a 5/8 any day. If he
You think
knows that
so?
woman is going to, yeah. Men, you know, again, like I think y'all don't realize how much like men we have a unspoken respect amongst each other, unless you know, unless we really want to disrespect somebody, we want to get violent and physical about it. But women, y'all don't understand that. Like y'all a lot of y'all because y'all don't do it with each other. Like it's a weird thing. But men expect their women to listen to them because we honestly are doing everything in our power to make sure that you're okay. So if you're not listening to me, now my job becomes twice as hard and more frustrating because I'm only trying to maintain, right?
Well, like, I'm
But
not saying
respect.
you
Go
in
ahead.
particular have like
Go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. I don't mean like you in
Go ahead.
particular are not doing what you need to do for your family, right? And that's great if you are. Of course, I only know you from our interaction right now, so I'm gonna go
Right.
based off of what you're saying. That like, yeah, you're a good husband, you're a good father, and you're doing all the things that you need to do. It's unfortunate because a lot of men are not like that. I would say most people or most women wouldn't have a problem listening to their man until it becomes more of a controlling aspect. I think that's where sometimes the lines can blur, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm still a
Right.
person, and like I have my personhood.
What's
So
control?
someone can say like,
Yeah.
for example, if I wanted to wear, and once again, just to be clear, I don't want to make the hyperbole of I'm wearing a bathing suit, but if I wanted to wear, like, we're going to the beach, and I'm wearing
Mhm.
shorts and a t-shirt, right? And he says, hey, you know what? Those are some fucking hoochie mama shorts, right? A conversation can be had. Where it's like, oh, do you think these are too short? Like, what do you think of these? And
Right.
my fear is that sometimes what men will turn it into is if you disagree with them and say, you know what, no, I'm comfortable in these. Personally, I don't think it like shows too much, right? They see that as like disobeying or not
Yeah.
listening or not
It
like thing.
is.
And okay, so here, there's already an issue here. For me,
No. Go
so
ahead. Go ahead. Go
let's
ahead.
say this would be where we probably have our fundamental difference. Where for me, it'd be
Right. Go
like,
ahead.
you know, even though I understand it might make you uncomfortable, I feel comfortable in them. And my intention is not to disrespect my husband or whatever it may be,
Mhm.
but also I am a person with personhood. I am able to make these decisions for myself. Because at some point, you have to admit, we all kind of have that. I know you said it earlier with your daughters, like they go from you to their husband, right?
Yeah.
But every
Covering
single
the
person
covering.
has that place where, for example, if they go to college for 4 years, where they might not meet their husband right away. It might be them just in college with their sister, maybe, or a friend, right? So they have to be independent. And you probably wouldn't want some random guy saying, yeah, you're going to have to put these on. Like, no, of course not. Like,
So you know what's funny about that conversation? Oh, somebody
May I
said something.
ask a question? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
yeah,
you. Go ahead.
So I think that if a husband was asking a question, I mean, not asking a question, but telling the wife that the clothing that she's wearing is a little distasteful, you know, she should change. I think that when women, and like the example that you gave, Mooncakes, I think a lot what's happening or that I'm hearing is that you guys think men are saying things in like bad faith because like I think like a lot of what you said was like you're thinking that he's having bad intentions on telling you that you should change because it's a little distasteful. He doesn't want, you know, his woman to be out displayed like this because again, you know, the wife's body is for the husband. So I think that it's all about like the women thinking that men have different intentions than what they, you know, really have.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. If you want to
Oh,
respond to that.
sorry, I just want to respond to her. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think the unfortunate part is it doesn't have to mean that he always has bad intentions, and because sometimes these things are subconscious, right? They think, oh, what are other men gonna think? All these things, and I'm not talking about like I can see your ass cheeks. That's not what I'm trying to say. That's what I meant by like the hyperbole earlier. But what I'm talking about is even if they're kind of short, I find that in some ways, men still want to dictate what women do, and they want to feel like they're in control by controlling every aspect of what they do. And I take issue with that because, like I said, we are people. If I look in the mirror, and as long as I'm not committing any breaking the law, for example, like if I went outside and a cop would look at me and say, "Oh, whoa, you can't do that," then of course we definitely have a problem. But as long as I'm, if I go to the beach, for example, and I am appropriately dressed still, and I'm not making like any issues in the community, it relatively shouldn't be a problem. And then at the end of the day, I should be allowed to have the final decision on what I wear or don't wear, and still take into account your opinion.
Right. So I mean, I'm gonna try to, because this is such a it's such a common conversation. Listen, like at the end of the day, you know, men, we definitely don't have ill intent, right? We trying to protect you, and honestly, if you feel like we trying to control you, that means we actually care about you. The women that we don't control are for the streets. Like the man that just comes in and say, "Oh, you can wear whatever," like he fucking on you, right? That's what he's doing. So when you start to see a man actually care, right, and he's trying to put his arms around something and say, "Okay, you are mine," basically, he's showing a level of I care about you. Plus, you have to understand too that his job is to protect you, and a lot of times it's to protect you from you, and that you don't even know. So there's been plenty of times that I've been out, even my wife or just women prior, like when we out moving around in public, y'all don't even have the same sense of alertness when it comes to things that might be going down. I'm watching things, and I'm like, I've been times where I just like move my wife out the way where like she's not even paying attention to something I'm thinking that might be a threat. If a man is telling you, "Hey, I don't like what you have on," I think if women just humble, and this is where the humbleness comes in, humble yourself to say, "Damn, this dude has a responsibility to be there for me, even to let his life, put his life on the line for me. What the hell is it for me to go change my damn clothes?" Like, he cares about you. And if you actually with a man that you respect, you should understand that he's not saying it out of some like malicious or facetious, "Oh, I'm just jealous." Like he's saying like, "You are my woman. Like I want you to be presentable," especially for if you got a man that's actually going to be in certain rooms. Like like just to give y'all insight to my life, like the moment I knew my wife was going to be my wife, it was when we was at a actual gathering, a work gathering. I'm with CEOs and stuff like that. And from across the room, she was moving a certain type of way. And I said, "You know what? That's the woman I want to represent me." So if I got to go out in the world and have a woman that she's moving around in a way that I don't even know that she don't look like she's representing me the right way, like she shouldn't be my woman. Like, so it's almost like to me, if I was in y'all shoes, I would be flattered that a man's actually giving you input into what you got on. He cares. And he's trying to say that you represent me.
I think it's just the woman's nature to be rebellious and just go just to go against the grain. It's just like like you said, humility and like a control issue. Like, why can't I? But not even secretly, subconsciously, we actually want that. We actually need that. We may stump our feet and be like, "Oh, but we're gonna do it." If she's, I don't know, if she's a good woman, I would guess.
I think if she respects the man, if she truly respects the man, she'll do it. But if she don't like him, like she gonna stomp on him.
I think this comes down, like I said, to a fundamental difference in values, right? Like in the men I've dated, and the men I continue to date, we can have conversations about the things I wear. I have no problem with that. If there's something that he really doesn't like, and he's like, "Hey, I need to voice this to you, right? And tell you how I feel." We can have a conversation about it. But I think that at the end of the day, it's very clear that it's still my decision. Now, it's okay if he decides that, you know what, because of this reason, I can't be with you, right? I'm actually okay with that. That's not a problem for me. I would prefer these men, and I hate, because I don't know why, conservative men like to do this with liberal women. It's very, very odd. I would prefer you go find the person who will do those things for you, who will make those compromises, right?
Oh, men. I'm telling you, you're gonna run into a wall. I'm telling you,
I don't think it's all men. I've met
liberal men are going. I'm telling you, a lot. If step back, step out. If you step out your shoes a little bit, most of the libtard men that you know are not men that you actually want. A lot of them are sassy.
No,
they are soft. These are not men that you want. So when I'm telling you, the man that you're going to run into that's going to probably fit the billing that you're looking for, he's probably going to be conservative. And I'm telling you, there's an order to things. And if you're respectable enough, you will follow the order. And honestly, you're gonna enjoy the order. Like I'm
So
telling you,
I
like
actually,
unless your life, go ahead.
I only date traditional liberal men, which might sound weird. So to some people, this sounds very odd. I know this sounds very odd. No, I'm not
I
even
think that is
joking.
called. I've heard someone say that, and they call themselves a progressive more so than a liberal. Because they think
Yeah.
that they think that they are, progressing
They're
and just evolving.
they're definitely progressive, and these are the men I've run into, and I like them because though they have values of getting married and then having children, having a religious household, for example, they're still progressive in their ways of like society and the way that we move and the way that I dress or the way that I present myself. And those are the type of men I literally refuse. I'm not even joking. I got into a fight on TikTok the other day with somebody because I was like, I just do not date fully conservative men. I won't do it to myself, like at all.
They lying to
I
you.
don't.
I'm telling you, Mooncakes.
No,
I'm gonna tell it to you.
no,
Whatever,
I won't do it.
whatever remix of a progressive you talking about, they are saying the things that you
You know
want to
what?
hear. But
Wait, chaotic.
men understand that women will fall in love with what they hear. So they will tell you what you want to hear. But deep down inside, most men that's worth a grain of salt wants order in their life. And they gonna demand something from you.
Yeah,
Like they
I
if they
said they're
not they tell you
still
something different, they lying to you. Like,
they're still traditional, but they have liberal values.
No, but that's very unstable, right? And we as women, we thrive within we thrive with stability. So someone that is progressive, someone that is liberal, they're always changing their mind. The liberals and progressive, whatever they want to call it, they live in the gray area. Sorry guys, I'm coloring with my children tonight, but they live in the gray area, and that's not a place where there's no stability there. They don't stand like a square.
So that's why I think I say liberal traditional men. So I think a man can still be traditional in his household, but have liberal and progressive values. I don't think that has to be like I don't think that's even far fetched, to be honest. So he can still be like believe in the nuclear family and getting married and having all these things, and still be like, but I can be liberal in my values. So if I go out with my woman, if she wants to wear, I don't know, a short dress tonight, and you know what, maybe I don't like it a little bit, but it's her decision. There are men like that. That's not like off the cuff. There genuinely are men like that because we can't box men into one specific box. Like that's just not true. And that's why I say like full blown conservatives, they just have never, I will never mesh well ever. And I would say a decent amount of liberal women, I think, have that issue where they just cannot
I
date.
think. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The more lonely men they found is because of their political like ideologies. They found that men are also more lonely now, especially young men, because they lean more conservative. That's why they're not having sex or getting dates as well. And that's an inherent issue.
Well, I don't think it's because they're conservative. I think it's because, in yesteryear, it was the idea that people got married young, right? So if you came up in a family where your mama might have got married, like I give you like my grandma, like on my Jamaican side, she got married when she was 14 years old, which is, sounds nuts today, right? But that's what they did. So what I would say is that today's man needs to, even when like Alan was on, today's man, what you need to realize is that you got to go. It's a different game you playing now. Like you got to go build yourself up and be a competent man, experienced man. About time you're actually trying to really, start a family. I'm not telling you go get the 50 bodies, but you need to probably get some bodies underneath your belt. Understand what women are. Understand what they do, and they're just the way they think, because it's completely different than men. And I think that's what y'all don't realize, that men, we think in straight lines, and y'all don't. Y'all think in zigzags and stuff like that. So we got to figure that out, right? So a lot of men are going to be lonely from a marriage standpoint. They should probably be lonely until they're about 35 or something like that, and then get married. Get all the escapades out of your system, and then go build a family. But it's not because it's conservative values, right? It's the conservative values. If they thinking that the church, if they really conservative, they in the church would have set them up.
Let's get Barry
build
in
a
real
family.
quick.
Go ahead.
Let's get Barry in. Go ahead, Barry. Are you not a porn bomber, are you?
No. I was just didn't want to talk over you.
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
Oh, yeah, just thanks for having me on the stream. Just been listening to his chat. Some good points raised.
That's it.
I mean, sorry, I just didn't know if you wanted me to jump directly into it. I understand the point you were saying about, the way men are now, because you are right, men are a lot more lonely these days. But I would say it depends on the society they're raised around, and also other factors like neighborhood or their family as well. But yeah. Sorry, that's it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know if you had more to add, so I didn't want to interrupt. I mean, I think that's fair as well. Definitely environmental factors plays a role. But I do think, 'cause I read studies about this, and they said, why are men feeling more lonely? Why are they not really having relationships? And they found that the difference between the political ideologies of men and women are like largely different. And if I'm being honest, there's some liberal women that will date conservative men, but there's not a lot. And if I'm being honest, why would I, as you guys said, an independent woman who works and makes her own money, why would I sit at home with a conservative man who's trying to tell me what to do when I can just go out, do whatever I want, and also enjoy my life? It's really hard.
I'm telling you, but you fail to realize that this is what you're going to figure it out at some point. The men that you're talking about you're attracted to, you are going to walk over them, and by default you're going to stop being attracted to them. This is probably why the men that you've dated in the past, you're not dating them anymore. This is the software that's in women. I'm telling you, like I don't know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But when you have the man that willing to basically follow you in your chaos, y'all tend to start to walk on top of them, start to disrespect them, and it breaks down. Like I've seen it, like like happen in
maybe
cycles.
I'm just a different breed. So, I just I've no
all
shortage.
Women think they different breeds. All y'all think y'all special.
I've no
same thing.
I've tried to go on a date.
Mooncakes, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, girl, you're old.
I'm older. Yeah, I'm in my older 20s.
Hey guys, real quick, let's get Serious Black Thought in real quick. Go ahead, Serious Black Thought. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's good, CT?
What's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just listening.
You just listen. What? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just listening. I had a disagreement about why most men are single. I think that women have more options now due to online dating.
Yeah.
So they're going to be more picky.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with these guys' values or how much money they make. So I don't know what she was talking about, where she was saying that conservative men are lonely.
Can I say something chaotic?
Yeah.
Just to be clear to the panel and to everybody, if I wanted to settle down today or tomorrow, I can settle down, but I choose not to. And this is a personal choice because I do not want to be just locked down in a life that I did not choose for myself. And I'm scared that a lot of young women, they're trying to pressure young women, or you can call me old women, older 20 women, into positions that they're in because they think that's what's best. But if I'm being honest, wouldn't you rather these women who would rather choose themselves, or maybe they want to live a more independent lifestyle, to do that instead of having children, especially if that's not what they want? Because Chaotic brought up a great point, that girl who killed her children. If you push too many women into these things who maybe shouldn't be moms or maybe shouldn't do these things with their lives, you're going to see more instances of those situations. We'd rather these women just kind of keep being independent, maybe join the workforce, continue to travel, and whatever they decide for the rest of their life, great. But the women who want these things,
no,
that's great.
Not,
I feel. Go ahead.
That's not. I don't think it's not normal to to off your children because you're stressed out or whatever. Because maybe, although yes, as women, we are very emotional, and most times we don't know how to handle our emotions, which is why the man comes and creates balance. But that is not a reason not to have children. You're mentally ill if you're offing your children because you're stressed out.
But I'm giving an example that not every single woman is going to be good at being a mom or be good at providing for a family. And if we don't admit that, we're going to have serious issues in our society. A lot of these
should they get good at that at some point?
No, but some people just can't do it. They just literally can't.
What if I was a man, and I want Dree trying to get in because I know I've been talking, but
Yeah.
if as a man, what if I said just like me being resourceful, I just not good at it? Like, what if I just said that?
Yeah, if you were a man and you said,
would you
hey,
judge me?
no, if a man said, hey, you know what, I'm not really good at making money, or I don't think I can provide for a family, therefore I'm not gonna have kids, I would have more respect for him. He's being honest. He
Right,
knows
but
he can't do it, but he's not gonna put them in that situation.
His honesty is respectful, but would you really like? Did he really fulfill what he was supposed to do as a man? I mean, like, why are we here?
Why does he need to have kids?
But why are we here? Like, you don't necessarily have to have kids, but why are we here?
I know what the answer is going to be, is like to procreate and stuff, and technically that's true. I mean, of course we can have babies.
No, whatever your answer is.
I personally think that yes, we are on this planet, in my opinion at least, to just be here. I don't think there's this huge mission for humans, and people might think that's stupid. I understand that we can procreate, which is great, but I don't know if there's some superior answer to all of this, because then I guess my question would be, when you say, then what is your thing as a man? What if you can't have children? Then like, what is your worth at that point?
Well,
do you just love yourself?
Well, that would be there's not a choice there. But although our biological make is for the purpose is for us to have children, but sometimes we can't use those people who don't have a choice as an example, or use it because they don't have a choice. Something happened, something medically happened, or something to where they can't have children, right? But although the car isn't drivable, the purpose of the car is meant to be driven.
But I don't know. We live in a society now where there's already 8 billion people, almost 9 billion people on this planet. Foster care is at some of the highest levels we've ever seen it. So people are obviously having children. Why is it that every single person needs to reproduce? Wouldn't it make sense that some of us don't reproduce, since it's already kind of going crazy? I think at some point.
Do you know the numbers of do you know there's have you ever looked up the numbers on apparently we're having a reproduction kind of issue, that nobody's having
We're having
children
a population
anymore.
crash. We're having a
There we
population
go.
crash.
Yeah.
There we go. Correct me. Yes.
Can I get in real quick?
Yeah.
I want to.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna get up out of here. Go ahead, G-Tron. Go ahead, buddy.
Miss Mooncakes, I just wanted to share something with you. I hear you're from Canada. Is that true?
Hi. Yeah, I'm from Canada.
Okay, so would you perceive or consider conservative based on the environment and country that you're in? It's far from conservative by our standards. Just hear me out real quick, sweetie. It's far from conservative from our standards. The guys that you guys call conservative in Canada are still very, very liberal from where we stand here in America, stateside.
Yeah.
I'll start with that. That's my benchmark. Okay. Now, what you were saying about being independent, being happy, being free to do whatever. Okay. That's all fine and good. But there are intangibles and they can't be quantified in words. It's just sort of like, you ever heard the phrase, you had to be in it to understand, or you had to see it to believe it? Okay. Marriage and having a family is one of those things where you have to be a part of it in order to understand how it's beneficial. That's the first thing. Secondly, okay, and here's a very important thing. Having children is a gift. I know a lot of liberals and I know a lot of people in this world these days, they might be culturally Christian, Buddhist, whatever, but they've detached themselves from spirituality in a major way. And what I've discovered from a spiritual lens is children are a gift from God. The blessing of having a child to see a reproduction of yourself, not just a reproduction of yourself, but there's a hope. And here's what makes America free. In our preamble to the Constitution, we can live and work today for our future generations of tomorrow, our posterity. Anyway, the joy and the love that fills your heart after you have your child, when you see that replica of yourself, you see the happiness and joy of your parents, you see the happiness and joy of your spouse, and then you actually look at this baby and it's a replica of you. There's an overwhelming blessing that overtakes you. I know white guys that used to be Klansmen, okay? They detached themselves and renounced the Ku Klux Klan because when they saw their first child born, they were filled with so much love that there was no more space in their heart for hatred. And that's exactly what they told me. at any rate, also, as far as making your own money, and congratulations, by the way, on being able to be independent woman. That is kudos to you. But the older women, that's where that came from. That didn't come from just happenstance. Older women aren't trying to convince you to get married and live a life of matrimony and having a family. The older women are mad and jealous at the young women. They're trying to coerce you away from that because they missed the train. They missed out on it. The Oprah Winfreys of the world, Oprah's miserable. Oprah made that movie The Color Purple and brainwashed black women into thinking that black men were these masters and these tyrants and these abusers and these cheaters. They had y'all thinking Mr. and all that type of stuff. Put Celia in it and all that type of stuff. No, those are fiction. Waiting to Exhale and all those types of movies where black men were crackheads and dogs and abusive to women and cheaters and thieves and homos. Those are fictional movies. And what they did was they made black women look at black men as their enemy and in a terrible light, while at the same time, simultaneously, they made the rest of the world look at black women as dogs. And with that being said, we're human beings. We're social creatures. We're not meant to be alone. We're not meant to be independent of each other. We can live alone, yes, but we're not meant to be alone. We are meant to be social. And marriage is also, you have to have God in your marriage. With God, some type of spirituality bonding you together, a one-fold cord or a two-fold cord could be easily taken down. But a three-fold rope cannot easily be broken. When it's you, your partner, and God in that marriage, you're both living for God, it's it's impossible to tear that apart. And one last thing, and I'll let you guys get back to it. One last thing. Also, and here's the nuance, and here's the important thing. You can have vice president, prime minister, senator, congressperson, parliament, whatever y'all's body of government, CEO of a major company, no matter what title a woman ever reaches, the most honorable, and that's the key word, honor, the highest honor as far as title that a woman can achieve in humanity is the title of wife. There is no higher honor than a wife. You want to reach that most highest honor you can achieve? Become a wife. Because what happened is a man is telling you, a higher being, a man is a higher being. A man is created in the image of God. A man is telling you he's willing to love you equal to and more than he loves himself. And also he's telling you, you don't know it, but you'll experience over time. He's telling you and going to show you that he loves you more than you're capable of loving yourself. He's capable of loving you more than you're capable of loving yourself. That's what marriage encompasses and entails to a woman. And I'm just saying this because, Shorty, you're very lovely. Don't waste your youth being young. Don't waste your youth being young. Those years go by very, very fast. And when you look back and they've been wasted, there's a lot of regret that comes later on in life. Don't waste your youth being young. That's all I'm saying.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
I'm having a good time. I'm traveling. I'm meeting people internationally. I'm partying. I'm having a good time.
Listen, hey, you know what? It's like the original topic. But CG says, listen, you got the leverage. The boobs are perky. The bottom is round. You get into everywhere for free. People are opening up doors for you. But let 10 years go by. Let 12 years go by. You're going to feel different. You won't feel the way you feel now. And you're going to see all those. You got the leverage right now. You're the heavyweight champ. But you won't always be. And that's what these men are trying to tell you. But you can't see it until the window is closed. And then you're going to look back. And you're going to go back and see what these men were saying. And everybody's been kicking you game. And
let's get American Man in real quick, and then I got to get up out of here. American Man, go ahead, buddy.
I'm not going to be here long. See, TT,
yeah,
you're ignoring my question, sir. Just tell me to go screw myself.
What question? What are you talking about?
With my wrench. What happened to my wrench? Chaotic truth.
Write something in the chat real quick.
Is that what we're doing, CT?
I took away wrenches because thank you so much, Flex. Because people keep timing people out, so I don't know who it is. So I just
I don't do that, CT. You know that.
Write something in the chat. I put it.
I'm not. But
your head.
If you want to tell me to listen, chaotic. If you want to tell me to go screw myself, sir, you're free to do that, and I would respect that.
We've been friends for a long time, man. Just write something in the chat, man.
Just write something in the chat.
Write something in the chat. It ain't that big of a deal. I got
No, No, CT, you hurt my feelings. I was in a corner crying for a little while.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean? I'm like, oh man, you took my wrench. Almost smacked the wife up and everyone else just because you took my wrench, CT.
I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Yeah, write something in the chat real quick.
All right, CT. Thank you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, guys. I'm gonna get up out of here. Thank you so much, Bear, for coming through. Thank you so much, Serious Black Thought. Go ahead, guys. Get up out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say my last words. I think Andrew Wilson won that debate. I think Coach Greg Adams, if he would have came up on this panel, he probably would have reacted just like the rest of these men did and got upset. Just the sassy energy he had in that debate. So I just want to leave with that. I know you think he won, but
yeah,
I guess I'm with Flowers and Bubbles and Hope on Andrew's side.
Yeah, we have it. Thank you so much, man. Serious Black Thought. I'm gonna get up out of here. Be back tomorrow, man.
Thank you, CT, for having me up.
Yeah.
Moon, I hope you listen to everything that the guy said. I'm in the Northeast region. A lot of 40, 45-year-olds, still look good, but they made the wrong decisions in life. So.
No, I'm probably going to ride it out.
All right.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Mooncakes. I'm going to get up out of here.
No problem. Thanks.
Get up out of here. EAE says, Mooncakes, we need you and Lolo on CT's panel together, the future to make the men matter, or in the future. Guys, I'm out of here. I will be back tomorrow, guys. Have a good one. Peace.